Classifications. Therapeutic class, broad purpose of drug, antihypertensive is used for HTN. Pharmacologic class, specific pharmacological approach within the therapeutic class, beta blocker, calcium channel blocker, etc. Are within the antihypertensive therapeutic class. Generic name, actual name of the drug amlodipine. Trade name, the name that the drug is marketed under, several different ways to name the generic drug, Norvasc. FDA pregnancy categories. Good studies show no risk of fetal abnormalities, good human research, no risk. Safe in animals but not adequate enough studies in humans, or adverse effect in animal studies but human studies do not show increased risk, safe in animals but no studies in humans or no harm in humans. Adverse effect in animals but no good studies in humans or no animal studies and no human studies, no evidence of good or bad in humans. Risk to fetus but benefits may outweigh risk, evidence of harm in humans. Causes fetal abnormalities, should not be used during pregnancy.
Routes of administration. Enteral, through GI tract. Tablets, capsules. Some can be enteric coated. Prevents digestion by stomach acids. Sublingual, buccal. Drug goes directly into blood due to amount of blood vessels in area 3. Nasogastric, gastric G2. Topical, applied to intended site of action, transdermal, ophthalmic, otic, nasal, respiratory. Administered via inhalation, vaginal or rectal. Suppositories, ointments, creams, gels, for irritation or infection. Parenteral, involves needles penetrating skin. Intradermal, rapid absorption due to vasculature. Local anesthetics or allergy testing. Subcutaneous. Insulin, heparin, vaccines. No more than 1 ml to be injected. Intramuscular, faster than ID or SC. Proper landmarking needed. No more than 3 ml to be injected. Intravenous, very rapid onset. Continuous infusion, intermittent infusion for push. Pharmacokinetics, absorption, distribution, metabolism, excretion. Oral, stomach, small intestine, absorbed, carried by portal vein, blood supply, liver, primary site of metabolism in body. 2 possibilities. Systemic circulation, tissue, heart, brain, muscle, kidney. Excretion, biliary, gallbladder, bile ducts, small, large intestines, excretion, feces. Parenteral, other routes directly absorbed into systemic circulation. 2 possibilities. Systemic circulation, tissue, heart, brain, muscle, kidney. Excretion, biliary, gallbladder, bile ducts, small, large intestines, excretion, feces. Adverse effects. Unintended and undesired responses from drugs. Side effects. Secondary to main therapeutic effect of drug and are expected. Often occur at normal doses and are often unavoidable. Often due to poor specificity, selectivity of drug.
Hello everybody and welcome back to another episode of Live with Roger Hanson. Tonight is going to be a long night for me. Like I said, off camera or off recording. I am going to forego the music for tonight as well as any comments through chat. There's no chat attached. And tonight I'm also going to just stick to one topic instead of doing multiple topics like I've been doing. Oh, excuse me. You just got me a Diet Coke. Didn't have any coffee, so. Now, tonight I'm also just going to stick to one topic, and the reason for that was because last week I said I was going to discuss spiritual stuff that I've learned in my life, and I'm going to go over that, and I feel a lot better doing that on my own rather than having people here to do it. And it's like I said, this is like 21 odd years of stuff that I've learned, and I've experienced. So I doubt if I could get 3 hours or all of it in 3 hours, but I'll do my best to discuss it. Now, um, before I even start talking about that, one thing I do want to discuss is before any of this spiritual stuff actually took place, you know what I mean, and learning about it and everything. For me personally, and I've noticed that goes along with a lot of other people as well, but for me personally, I didn't get into anything that was spiritual until I hit rock bottom, basically. Whenever things weren't freaking looking all that great. So that is something that I do have to point out. A lot of people don't really like discussing those kind of things. Now, for me, I ended up having a bad alcohol and drug problem, and that brought me to the point where I ended up having to go through a lot of bad things. I had to hit rock bottom. I got to the point where the pain just got great enough to where I didn't want to go on any longer, you know what I mean? The sickness and stuff like that. So what it was is I basically had to cross over a threshold, and that's a term that I learned. Thresholds are basically just like a door, you know what I mean? You cross through a door, and that's a threshold. You also have a physical threshold, how much pain and suffering that your body can go through until you say enough is enough. It's kind of like playing Mercy, and I actually brought this up to somebody else before, and they didn't know what Mercy was, but like Mercy is where you grip your hands together with another person and you play a game of Mercy where you apply pressure until one of the two people says mercy and the game's over. So the person who actually makes the other person feel pain enough is the one who wins it. And that's basically what happened with me. It was a game of mercy where the pain got great enough and I had to walk through that threshold in order to have what's termed as a moment of clarity. Now, moment of clarity is something that happens quite a few times in people's lives, but it's very quick, and if you don't reach somebody during that moment of clarity, it's hard to really reach them and get them to where they actually want to change. And that's what I had to do. I had that moment of clarity where somebody was able to, reach out to me, and things just started happening. So that's basically what happened to me. Now, for me, this whole thing about spiritual experiences, I can't for sure say that I actually had a spiritual experience or not. I know that when I sobered up, something happened, you know what I mean? Because before this point, when I did finally sober up, I'd already been to detox quite a few times, you know what I mean? And it never worked. But for some reason, it worked this time. And I've been sober since June the 14th, 2003. And that makes it 21 years, I believe. Yeah. So, but with that being said, I wanted to mention those things, but the thing of it was like something happened, and I've had no explanation for what happened. It's just I can say that a lot of the people that were put in my path actually helped me out along the way, and I'm grateful for that. Because I had to learn things, you know. I had to learn about powerlessness, you know. A lot of we all run around in the world thinking that we have, you know, power, that we're in control. And the truth of the matter is, and even today, I find it to be this way. We really don't have much control. You know what I mean? Um, the world is more about compliance than what it is about anything else, and it's a hard thing for people to stomach. You know, a lot of the things that I have to say when it comes to spirituality isn't popular. It's not. It goes against the grain. As a matter of fact, a lot of this stuff that I mentioned, a lot of people are going to not like, because these are things that you have to do, and a lot of it is things that people don't want to do. And being powerless is one of them. You know, figuring out how much power you really have and how much control you really have is a big thing. And becoming compliant and things of that nature. You know. Now, for me, the control issue was something that I had an issue about. Now that had to do a lot with a story that I'd heard where this guy was talking about, it's like going to, and I always try to say this, but I always mess it up. I'll do my best, but I've mentioned it before, but here recently. But it's kind of like going into a drive up section at a fast food joint, like at McDonald's. You know, when you get up there, and the lady over the microphone turns around and she tells you freaking, you know, that or no, actually you're waiting and it's taking forever because the car's in front of you, so you become impatient because you want to get up there to make your order. So when you sit there, you're getting impatient and then when you finally get up to the mic, the lady on the mic turns around and freaking rushes you and wants your order. Now you're getting freaking frustrated because instead of waiting, now they're trying to rush you, you know. So whenever you finally get the order done, you turn around and get up there and you want to pick up your order. They turn around and they scuffle you ahead so that they can let you park, and then they can bring the food out to you because they're running late, you know, and people are backed up. So all of a sudden now you're getting frustrated because you have to wait again. So in that whole process, it's a matter of waiting, being rushed, and then waiting again. And out of all that, you become frustrated because you think that you have control, you know, and that you have power, and how dare these people make you do it. When in reality, all you had to do is practice compliance, you know, just be patient. And tolerance and patience is a big deal, you know. Be patient, be compliant, wait until you get your order, and then be done with it. But your frustrations get in the way, and that's all because you think that you have power and you have control over things, you know. Now, that's one reason why it's important to have somebody that you can have for an accountability partner, you know what I mean? Because when it comes to life, if you have somebody that you can do that with, then it helps you when it comes to, you know, you being a control freak and things of that nature. Now, manageability versus unmanageability is something that was always a big issue, and that's something that I really do believe is something that's important, okay, to is important. But I also think that, like, whenever you're thinking on on spiritual principles, stuff of that nature, and things like that. You need to freaking understand that a lot of things in life is unmanageability. I mean, you can manage all you want. You can run around trying to manage everything and stuff and create planners and things of that nature, but just don't expect to everything to work out for you. You know what I mean? Go ahead and create a planner, but I'd suggest that, like I said, get you an accountability partner, somebody that you can trust, and run it by that person, run it by somebody, you know what I mean? Find out if maybe you're overdoing it, because a lot of people likes to overdo it a lot, and always remember, it's all right to make plans, just don't expect the outcome. And the reason why I always say that is because of expectations. Now, a lot of us, we like to set expectations on ourselves and the people around us. And the thing about expectations is whenever expectations aren't met, they can cause issues. They can cause resentment, frustration, anger, things of that nature. So it's not really a good idea to set expectations on people. I hear people all the time talking about that, saying, "Oh, it's okay to set expectations," and I just don't agree with that. I think that setting expectations on people and on yourself only sets yourself up for failure. Acceptance is something that is a thing that people really don't like to hear, you know what I mean? You gotta accept people, places, and things as being exactly the way they are at that moment, you know what I mean? It's exactly the way things are supposed to be at that time and place. And once you start realizing that, then you start having, you start learning more, you know what I mean? Now, the whole thing about that, though, about acceptance, is you have to start learning how to develop honesty. Now, when I talk about honesty, I'm not talking about just being honest with others, which is important, but there's also being honest with yourself and being honest with ourselves, because well, first of all, being honest with others, you have to also be careful about that, and I can get into that later on. But being honest with others is important. Try to be as honest as you can be with everybody. You don't have to be brutally honest. You can show a little bit of restraint, a little bit of taste and everything, but you can be honest with them. And sometimes it's not best to be honest. And in those situations, that's something that we can talk about here in a little bit. But the most important thing, though, out of honesty is being honest with yourself. If you can't be honest with yourself, then who can you be honest with? So honesty with yourself is more important when it comes to priorities. Always make sure that you're at least being honest with yourself. Now, the one thing that I know that people have a problem with, and the reason why it's important for me to be honest with myself, is because of denial. And this is something that a lot of people have issues with. They have a hard time believing in denial. They don't believe that they literally have denial. And the reason, or when I say denial too, I'm not saying that as a blanket statement, like you're not just in denial about everything. We all have denial on different levels and in different aspects of our lives. So in one area you could be honest with yourself, but in another area you could be in complete and total denial. And that is the thing that I'm talking about. You have to be honest with yourself, and be able to recognize when you're in denial about something and get over that, because that's something that really holds you back. And like I said, there's a lot of people who just straight out refuse to admit that they're in any form of denial whatsoever, you know. Now, with that being said, I also want to get into, um, you know, believing in God and believing in a higher power, or however you want to talk about it, you know. For me, I had to learn things that were important to me, you know, and or that helped me, basically, things that kept me sane. And the one thing I had to learn was the term God of my understanding, you know. Um, for the longest time, whenever I heard the word God, I always thought that like God was this universal word that everybody believed in, and that if I didn't believe in the same God that you're describing to me, that I didn't have, or didn't believe in some kind of real God, you know. And the truth of the matter is I was completely wrong about it. Um, we all have a God of our understanding, a different God of our understanding, and I had to realize that, like, the way you believe in God and the way I believe in God are two completely different things altogether. And it doesn't matter who it, it is, that's just basically the way it is. I mean, nobody believes in exactly the same God, you know. And that's a hard concept for a lot of people to understand, and it's something that I had to grasp onto as well. Now, I know that when it comes to higher powers, a lot of people um, also substituted, you know, God for, you know, the word higher power. And when they do that, they can use like a group, which that's what I did when I was in AA. You know, the group was my higher power, and there's nothing wrong with that. You know, if you go to church, you can substitute the church for your higher power. These are powers that are greater than you, and that's something that I had to learn as well. You know, this goes back to the whole power thing, and it talks about being powerless and what is power and what's control. You know, like for me, I didn't. I mean, well, for anybody really, if you stop and you think about how much control you have, you really don't have very much control. I tried to use an example of growing a tree, planting a seed, you know, planting with Karma, and she just had a hard time with understanding it. I can plant the seed, I can water the seed, and after I plant the seed and I water the seed, I can freaking give it fertilizer and everything to help it grow, but I personally can't cause that flower to grow. I can't cause that flower to grow up straight and perfect the way that I want it to grow up. You know, it does that on its own. It gets its nutrients from me, yes, and stuff like that, but it also has to have the sun as well, you know, so I'm not in complete and total control. And that is something that I had to understand when it comes to this God of my understanding and a power greater than myself, you know. I ended up working through a lot of that stuff, and that was a concept that I finally actually ended up um, figuring out, but it took me a while. And that brings me to this whole thing on faith. You know, now faith to a lot of people is believing in something that's unseen. You know, and I think a lot of people believe that whenever you say the word faith, you're talking about just God, but for me personally, I found out that people have faith in a lot more things than just, God. Um, People believe that electricity exists, you know what I'm saying? You don't have to see electric running through the current, or the current running through the wires to believe that it's there, you know what I mean? Now, whenever you go to turn on a light switch, as long as you paid that bill, you expect the electricity to go up to the light and turn the light on. So you don't see the electricity going up to that light, but you know that it's going to happen because you paid the bill. Now, this is the whole thing with expectations as well. You expect that light to come on when you turn that light switch on because you've paid your bill. But what if it doesn't happen? Because you've expected that electricity to go up into that light and it didn't work. You become frustrated and upset because you expected that to happen and it didn't happen the way you thought it was. Something could have happened with your electric, your light switch could be out. It's even in a plug-in, you know what I mean? The plug-in could have been out. Something could have happened. It could have been that bill was misplaced, or nobody paid the bill. It could have been anything, but because you expected that light to come on, you're upset because it's not doing what you expected it to do. So it kind of falls into the whole expectations thing of it, you know what I mean? Now, with faith as well as you can also go the route of believing in something outside of yourself, like a group. Whenever it comes to me, whenever I was first sobering up, having a group around was very important. That's why I went to meetings, and I got advice and suggestions from people that were in the program, and that really helped me out. That was something that I had to do in order to stay sober and stuff. So that is a form of faith, having faith that these people are going to give you good advice and help you making decisions and stuff of that nature, and that's what they did. I had really, really good people that I can honestly say was there to help me. Robert Rayleigh, who, by the way, he's okay with me saying his last name. I know he is. He was one of my sponsors, and he really helped me out. I actually did my 5th step with him, and he helped me through that. And that was really important to me. I also had a few other people that were there too with me, and I just, for me, I needed this group of people to freaking come through and help me out. And if anybody, and this doesn't have to do with alcohol or drugs, this has to do with every day in life. If you have a group of people that you know of that you can trust and that you can be around with, you can make that your higher power. You can make that something that freaking helps you out with the problems you're having. And like I said, it doesn't have to do with alcohol or drugs. Well, it does, but it's a lot more than that. It could be mental illness. It could be just hardships that are going on in your life. Churches. You've got people that you can rely on, and talk to. So that is very important. Believing in something outside of ourselves. Because we get so caught up in ourselves that we forget about the fact that there's other people. You know what I mean? There's other people in the world, and it's not all about us. It really comes down to the whole thing about being selfish and self-centered. Selfishness and self-centered has more to do with just an attitude of being, oh yeah, whatever. You can be selfish and self-centered and be the nicest person on the face of the earth, you know. That's an idea and a concept that's really hard for people to grasp, you know, because it's not something that most people think, you know what I mean? The whole world rotates around you and nothing else, you know what I mean? All these bad things are happening to you, and it's because God has done this to me, you know what I mean? It's, you know, all of a sudden you're standing there and it rains on you, and that was because God decided it needed to rain on you. He took this cloud and he just put it over the top of you, and he made it rain on you, you know. That's complete nonsense. Um, and that's the thing that I had to learn. I had to learn stuff like that. I had to learn that, you know, it rained on me because it rained on everybody. You know what I mean? It rained on everybody. Period. It wasn't just because of me. So that's a form of self-centeredness about it being all about me. So this is things that I had to learn. You know, I had to learn that these were the kind of behaviors and the kind of thoughts that I needed to get out of my mind and my actions. And I had to learn how to become open-minded. You know, now being open-minded is very tricky. It's about trying something new. And you have to give up old ideas for a new way of life, basically. If you want something new in your life, then those old ideas and those old ways of living aren't working, and you need to give up on them and try something new, you know. Insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. So if you're in your life, if you're sitting there and your life is miserable and bad things are happening to you, there's a good chance that you're still doing the same things over and over again, thinking that because if you do it right, this time it'll work. And the truth is no, that's not how it works. Stop doing those things and try something new, okay? And then the insanity will go away. You know, and I know that that's a hard thing for people to believe in, and I know that's a hard thing for people to do, but it really is the truth, you know. The moment I started giving up on old ideas and trying to literally do new things instead of going and freaking preoccupying myself on this or that, go off and do something new. Once I started doing that, a whole new way of life started opening up to me. And once that happened, I started becoming more and more open-minded. You know, more and more things started happening to me, and I started experiencing better things. And there was hard times too, you know. But in it all, it comes down to a lot of things. The bad things mostly happen because I like to complicate things. Okay, and this comes back to the powerlessness and the control thing. You know, I like to complicate things and overthink stuff. I was too smart for my own good. That's actually a true saying. You know, you can be too smart for your own good. And sometimes, or a lot of times, most of the time, the best way of dealing with stuff is to keep it simple. Don't complicate things. Sometimes the easiest solution, or the best solution, is the most easiest. You know, that's one thing that I can actually say that is very, very important. So, after saying all that, now we come to this thing about turning our lives over to something outside of ourselves. Okay. Now, I had to do this in order to change my life, you know, for the better, like I was just saying. This is just something that I had to do. By the time I had ended up in treatment, I had nothing. I was down on my dumps. Um, I ended up homeless on the streets. People that I thought cared about me didn't want anything to do with me. At the time, I thought that my family didn't want anything to do with me, so I was pretty much down and out. You know what I mean? And I knew right there when I finally got into treatment that freaking to, um, I needed help, basically, and I couldn't do it on my own. The pain and the suffering got great enough, and I was finally able to get to that point where I was willing to listen to other people. And that is basically what started my whole adventure. So I went through and I started learning what I just explained to you. But after that, I had to turn my life over to something that was outside of myself. Okay? Stop thinking that I have all this control and I can manage every single detail in my life. I had to learn that freaking something outside of myself could be more than what I am. You know what I mean? That something outside of myself could have more power than what I had, and I had to. First I learned how to. Well, first of all, I did it because I wanted a better life. I had nothing. My life was horrible, and I wanted things to get better. So first, it ended up being the groups that I was involved in, and then after a while, it didn't happen overnight, but after a while, I ended up getting a sponsor. Now, for anybody who isn't, in the program, NAA or NAA 12-step programs, this is just an accountability partner. That's all it is. It's just a person that you can run ideas off of. A group of friends that you can go out and get a group of friends who you trust, and run ideas through, talk about serious stuff, small talk even, but the important thing is getting an accountability partner, somebody who you can talk about the more serious things to. That is something that really is important, especially when you need guidance. When things aren't really working out in your life, and you need somebody who you can talk to and who can relate to you and kind of give you good suggestions, things of that nature. Now, when you do this, the whole snare to this is something that people have an issue with now with these accountability partners. The best thing for you to do is choose one who's not close to you. You know what I mean? And I'm talking about just one other person, somebody who's not close to you, but also somebody who's not in your family. That's the most important thing, because you are going to be telling this person confidential stuff that you really don't want your family to know about. Some of it will be about your family. So having an accountability partner that you can sit and talk to and tell them, look, man, I need help with this person's driving me crazy, I need to be able to cope with this or that's very important. And you shouldn't feel like you can't talk to them about it. You know what I mean? This should be somebody who is not closely tied to you. Catholics have a Catholic priest that they do this stuff with. Regular churches, they do pastors, preachers. It doesn't have to be that. If you believe in psychology, it could be a therapist, a counselor or psychiatrist, whatever. Just somebody that you can do that way. Or it could be somebody who is really smart about these things, and you know them casually, you know what I mean? But you know them enough to where you trust them, okay? Don't get me wrong on that one. This should be somebody that you trust because you are going to tell them some intimate secrets that you don't want just anybody to know. It's very, very, very important that you understand that. Now, the reason why it's hard for people to do this stuff is because it takes willingness to do this stuff. You have to be willing to open yourself up to another person and allow them to listen to your deepest, darkest secrets. And this is where things get really crazy because so far, you know, you have to become honest. You have to become have open-mindedness, and now you have to become willing. So, oh my God, now I have to turn around and I have to freaking be willing to allow this person to sit down with me and let me tell them everything about me, you know. And that's pretty tough. Most people don't have the courage to do that. It's very, very humbling, and it's something that a lot of people have an issue about. Now, when it comes to accountability partners, this is the reason why it's mostly important. Also, it's also good to go and hang out with this group of people that you feel comfortable with and discuss things, you know what I mean? But having somebody that you can literally talk to on a personal level, and this isn't your husband or your wife, this isn't your kids or your family, this isn't your best friend from down the street. This is somebody that is completely separate from all of that. You know what I mean? Run this stuff by them, because it's very important that you do. Because here in a little bit, I'll go over some of that stuff, and I will kind of elaborate on that. But it's very important that you have a person who can hear this stuff and be able to kind of give you suggestions on some of the directions that you can go on, because suggestions as well, that's really the hard part when it comes to the willingness, so not only do you have to be willing to allow this person to listen to your stuff, but you have to also be willing to take suggestions from them whenever they give you feedback, and that gets into the whole wording behind accountability partner, okay? Getting an accountability partner and being willing to do what needs to be done, because after this, it gets into a moral inventory. You have to, I had to learn how to take a moral inventory of myself, and with me, I had to do this with my accountability partner, which was my sponsor, and I had to learn right from wrong, basically. So it became very, very very, very tedious and very, very long. I didn't get to this point until about maybe a year and a half after I sobered up. I had to learn. I had to learn how to be all of the stuff that I needed to be in order to, understand this stuff. Because, like I've already mentioned, honesty, open-mindedness, and willingness. Now, this is the kind of thing that I'm talking about. I had no concept of right from wrong. All right. Now, when you go to somebody who's a preacher, they've been to college or university, and they've learned about the Bible, for example, these people, when you tell them that you're trying to be honest and open-minded and willing, they automatically understand that that means you're trying to remain teachable. Because in order to remain teachable, you have to be honest, open-minded, and willingness. And it's common thought. They actually teach you that as a preacher or a priest or any kind of religious background. But me, I didn't understand those concepts. I didn't know what that was all about, so I had to learn it. In everything, I've learned that life is a process, and I had to understand that. That was something that was very, very hard for me, but I did finally get to understand that. So this, I got to this point about a year and a half, and even at that point, before I did an inventory of myself and shared it with another person, it took me another 6 months before I could even do that, because I was trying to be so I nitpicked. I wanted it to be precise. So that was something else I had to deal with. Okay, so let me go ahead and I'm gonna mute this and go to the bathroom. I should have done this at the beginning. I apologize, guys. I'll be right back. Okay, sorry about that, guys. I am back. Gotta make sure I'm. Now, before I get started here, let me also say something too. Before I go any further in this conversation, I do want to let people know that what I'm saying here isn't religious. Okay, everything that I'm discussing and the things that I'll be discussing even further is spiritual principles. Now, these are things that is in every single religion. Okay, these concepts are. It doesn't matter if you're Buddhist. It doesn't matter if you're Hindu. It doesn't matter if you're Catholic or Christian. It doesn't matter if you're Muslim. These principles are all there. Not only is it in every religion, but pretty much every human being on earth understands that these are good things. Okay, now that includes even atheists, because there's principles here that determines that if you're a good person or if you're a bad person. If you want a better life or if you don't want a better life. And this is basically something that I learned that was an outline. It was an outline. So I ended up learning that, that I needed to achieve this. This was a goal that I needed to achieve. This is a practical path that I had followed that actually worked. There's a lot of things in my life that I can say doesn't work. There's a lot of things that went horribly wrong, things of that nature. But I can honestly tell you that this stuff worked, you know. This isn't from book learning, which I did. I studied up on this stuff, but I also can tell you this is also from experience. This is things that I know personally on a personal level. Um, and I understand that, you know, a lot of people have issues about this, and the reason why it has a lot of issues about it is because you have to confront things which are very very personal in your life, things that really aren't great, you know what I mean? Now, that's with that being said, you know, I also want to say that these things right here have to do with making decisions, you know. I had to make a decision. I had to set goals. Now, manageability, yeah, that's something that I mentioned before. How manageable is my life? Now, that is something that, as time went by, I got better at managing little bits of my life and taking care of things that needed to be done. But that doesn't mean that my life had become manageable. You know, there's still other parts of my life that isn't manageable. So I had to learn how to do it. And the way I did it was I set goals. Now, what I did is I started making goals for the day, and then I'd do it for the week, and then I did it for a month, and so forth, right? And having an accountability partner helped out in this, because I'd make a list every day, and whenever I made that list every day, I would try to go out and make sure that stuff was done. Now, a lot of times, everything on that list never got finished, and that is where a person who would be my accountability partner could had told me, my sponsor had told me, you know, it's okay, don't worry about it, just take what you didn't do that day and put it on the list for the next day. You see what I mean? It'll get done as long as you keep putting it on the list. So if you don't finish that list that day, just add it to the next one, you know. And eventually, as time went by, things got done, you know. And the more I did it, the better I got at it. It's kind of like with this whole streaming thing, you know. I hear people talk all the time saying, "Oh man, you do so much. You do so," and it's like I tell them, I was like, "No, man, I really don't do all that much. I'm just doing everything according to a schedule, you know." And as time went by, I got better at it. So I set goals, basically. You know, what is it that I want to do today? What is it that I want to do a week from now, a month from now, a year from now, 5 years? You know, I've got all that set up. Now, another thing I want to mention too is with these suggestions, okay? And, if a person makes a suggestion or wants you to make a decision on something, maybe go into some kind of deal with them, or any kind of decision that's important, you know, an important decision. My suggestion to you would be wait a day before answering. Now, Robert Rayleigh, my old sponsor, is the one who told me that. He's like, whenever you make your goals and stuff like that, when people come up with ideas and stuff and they introduce it to you, you don't have to jump on the bandwagon right then and there. Wait a day. Tell them, well, let me get back to you in a day, you know, and then sit and think about it and make your decision after that day, so that you have the time to decide if it's a good idea or not. Plus, it kind of fills out the other person too, because like if you don't give them an immediate answer, then there's a good chance that that person will run off and try to get somebody else to do it too. You know what I mean? Because all they want is somebody to freaking go and do it with. Now, not all the time is that true, but sometimes they do want you specifically to do something with them. But if they aren't, they won't be there the next day. You know what I mean? Or that deal won't be there the next day, or that decision won't have to be made that day or the next day because they had already moved on to somebody else and they don't need you anymore. So, wait a day on making any kind of decisions and stuff like that. That's very important. And I'd suggest, talking to your accountability partner or a group of people before you make any kind of commitments towards people. Wait a day and discuss it with people that you trust and that you value their suggestions from. So that's something that was very, very important for me to understand. And remaining teachable, that's another thing that's very important. Just remain teachable, and all of this is important because what it is you're going to start taking inventory of yourself. That's what I had to do. I had to start taking inventory of myself. I ended up taking inventory with my sponsor on my fourth step, and that had to do with accountability. I had to take responsibilities for the wrongs that I did, while at the same time I had to do like a fourth step and a fifth step, and this had to do with resentments. So I had to make a list of people that I had a resentment for, and I had to not only make the list of it, but then I had to look at where I played a part in it. I had to literally take the other person out of the picture altogether and say, look, now where did I play a part in this situation? Even though this person may have punched me in the face, where did I play a part in that? Well, maybe it was because I got loudmouth and started talking shit to him, which pissed him off, and he punched me smack in the freaking kisser. You know what I mean? So I played a part in this because I was talking bad about him and insulting him. You know what I mean? So I had to do stuff like that. And these were people that I had resentments against. Where did I play a part in this resentment? Not what they did. It's not what they did to me. It's where did I play a part in it, It's kind of like a switch. All of a sudden, instead of me freaking justifying why I had a resentment towards somebody and why they're such horrible people, I'm saying, now hold on a minute. What did you do? How did you play a part in all this, So that is what it became me taking responsibility for the wrongs I did, while looking at me and saying this is where I played a part. I also had to be thorough. I had to have thoroughness. With this, I had to go back all the way through my life, and I had to name all the people that I could remember who I had a resentment for. From that point on, all the way back to as far back as I could remember, I had to make a list of them. So I started making a list of all these people that I had a resentment against. And there were certain things that I found out from my sponsors, that was very, very important to me. And the one thing I had to have explained to me, and I've brought this up before too, about resentments, and there's a little bit of feedback about it, but what I learned was there's a difference between anger and resentment. Okay, now anger is a natural emotion. Everybody gets angry. Okay, and there's like seconds that emotions are supposed to happen. They don't happen and then just stick around. Like anger happens maybe 3-4 seconds, and then it's gone. Maybe a little bit longer, but it's gone. Now a resentment is when you get angry and the emotion doesn't go away. Okay? Now, you have to take that into consideration. So when I'm sitting there and I'm making this list of all the resentments that I had to learn that there's a difference between anger and resentment. So the first thing I had to understand was if I remembered the resentment, then it's a resentment, okay? So write it down. If it wasn't a resentment and it was just something that I got angry about, then all I'd have to do, or I wouldn't even remember it, okay? And so if I remembered it, write it down, because I just didn't. You don't remember every time that you got angry with somebody, you know what I'm saying? But when you have a resentment that's strong enough, it could last for years. So now the reason why I had to do this is because I was also taught that resentment is the number one offender. Okay, now for a lot of people that they want to have that conscious contact with their higher power or the God of their understanding. Okay, now conscious contact with a higher power is blocked because of unfinished business from the past. You need to understand that, and that is something that I really do believe in. Unfinished business from the past can literally block you from any kind of conscious contact with a higher power. It could also block you from relationships with people around you, things of that nature, because you have unfinished business from the past that really bog you down. And these are things that I have had to deal with even to this day. I have two sons of mine, that I had to deal with. I got over resentments with their parents, but because of a lot of issues that we had, my sons never got a chance to really spend time with me. And when they did finally start spending times with me, then they didn't really like me all that well. So now I've got to work on trying to get over a lot of things that happened with them. That I love them to death, and I know they love me to death, but we don't see eye to eye on a lot of things, and that's something that I have to overcome, because I'm just I love them, and I want to have a meaningful relationship with them, but all of that comes back to me asking myself, where did you play a part in all this? And that's something that I have to do on an everyday basis. I have to always ask myself, what did you do, or what part did you play in that? And it's about having that conscious contact. Now, if you don't do these things, then you're blocked from because of it, like I was saying. And you have to understand too, there's a conscious and then there's an unconscious. That's something else that a lot of people have a really, really hard time with. That causes more problems for people than anything else I know. There's been people that I have talked with that really don't even believe that the unconscious mind even exists. Okay, I've met people who believe that that spirits or gods or something are what's actually talking to you. It's not an unconscious mind. So whenever that happens, what happens is unresolved issues gets packed into your brain, and it's back there. So you're hearing these voices and you're thinking that God's talking to you, but in reality what's happening is you're talking to yourself, and you're saying that it's an outside force that's doing it. Okay, you're thinking externally, and by doing that, you're denying yourself the ability to resolve unfinished business within your life that's caused you grief, and it all has to do with pride and ego. Okay, now pride and ego creates denial, and it blocks us from sober thinking and true understanding. And the one thing about sober thinking that you have to understand is sober thinking is a state of mind, it's not a state of being. Okay, and I'll get into that later, but pride and ego is what creates denial, and it blocks us from sober thinking and true understanding of what's going on in the world around us. Now, ego is when you do something that either makes you feel real big, makes you feel real grandiose, or you take pride in somebody else. Like, and this is something that I'm watchful about too, like saying that you're proud of somebody, or taking actual pride out of something that somebody close to you has done, making you feel proud. You know what I mean? That builds on the ego, and not only does it make you feel big, but there's also another side to it too. Your ego and your pride, it also allows you to justify your own actions, and that's good or bad, because your son went off to university. You justify that because you justify your own life because look what my efforts have done. It's made him a college student. You know what I mean? Or this dude I had a resentment against. Frickin', he deserves for me to have a resentment against him because he did this. You see what I'm saying? I'm justifying the reason why I'm having a resentment because he did this. I should be resentful. You know what I mean? That's bad. So that's all about the ego. Okay? Now, you need to understand that for everything that we do that's good, and also for all the things that we justify in our ego, we also have an alter ego that does the opposite. Okay, so for every good thing that you're doing in your life, and for everything that you've justified your actions for, good or bad, then there's that alter ego that's in the back of your head, the subconscious mind, okay, the unconscious. And that alter ego is growing just as strong as what your ego is. So the bigger your ego is, the bigger your alter ego is. Okay? Now, when the ego grows, the alter ego grows too. Alright? Now that happens unconsciously in the back of your head. And when that happens, when certain things good happen in your life, okay, this is a good example. When you have good things that are happening in your life, and they just keep going and they keep going, you have this thought of the other shoe dropping. You know what I mean? Something bad's going to happen that's going to ruin it. Now that is your alter ego. Okay? And you need to understand that that's what that is. That's your alter ego playing on you. So take that into consideration. Now, when the best thing to say now is get back, because I want to stay on topic. But you need to understand that resentment is because of pride, okay? And pride comes before guilt, all right? Now, you've got guilt, shame, and remorse. And that's what happens. That's the end result, okay? But resentment is caused because of your pride and your ego. So you have big pride, you've got pride, and you've got a big ego, and all of a sudden that's been bruised or hurt, and you develop a resentment from it. Now, as time goes by, that's going to cause you guilt, shame, and remorse. Okay. Now, subconsciously, what happens is we become driven by our guilt while justifying our actions and taking credit for the things that we've done. You see what I mean? So it's kind of like you're making a list of all these great things that you've done, and you're just checking it off. Look how great of a person I am. I did this, I did this, I did this. And that's what your life becomes, you know. You're a great person because of the things that you've done. Now, the best way I can say to alter that is, you know, doing things for others. You know what I mean? Go out and do things for others. Do things expecting nothing in return. You know what I mean? That's the best thing to do. Help other people and don't expect anything in return. Okay? As a matter of fact, do things without taking credit for it. And if you can, you know, try doing stuff for people without them even knowing who did it. You know, don't tell them afterwards either. Just do it and make it to where they don't even know that you did anything for them. You know what I mean? That's basically the best way of dealing with that kind of stuff. You know, because you have to avoid pride and ego. Pride comes before the fall. And that's the honest to God truth. It really is. So just be aware of stuff like that, you know. So for me, what I had to do is I had to finally start learning about admitting to another person about my wrongs. Okay. Now I had turned around and I had made this inventory of all the people who I had a resentment for, and I started learning about the resentment process and anger and resentment and all that stuff that I just explained to you. But after that, I had to take that list of people that I had a resentment for, and I had to take it to my sponsor or my accountability partner. And that was basically it. I had to take that to him. And now, when I did that, I took this list of all these people, and this is people all throughout my life, and I shared it with this person. And the thing about it is this person I trusted. You know what I'm saying? I trusted this person. That is something that I have to always go back over and say to people, you know, this has to be somebody that you trust. Now you can, if you want, if the opportunity arises that you can go out and just meet some total stranger and just spill all of it out on them, you can do that. But you need to understand that, like for me and for a lot of people who want to live a spiritual life and have something better for themselves, they do this stuff in order to achieve something, and there's a goal involved. You know what I'm saying? So I'm striving to do something here. So when I go and I turn around and I gave this information to the person that I trusted, I wanted them to do something with that information. Okay? And that is what's important. It's really important because, like I said, for me, I'm so stuck in myself and so self-centered that everything's about me, and I'm not able to see myself from another person's point of view. So I take these resentments and I take it to them, and then I explain to them why I have these resentments. And all the time they're sitting there and they're listening to me. Okay? So while they're doing that, you know, and like I said, preferably the person that you take these to is an accountability partner, you know, somebody that you've chosen. I chose my sponsor, but while I'm doing that with him, Um, um, I make sure that I chose somebody who has the ability to understand what it is that I've done. You know what I mean? By taking the inventory, they understood what I've done by doing it. So they have to be on the same level there, understanding that look, I'm taking an inventory of myself, and this is what I've done. Okay, and what I'm planning on achieving. You know, so beforehand they understood that this is what I've done, this is what I plan to achieve, and I explained it to them. Now, this person understood that before we went into it, okay? And what my sponsor had to do is my sponsor had to listen, and while he was listening, he was also taking an inventory of me as well. So I'm sitting there and I'm listing off all these people that I had a resentment for, and while I'm listing all of these people that I had a resentment for, he's writing out a list of all of the character defects that I had. Okay, so he's taking an inventory as well. Now the reason for that is because he's listening to my story. He's hearing it from his perspective. He's separate from my family. He's separate from my friends, and he's separate from me. And he's taking an honest evaluation of what I'm saying, and he's saying, "Look, this is your character defects. These are your wrong. So this is where you played a part in it." You know what I mean? Even though I felt that this was where I played a part in it, he's doing the same thing. So we're going to find out what's going on there, you know. And he understood this before we even got into the process. So if you're not in one of these 12-step programs and you do want to do that and you want to get yourself an accountability partner, you want to run through an inventory with them, explain to them what it is that that you've done. You've taken an inventory of yourself, and also explain to them your plan, what it is that you plan on achieving from it. Okay, and that would be that person, him or her, preferably a man with a man, a woman with a woman, because women can relate to women a lot more than men can, and vice versa. You know, so, but that is preferable. But they are going to, you need to make sure that they understand that they're going to be doing an inventory of you too. Okay, now for all the resentments that you have, you're going to have to tell your accountability partner, and that accountability partner has to list the character defects in you to you. So by the time you're done, you'll finish off that list, and then you'll have another list of all your character defects, your shortcomings, whatever you want to call them. It's all the same thing. When you hear shortcomings, character defects, your wrongs, all of that stuff, it's basically the same thing. They're just using different words. It's a writing style. Most people used to do it so that they didn't use the same word over and over again. So you're finally to the point where now you're getting a list of all your character defects. These are also sins too. Basically, this is like the secular way of saying your sins. All right. Now, the one thing that you need to understand too, okay, is that whenever he's doing this, you need to realize that for everything there's an opposite, and that's one of the reasons why I got really interested in doing the stream that I did with Bob, though, because we were discussing duality and stuff of that nature, and I thought that was pretty cool that we were doing that, you know. So that is one of the reasons that I did it because you need to understand that for everything there is an opposite, okay? Now, like I said, your accountability partner, sponsor, just whatever, they have to list those sins or character defects that you have in each resentment, okay? Now, um, sometimes you'll get people who don't want to go that extremes, and they'll just tell you straight out, "Oh, that's not bad. Just throw that away." Even in that case, don't be a control freak. You know what I mean? Don't flip out. Just be okay with it and let it go. All right, that's fine. But get a list of your character defects, because with all these resentments, you're going to start seeing repeating patterns that happen when you're going through them and discussing them with this person. And this happens over and over again all throughout your life. You're going to start realizing that there's patterns in your life. There's behaviors that have happened over and over and over again, and it goes back to insanity, doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. Okay, and you're going to start seeing this stuff and recognizing it when you're doing this. Okay, now the thing is for everything there is an opposite. Okay, and you have to understand what those wrongs, sins, character defects are, so that you can come up with an opposite to that. And that's where we'll get into here in a little bit. And after you're done, there's two ways of doing this. I've heard of people burning their resentment list, and I've heard of people keeping them. Kind of on the wall about that. Burning your resentment list is fine, but the thing of it is you also keep the list of character defects that your accountability partner made for you. So you can keep the resentment list if you have a bad memory, because you're going to need to make another list later on. But you can also burn it and be done, and then later on in your when you go to make amends for people that you've harmed, you're going to have to still pull these people up. So if you have a bad memory, you can keep that resentment list so that you can keep it fresh in your mind, and you can be able to go through and put them on that list too, because they will eventually become a part of people that you have to make amends to. And that is where it goes against the grain, like I said. So all these people that you've had resentments for, you've gone through and you've found out where you played the part in this situation, and you've taken them completely out of the equation, and you've looked at yourself and said, this is where I played a part in it, and you've taken responsibility for your own actions. So now you have to go to these same people who you once had a resentment for, and you have to ask them for forgiveness. You have to ask them, you have to make amends with them. And I should actually hold off on that, because I said forgiveness. And I want to make a difference, or I want to differentiate the difference between making an amends and asking for forgiveness, or saying I'm sorry. So I'll get to that here in a minute. But I do want to do that. Now, after you've burnt the resentment list, or if you kept it, you'll end up with this list of character defects that your accountability is made for you. Now, you have to look for the opposite of those character defects or those sins. Now, the best references that you can go through, or some of the stuff that I learned from, was you can go through the 7 deadly sins. That's a good way of doing it. There's also Saint Francis prayer. That's a good one too, because in there it talks about the opposites. It talks about duality and things of that nature. Where there is hatred, allow me to show love, I believe, stuff of that nature. So for every opposite, you know what I mean. You have to understand that you have to understand what the opposite of your sins are. So this is my sin. This is the opposite of it. So you have to understand that. And like I said, the 7 deadly sins is a really good way of doing it. Go according to that when you do your fourth or fifth step, or when I did my fifth step, I had to have my sponsor listen to what I said and then go off of the 7 deadly sins and categorize what sin that was that I had to work on. So, and that would lead me into my character defects. You see, working on my character defects and trying to get rid of them, or at least bring them down to a minimum, because nobody can really get rid of character defects or sins. They're always going to be a part of us. They have an old saying you can love me for my good qualities, or no, you can like me for my good qualities, but you better love me for my character defects. And the reason why they say that is because people have character defects, you know what I'm saying? So if you can't overlook somebody's character defects, then there's a good chance that you're not going to get along with them for very much time, you know what I mean? So every religion too, by the way, has this kind of setup, this kind of the equivalence of what Christians call sin. So you don't have to be a Catholic, you don't have to be a freaking preacher or you don't have to be a regular church person other than the Catholic Church who doesn't believe in confession and stuff, because that's what this really starts sounding like. To be honest, it sounds like going to confession and stuff of that nature, but it's not. Okay, but the whole thing about this stuff is like there's an equivalence to this when it comes to your sins or your shortcomings in every religion. You have the Christian religion, then you have the Buddhist, it doesn't matter if you're Buddhist, it doesn't matter if you're Hindu, it doesn't matter, Muslim, none of them. Every single one of them has these concepts. So anybody can do this, you know what I mean? Just understand that for everything there's an opposite. So for all of those sins, character defects, whatever, there's an opposite of that according to your religion or not to your religion. And anybody can do this. So that is very, very important to understand. Now, that is what I wanted to do now. I wanted to mention the fact that you have to learn this stuff. This is just learning it, okay? Now, you have to find out what the opposite of your sins and character defects are, okay? And that's just learning it. Now, after that, you have to go and admit the exact nature of your wrongs, okay? And like I said, for everything there's an opposite, okay? So you need to find out what the opposites of your sins are, and you have to pay attention to when you are doing these things, and you have when you start paying attention to when you're doing these things, you also have to change your behavior. So as time goes by, you now know what the opposite of your wrongs are, and as time goes by, you'll be able to recognize your wrongs and you'll be able to change them because you know what the opposite of that is. If you're doing this bad behavior, just stop doing this bad behavior and start doing the opposite. And as time goes by, it'll get easier and you'll start doing things on an easier level, and you don't have to worry about all that stuff. So that is very, very important. This is probably the golden nugget when it comes to 12-step programs, because they have really, really harnessed this. I've heard people talking about um, samsara and freaking just shit like that, and all of this crazy, crazy stuff when none of them even talk about this. They don't talk about your behaviors and changing from your bad behaviors to your good behaviors. And there's a lot of prayers involved. Don't get me wrong. There are tons and tons of prayers involved in this stuff. Praying all the time. But when it comes down to it, it is all about changing your behaviors. And as you change your behaviors and you start thinking with a good mind, then all of a sudden you start changing into a better person. And even if you don't believe it at first, what happens is you start believing it. You start thinking to yourself, hey man, this is pretty cool, you know what I mean? And all of a sudden you become a different person than what you were when you first started. And like I said, all of this stuff is personal experience as well as learning how to do this. And you'll hear people always say this, and I've said it too, life is a process, and it really is. Good things happen to people that do good things. Bad things happen to people that do bad things. But on the same token, bad things happen to good people, and good things happen to bad people. That's just the way life is. But we get a chance to make a decision. We're the ones who gets to decide what it is that we want. I've heard people talk about predetermination and self-determination. I believe it's a little bit of both. I believe that we have the right to make those decisions which can change our life, but also there are things that do happen. You know what I mean? If you do certain things will happen. So I think it's a little bit of both. That's a little bit of that spiritual stuff I was telling you guys about. So those are some of the things that I do believe in, and this is something that has been really, really profound to me when it comes to my life and things that I've actually learned from it. And being honest, I'll tell you right now, I sobered up in 2003. I stuck with the 12-step programs for 8 years. After 8 years, I ended up not going to 12-step programs. Now, I could get into the whole reason why I stopped going, but I'm not going to, because I'm going to tell you right now, those programs saved my life. They did so much for me that I could never, ever repay them, and for that I am grateful. Maybe here before long I might go back and I might attend meetings and stuff of that nature, but people don't know what tomorrow brings. I had to go through a lot of things which changed my life, and being away from these meetings and stuff like that has also brought me closer to reality. I actually I learned a lot about the reality of life. You know what I mean? When I first sobered up, I was all about being happy, joyous, and free. I had this, cobweb in my head where everything was beautiful and sunshine and stuff of that nature. And it was all about going to these meetings. I had become addicted to these meetings, just like I was addicted to drugs and alcohol. got to around my 8th year, and that's when I finally decided not to go anymore. And I made that decision, and since then, I've been around my family. I've gotten to actually know them more than what I did before. My parents are elderly now, and I help take care of them. And that's actually what has really opened my mind to a lot of things. I wish my life was happier, but it is what it is. And I still have to deal with all the issues of taking care of my parents and stuff of that nature, and being around my family and struggling with my sons and my sisters and my nephews and my nieces, and getting angry about stuff that's not really important if I really stop and take a look at it. But at least I'm doing it, and that's what life's about. So this is like the whole spiritual aspect of things to me, learning how to live life on life's terms. That's another term that you'll hear a lot of from people, in these 12-step programs. But it's something that I had to learn, and what it really comes down to is I had to understand the opposite of my character defects, and then I had to pay attention and recognize when I was doing these things in my life, and change those behaviors. And now I know what the opposite of these bad behaviors are. I have to just start doing them, and that's where the action starts coming into play. So after that, that's when things start getting more into the prayer side, and that's when you have to start asking through prayer. You have to start asking your higher power to take away these shortcomings. Okay. Now this becomes a habit. It becomes instinct. The more you do it, the more you first you recognize your shortcomings, and then you pray. And then when you pray, you ask Him to take away your shortcomings. You know what the opposite of it is, and all the time that you're doing this, it becomes repetition. And the more repetition that happens, the more of a habit it becomes. So it's becoming habit that you recognize where you're doing things that are wrong, and you're automatically stopping, you're praying, and then you go and you do the opposite of it. Okay, so all of a sudden your thinking is you're changing your way of thinking, and this goes back to change, So it's pretty cool, and all of this is it's a profile. It really is. I mean that's really what it comes. It's an outline. It's an outline to life. Yeah, I've heard that too. And it's true. It really is. And these are spiritual principles. Okay, these are not religious. They are in religion, but they are spiritual principles. And just understand, the difference between spirituality and religion is that religious people are sitting in church thinking about fishing, and spiritual people are fishing and thinking about God. You see, so that's all you got to understand. Keep it simple. You know what I mean? Ask your higher power to take away those shortcomings. And each time that those shortcomings crop up, pray. And also stop doing them. That's important. You got to remember to stop doing them. And as time goes by, you'll get better at recognizing your own bad behaviors, and you'll start replacing them with good behaviors. And then all of a sudden, you're living your life and doing good things instead of bad things. And life works out. And that is really where the whole part of the program comes into. You're going through a change, a physical, actual change in the real world. You know what I mean? It's not just talking the talk, you're walking the walk. You're becoming somebody, and you actually believe in the things that you're doing at this point. You know what I mean? So at this point, you should be, if you're in a 12-step program, you should be up around the 7th step, and you're starting to walk the walk, and you're getting things down, starting to figure some stuff out. Now, sometimes you're going to have to do this stuff minute to minute. It's going to be on a minute to minute basis sometimes. Now, and this is for the rest of your life. But the cool part about the rest of your life thing is you do it for the rest of your life, one day at a time. Okay, because you don't think that far ahead. You don't think a week or a month or a year from now when it comes to this stuff. It's one day at a time. Okay. And that's the beauty of it, thinking one day at a time. You can set goals and you can set schedules and stuff like that, but what's happening right here and now, that's more important than what's going to happen a month from now. And that's a concept that a lot of people have a hard time dealing with, you know. So those are some key aspects that you have to understand and you have to learn. I know that when it comes to one day at a time and doing this stuff for the rest of your life, a lot of people don't like that, you know what I mean? And they don't like the idea of having to keep an eye on when your character defects or your sins pop up and stuff like that, and then stop doing them, and doing it on a minute-to-minute basis sometimes. But let me reassure you that as you go along and you keep doing this stuff and you keep practicing these things, you get better at it, okay? And the better you get at it, the easier it becomes, so that eventually it's just second nature. You know it. You recognize bad behaviors. Now, there's a flip side to that too, because what happens is while you're doing this stuff and you're taking inventory of yourself, all of a sudden all of the bad behaviors that everybody around you are doing starts popping up into your eyesight. You start seeing it, and that's when you go from taking your own inventory to taking somebody else's inventory, and then life becomes really, really interesting, okay? Because now you have to learn how to practice humility. And humility, when you hear that word humility, you know, people think, oh, he's practicing humility, he's just such a great guy. You know, that's a load of shit. Okay? The key word is practice. Okay? And humility. When I practice humility, that means that I have an ego, I'm full of pride, and I'm self-centered. It's all about me. So when I'm practicing humility, that means I have to do it in order to change myself from being that person. Okay? So practicing humility isn't like all that great and noble of a thing, you know what I mean? If I was a great and noble person, then I wouldn't have to practice humility. It would come natural to me, you know what I mean? So that is really where things start to happen when it comes to when it comes to all of that stuff, you know. I had to learn it. It wasn't easy. I had to memorize these prayers. I had to learn how to get down on my knees and pray. And you know, I've even heard people say, and you know, it doesn't matter if you believe in God or not, just pray. You know what I mean? Just do it. If you make a habit of praying, get down on your knees and pray. If you have knees problems, don't worry about getting on your knees. Just get down and pray. Um, then then you then you don't have to worry about it. You know what I'm saying? Or, just get down on your knees. If something happens, and there's a change in your life, is what I'm saying. Then something worked. If nothing happens, then don't worry about it. You didn't lose anything. You know what I mean? But you tried it. You know what I mean? You tried it. So do stuff like that for about maybe 6 months and see if something happens in your life. Now, a lot of people that I've dealt with has had issues with mental illness, and here lately, I've been noticing a lot of them when it comes to dealing with their mental illness. They like to avoid things like having a subconscious mind, and they don't want to get into routines where they have to actually change their behaviors. And it seems like to me that they've fallen into this rut where they believe that this is a curse that's been put on them for the rest of their life. And for me, the thing that helped me out the most was when it was finally pointed out to me that, look, man, this isn't a disease. You know what I mean? That mental illness is an illness. And there's a difference between an illness and a disease. There really is. Now, an illness can be cured. A disease can't. Well, they can be, but there's a mental illness can be like when you're ill from a cold. You know what I mean? You can get rid of a cold by taking your medicine. It's the same thing with your mental illness. You don't have to sit and take medicine for the rest of your life because you have a mental illness. You just don't have to. There's moral psychology and things of that nature that can help you out. So just remember that when you think about those things. You know what I mean? And it'll help you. It'll really, really help you. So with me, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to start talking about making a list of those that we've harmed. Now I had to learn how to do that as well. I had to go back and make another list of the people that I've harmed in my life, and I had to become willing to make amends to them. Now that the resentment list is taken care of, then you come to this point where you've already learned your character defects. You've learned the opposite of your character defects. You've started to somewhat get a handle of some of the people in your past that you've harmed, and you have to write that down on a list. These are the people that you've harmed, or that I've harmed. Okay. So I'm making a new list, basically, okay, and list those people that are on my resentment list. That's what I ended up doing, because I ended up finding out where I played a part and all that, and I ended up hurting them just as well as them hurting me. But the important part is I have to realize that I played a part in that. Okay, so I took them out of the equation altogether, and I said, okay, this is where I played a part. So once I freaking figured out where I played a part in that situation, I realized that I need to make an amends to that person, because I had done harm to them just as well as them doing harm to me, if they did, So they ended up going on my list as well. Okay. And now I have to freaking make that new list, okay? Um, so I went from the resentment list to making a list of my character defects to making the opposite of a list of the opposite of my character defects is. And now I'm making an amends list. So those are 4 lists that I had to make. Alright. And this is the kind of stuff that I started learning when it comes to spirituality and trying to change my life for the better and do things. And this is what I was trying to say. It's hard for me to actually talk about this stuff because a lot of people have their dead set ways, and it doesn't matter if they're into ghosts and UFOs, which, if you guys have been around me for any significant amount of time, you know that I've gotten into UFOs, ghosts, and stuff of that nature. Strange, bizarre, and weird stuff, I've heard a lot of amazing stories, about spirituality and about the paranormal, about supernatural things. But this is my spiritual journey. There isn't really very much stuff there that would be exciting to those people. You know what I mean? So for me, it's kind of awkward for me to talk about this stuff. So that's one reason why I wanted to do this. I did an interview before with my partner on Wonderful World of Weirdness, John Clark, about a year ago, and we kind of went through this stuff. So, and we got quite a bit of it done, and but there was so much more. You know what I mean? Like right here, this is making a list of people that I had to make amends to, people that I had harmed, and that's because of my wrongdoings. And you also have to understand that by this point too, you start figuring out that there's more people involved too. Not only am I going to be putting people on my resentment list, on this new list, but I'm also going to be putting people on this list who I had no resentments for whatsoever. And by the time I made it to this process, I had started figuring out that there were more people that I had resentments for that I didn't know before. So I went back to my accountability partner and I told it to them and ran it by them first to see if I needed to add them to my resentment list, because I could have been overdoing it. I have a tendency of complicating the stuff, so I ran it by them, and after that I started adding new people that I didn't think I had a resentment for, and I ended up having a resentment for. And also there's people that I'd harmed that I wasn't aware of when I took my 4th step and my 5th step and made a list of all the people that I that did harm to, or that I had a resentment for. So things ended up coming up new that was on this list that wasn't involved in that one, because I'd gone through the whole process of looking at my character defects and changing my way of behaving towards the opposite of what my character defects were, So that's kind of what happened at this point. Now, the one thing that I do have to also mention is that there's a difference between making an amends and saying sorry. Now, I mentioned this before and I said I'd come back to it. This is where I need to come back to it, because this is very important. Now, there's a difference between making an amends and apologizing or saying you're sorry. Now you need to understand that you've got to be willing to approach these people and say that you're willing to do whatever it takes to make an amends for what you have done. Okay. This is just having a willingness at this point. You have to become willing to say this. All right. So in between actually doing it and taking and doing the list, while you're doing the list, you've also got to become willing to do it. If you think that you're able to do it, your willingness could be there. But there's a lot of people who really aren't willing to go to their enemies and ask for their, ask if they can make amends to them for what they've done wrong. That's a really, really big order to make. So just understand that, I had to become willing to do this stuff. So, and a lot of the time, I didn't have the opportunity to make amends to people, and there are still some people that I do have to make amends to, but I haven't been able to because I don't know where they are. I don't know what they've been doing. I don't know any of that, But what I ended up having to do is I ended up having to pray for them. I also ended up having to tell myself that if the opportunity does come up to where I can make amends to those people, then I need to do it. Just being willing to make an amends to those people is important. So that's something that I had to understand, and making amends is not saying sorry. They already know you're sorry, you know what I mean? You have to tell them that you're willing to do whatever it takes to make an amends for what you've done, and that's the whole thing. So this isn't about apologizing. This is about making an amends, and that's very, very important. Now, the thing about this is we start getting into making the actual amends. Now, there's certain things that you have to be careful about. Making amends to people that you've harmed is very, very important. Very important, but it's also dangerous. So, first, understand that an amends is an action word. Okay. Now, I've already mentioned saying sorry isn't acceptable. They know you're sorry. So, you have to say that you were wrong for doing what you had done. Period. You were wrong, and that's it. Now, when you approach a person, you tell them that you'll do whatever it takes to make an amends to that person, as long as nobody else is hurt in the process. Okay? Now, that's very important. You make an amends to a person as long as it doesn't hurt other people, them or other people. Now, it's kind of controversial on yourself. I've heard some people say that you go to any expense or something like that to get that spiritual experience or whatever. So you're willing to do whatever it takes to stay sober. But then I've also heard people that have said that you don't put yourself in danger, which I'm not one way or the other. I'm just saying, like, you'll hear those two things. So that's kind of controversial in that whole aspect of how you plan on doing it. But you don't make an amends to somebody if it's going to cause harm to them or others, and you have to be aware of that. So as long as nobody else is hurt in the process, it's fine to make an amends to somebody. And when you say amends, what happens is when you say you're willing to do whatever it takes to make an amends, that means if they have something that needs to be done and they say, well, you can go and do this for me, as long as it doesn't cause harm to them or another person, then you can go do it. Go re-roof their house for them. You know what I mean? To make an amends for them. Go to the bank, freaking drop off a freaking payment form, at the bank. Just don't steal anything. You know what I mean? Things of that nature. Make those kinds of amends. Go buy them groceries for a month, 2 months. Make sure that they have food in their house, if they're having a hard time eating. Things of that nature. But you're willing to make an amends to them. Those are amends. Those aren't apologies. That's where amends is an action word. Okay? Now, you need to understand too, like I said, as long as nobody else is hurt in the process. This means if you have cheated on a woman or a man, you do not tell them who the woman or the man that you cheated with was. You don't. That information doesn't have to be shared. That's just because you're causing harm to the person. You know what I mean? Now, in a lot of situations, these situations like this becomes very severe. So it's kind of tricky on that one, on if you should make an amends to someone for committing adultery. Now, if you're the wife or the husband who was married and committed adultery, and you go to them, understand that if these people have issues of their own, your husband or your wife, then it's probably not a good idea for you to tell them that you committed adultery with somebody, because a lot of times they are going to want to know who that person was that you committed adultery with. And when that happens, if you don't tell them who that person is, shit's gonna hit the fan. So first I would suggest that you talk to an accountability partner and you would run it by them and see what their take on it is. And after that, I would go off that, be honest with you. I wouldn't just jump into it head first. I ended up having my second son because of not making a good decision, and I should have actually ran this by my sponsor, which I didn't. It ended up me going to my ex-girlfriend and trying to make an amends to her, and she lunged at me and we started making out, and the next thing you know, 9 months later, there's a baby. So don't get me wrong, I love my son, I really do, but there was a lot of situations, or there were things that could have been avoided if I would have handled that a lot better. I should have ran it by my sponsor, but I decided not to, and I ended up getting caught up into a relationship that wasn't very good. It ended pretty badly. So that is one situation that I do have to say when it comes to that. Run this stuff by your accountability partner / sponsor when you're doing this stuff, and it's very important. Before I did this, I wanted to try to talk about spirituality without keeping it, or without even trying to associate it with like the 12 steps or with any 12-step program, but I'm finding that it's really, really hard to do because, I went into this program and I learned all this stuff and I burned it into my brain. And this is stuff that I know and I live by even to this day. I haven't been back to an AA meeting in over 13 years, but these are things that I still know and I know that I need, and it's because I practiced it for 8 years straight and I burned it into my brain. And it just, for me, it's really interesting how this all has developed in my mind, and when it comes to dealing with stuff that's been going on, I really wish that I could say that all of this paid off and that my life got better, but it didn't. All I can really say about it was that I ended up staying sober, which was a miracle. I couldn't stay sober. Whenever I first started doing this stuff, I just could not do it no matter what, no matter how many times I tried. I'd always get drunk or get high again. But this time, something stuck, and the thing about it is like I learned this stuff. I stuck to it. I started learning how to read books, educating myself. So that was one thing that was really life changing to me. I started wanting to learn. It became almost an obsession, which it was an obsession. It's just like I said with the whole thing with doing AA. I had transferred my addiction from drug and alcohol to AA and the 12 steps and stuff of that nature. I just transferred one addiction to another. So for me, that was a situation that I had to deal with. I ended up having to go on Odyssey and hit refresh. The screen was acting up. Alright, so going through and checking everything. Man, I actually am doing pretty good. According to my estimations, I'm about 10 minutes ahead of schedule. I've really cut through. I've made it all the way up to right around the 9th step. This at this point, you're learned about your sins, your character defects. You've learned about what's the opposite of those, and you're changing your behaviors, and you're starting to see results. Now you're having to go out and you're having to go to the people who were once your enemies, and you have to ask them if you can make amends to them. Not only that, but you're going out to people that you've harmed that you don't have resentments for, and you're doing the same thing for them. I also learned about behaviors and through this whole thing, and I'm like, dude, you treated this person like a complete freaking dick. You know what I mean? You acted like a complete dick to this person. This was wrong, and that sticks into your head too. And then it gets back into what I was talking about before. You start learning about, or you start seeing all of these other things going on around you from people who had absolutely nothing to do with drugs or alcohol. They have the same kind of character defects that you have, and you're seeing them, and it starts, all of a sudden life starts shifting. So now you become the person that freaking sees the same stuff in other people that you once had, and goes to a whole different level. That goes to a level where I have to start practicing how to show humility, um, watch what I say to people, and stop being so critical about it. Even though I see these flaws in other people, I need to just kind of allow them to learn the way I had to learn. That doesn't mean that I can't reach out and try to be a friend to them and stuff like that, but I can't preach to them. I learned that in the fellowship, with the group. Like I said, the group taught me that it's better to lead by example rather than be a preacher. I don't have to preach to people in order for people to change. I can show them by example. Look, this is the way I am. And you can be the same person. Just hang out with me. Let's do some shit. Let's be cool. And you can be the same. You can do the same thing. Life doesn't have to be so hard. And I don't have to go door to door knocking on doors saying, Jesus loves you. And show up to church on blah blah blah. I don't have to be that way. I don't have to walk around with pamphlets and tell people how much Jesus loves them. People don't really like that, and what it comes down to is trying to be of maximum service. And I think that doing stuff like that is more harmful than it is helpful. Man, I'm gonna take a drink of this. Alright. Yeah, so just when it comes to doing these amends, make sure that you're being very, very careful about who you're making these amends to and the motives behind it. Okay, don't make an amends to somebody in order to make yourself feel better. You know what I mean? Even though that this is going to cause harm to that person, you still decide to do it because it'll make you feel better to get it off your chest. You know what I mean? You can say, yes, I did it, and then be done with it, and you'll have a clear conscience. Well, what you just did to this person harmed them. You know what I mean? So that's not good. Don't do that. You know what I mean? And I know that sounds kind of complicated. You know what I mean? But it's really not. Don't try to make an amends to somebody to clear your own conscience, even though you know that it's going to hurt them, because that's not cool. You're just going to have to bear the weight and be done with it. Now, another thing that I want to also mention is something that's very serious, and this has to do with people who sober up from drugs, especially. Okay. And I know I've said that I wasn't wanting to get into all that stuff, but I am going to say this. If you're sobering up, don't think that you have to go and pay the dope dealer money, okay, because that you owe them, okay? Now, if you get into that way of thinking, first of all, you're putting yourself in a situation where you could actually go back to drugs. And second of all, when you give money to this person, it goes right to what I was talking about. You don't want to make an amends that'll cause harm to other people. So that means that you have to understand that this money that you're giving to that dope dealer is going to be used to buy more dope to give to somebody else. So through your contribution, you're actually making it to where another person is being harmed. So don't go and think that you have to freaking pay money to the dope dealer. I've actually met a few people that thought that way, thought that they were thinking right by doing that, and I know that sounds crazy, but people do honestly believe that stuff. So just don't think that you have to do that, because that's not very smart, first of all, and second of all, you don't want to cause harm to another person, so don't feed the beast, you know what I mean? Alright, so we finally have covered a lot of things when it comes to making amends. Alright, now the thing of it is like we are now getting to the point where you have to continue to take your personal inventory, and you have to admit your wrongs whenever possible. So what it was is I learned about being honest and open-minded and willing, remaining teachable. I learned to open myself up to another person and allow them to hear about the people that I had resentments for, and in return I got their feedback and a list of the character defects that I had because of those resentments. Taking that other person out of the equation and allowing this person to take inventory of me. Now, this person was somebody who wasn't involved with me on a personal level, like a family member, or like a close friend, anything of that nature. It was somebody who was neutral, able to look at it from an objective point of view, and that person took an inventory of me and he listed out what my character defects were. Now, character defects are nothing more than, well, you'll hear terms like shortcomings, character defects, my wrongs. These are all the equivalents of sin. It's all one and the same when you hear people talk about that. And every principle that I've had here that I've mentioned to you, it's not bound to one religious belief. As a matter of fact, it's all of these spiritual principles can be found in every single religious or religion all around the world. Okay, these are things that they all believe in one way or the other. So it doesn't matter if you're a Christian or a Buddhist or a Hindu or if you're a Muslim. You can do this stuff according to your religion, or if you're not a religious person, you can do it as an agnostic or as an atheist. Everybody understands the concept of right and wrong, good and bad, light and darkness, hate and love. So you know what this stuff is, you know what I mean? It doesn't matter. These are all spiritual principles that work, and all you have to do is want to do it. And that's what it basically comes down to. So just understand that, okay? And when it comes to that, I ended up learning all of this stuff, and I learned this stuff, and I ended up learning about myself and the things that are wrong with me. And today, I pick up on things that I do, and I may not correct them, but at least I'm aware of them. You know what I mean? I am aware of the fact that this stuff is going on, and that I need to change. If I change or if I don't change, that's one thing, or that's another thing, but I do know that I need to change, and that's what it really comes down to. So that's the reason why I had to learn how to I had to learn my way to right thinking. I had to understand that I needed to become a better person, because I wasn't even aware that I was really being a bad person, and to some extent, in a lot of the things that I was doing. I was just running around living life the way I was taught how to live it, and it never even crossed my mind. So I had to learn that this is the right way of living, this is the wrong way of living, this is what you're doing wrong, and this is what you should be doing right. I've heard people say, well, you need to look at all the good things that you've done, and things of that nature for taking inventory. And that's not the goal in this process. The goal in this process is to change yourself so that you have a better life, you have a spiritual experience, you have a conscious contact with what you perceive as God or a higher power, because you're being blocked from that consciousness. You know what I mean? And the only way to get rid of that block is to work on these things so that you'll have a direct conscious contact with your higher power and be able to think right and everything. So basically, after you do all this stuff and you make the amends, you have to continue to watch this stuff, and you'll have to continue to admitting your wrongdoings whenever possible, whenever it happens. This is the new resentments and the new character defects that crop up, and this is the new people that you treat like crap. You have to go back and you have to apologize, or you have to make amends to them, as well as being able to make amends to those that you weren't able to make amends to before, if they ever come into your life or something. So you're doing this on a day-to-day basis, and you're doing this for the rest of your life. And it's like I said earlier, you're doing it one day at a time, though, for the rest of your life. Don't think about tomorrow. Don't think about a week. Don't think about a year. You're doing it today, and that's what you have to focus on. And that is very, very important. A lot of people don't understand that concept. A lot of people don't want to understand that concept because they have they're very, very orientated on schedules and careers and things of that nature, and making money and becoming rich and powerful and all that stuff. And in the process, they lose themselves. They lose who they are. And none of this has to do with if you're rich, if you're poor, if you're black, white, gray, yellow, any of that, okay? This has to do with you being human, It doesn't matter if you're rich, it doesn't matter if you're poor, it doesn't matter if you're an alcoholic and drug addict or just a regular person. These are things that needs to be dealt with, and a lot of people have learned how to do this naturally. A lot of people don't even care about it. They don't have to worry about it, because like with me, I had to learn this stuff because I know that if I didn't, I would end up dead. Okay, so this became a necessity for me. So this goes into the whole category of wants and needs. See, I want to live a life where I don't have to worry about taking care of resentments, but if I don't take care of resentments quick, then they begin to fester, and all of a sudden I start developing guilt, shame, and remorse. Then the next thing you know, I'm drunk and high again, and later you can find me dead in a gutter somewhere. I have a tendency of sleeping in streets when I'm drunk. Got a whole bunch of cool drinking stories too, about pissy pants and and puking all over myself and walking around butt naked. Cool stuff. Cool stuff that comes with drinking, you know. So I suggest that, you know, when it comes to this stuff, don't just think of it as things that you want. You know what I mean? Most people don't want this stuff. Most people need it though, who actually do it. I had to do it, and it's not very popular. There aren't very many people out there who would be willing to go through this kind of stuff. But it was something that I did have to do, and I had to do it for me, and I still have to do it to this day, even though like I said, haven't gone to meetings in quite a long time. You know, I still have to do it in order to keep my head balanced and be able to think right. And I fell miserably at all of this stuff. I really do. I really do. I haven't been able to really get into feeling all that great about life, you know, to be honest with you. And the reason for that is because life gets real quick, you know what I mean? You start figuring out that that life is serious. There's reality there. There's a place where the rubber hits the road, and it doesn't have anything to do with being, you know, spiritual. It just has to do with being life. Now, there's ways that you can make your life better if you choose to make good decisions. And making a decision making a good decision and a bad decision is important, you know, what's right and what's wrong, and being able to take a look at your own behaviors and say, look, man, you screwed up, you need to go back and make an amends to this person. That right there is very important, and that's what this part is all about. It's about taking an inventory of yourself on a day-to-day basis and admitting your wrongdoings to those people that you've done harm to, you know, because that stuff will eat away at you. Pride and ego are what causes resentments, you know, and resentments eventually turns into guilt and shame. Pride will get you into trouble, and resentment will keep you there. So just think about that, and understand that that's what this is really all about. My pride will kill me, so I have to end up doing all this stuff in order to not die from this shit, you know. I know that it will happen if I'm not careful. I ended up was talking about some of this stuff earlier on a Naroki 5 show whenever he brought the topic up, and a guy that we both know named B said that we're depressing people, you know. Well, for me, I have to say, well, I'd rather be depressing than dead, you know, and that's just the way it is. I haven't talked about this stuff in a long time, to be honest with you, and I thought that I would actually say something that was more spiritual, but I guess I didn't, you know. I mean, I don't know for sure if I did or if I didn't within the last 2.5 hours, but I gave it my shot. I tried to say what I could do and bring up as much as I could about the subject, but that's about the best I could get when it comes to this spiritual stuff. And I mentioned continuing to take inventory on a day-to-day basis. Keep track of your character defects. And as you do this, also remember, I mentioned this earlier. Okay, as you do this, you start keeping track of your character defects. It'll become easier and easier as time goes by. It's about repetition and more repetition. Create positive habits, replacing the old bad habits with good new habits over and over again, and that becomes a part of your being. It becomes who you eventually want to become, and you start developing, and try to be open-minded enough to look at all those character defects, all those 7 deadly sins, and see if you can find all of them, those sins in your life, those different aspects, and work on them. All of a sudden you're working on your character defects, and you're taking care of your personal life. You're doing the deal, and all of a sudden the freaking dog likes you. You know what I mean? And freaking the old lady's coming back because she thinks you're just the shit. You know what I mean? Because you care and you're sensitive. Things of that nature. So, just those are what actually starts becoming the positive parts of your life, if you want that. You start getting up and you start cleaning your house and making your bed every day, and freaking taking showers when you're supposed to, and shit like that. You become a different person, and that's all because you are practicing this stuff on a day-to-day basis, keeping an eye on your character defects, and it's becoming easier for you as time goes by. Also, you also have to understand that this has a lot to do with prayer and meditation as well. You need to develop good prayer habits and meditation, to improve your conscious contact with the God of your understanding, or God. These are things that do help you. I wish I could say that I do that stuff, but like I said, these are things that I've learned. These are things that I know. I was praying and I was doing meditation for the longest time, but I have to admit I haven't done the prayer and meditation in quite a while. I got to the point where I had decided that prayer is still an act of selfishness. It's me asking God if he exists. Don't know for sure or not, but for something. You know what I mean? It's a selfish act. Now, that's when I decided that I wasn't going to pray no more. I have no problem with anybody wanting to pray for me. If you want to pray for me, go for it. You know what I mean? It's just I personally feel that prayer is a selfish act of me asking God for something. So I stopped doing that. I do occasionally meditate, but I haven't done it in quite a while. I stopped doing it on a regular basis. I would say about, oh my God, about 15, 16 years ago, 15 or 14 years ago, somewhere around there. It did cause stress on me. It caused me a lot of issues that I really need to focus on. So the meditation was really the hardest thing for me to give up. Now, don't get me wrong, going to meetings and doing stuff of that nature was pretty rough, because I'd become habitual about it. For the first 8 years of me being sober, I was constantly going to meetings and constantly hanging out with people in AA and NA and all these places. But I had the hardest time when it comes to the meditation. Um, the prayers, I got them down to a habit to where I'm not lying to you. I could actually get up out of bed, and before I even stood up, I would be on my knees and I would do a prayer right next to my bed, and it became a habit. The first thing that I thought of was do a prayer. I was pretty amazed by that. But then, as time went by, I decided that was just an empty prayer. It meant nothing. It was just a ritual, and that's what it actually started feeling like. It was a ritual that all that all I did was develop the habit of getting out of bed before I even stood up, getting down in the prayer position and saying the same prayers, you know. And that right there is probably what became the beginning to the end of my career in AA. I, like I said, got obsessed with AA, and I had to eventually call it quits on going to meetings. And the reason for that, I'm not going to get into bad mouthing or anything of that nature, but the reason for that was I'd gone through some issues with my life where I wasn't being motivated enough to like go out into the world and be a part of my family, get up and start getting active and doing things that was productive for myself. Slowly as time drew on, I started pulling away from being sociable, and I with my family and stuff. But when it came to going to meetings and stuff, I was going to all these meetings. I was chairing meetings even. I ended up freaking going out on Friday nights playing volleyball with people in freaking these 12-step programs. Everything rotated around them, and nothing rotated around being around people in my family and my friends and stuff of that nature. So as time went on, I was working, and things were getting really hard. I was living on my own in an apartment, one bedroom apartment, and just I could not cope. And after a while, man, you know, I snapped, and I walked away from all of it. I was barely able to freaking pay on the bills that I owed the bank. I had a payday loan out that was freaking took me almost 7 months to pay off all the way. I finally got the late fees covered on my bank. I still owed rent on the apartment that I had, but I eventually got it caught up, and as I got it caught up, I was going to move out, and that's when I ended up moving in with my aunt, and from that point on, my dad moved to Evansville, where I was living at the time, and he convinced me into keeping this apartment. So I kept the apartment and kept it for about 6 more months. And in the end, what happened was is I ended up having a rent that was owed. And in Indiana, if they want to, they can take you to court every single month to show up for court for a past due bill, and I kept doing that. And like I said, slowly as time went by, the stuff started wearing down on me, and I just finally snapped. I gave up. I started backing away from social events even more, till finally I moved back to Illinois. Started taking care of my parents, and isolated from people in the outside world. I still believe in a lot of this stuff, but like I said, it just life takes a whole new path for you. You start learning things that are really, really reality. It really kicks you in the ass, and that's where I'm at right now. So I continue to work on my inventory and everything, but I really do have to say that my prayer and my meditation is something that I really do need to get back into and start working on. Kind of refocus on those character defects, maybe get back to meetings and hook up with a sponsor and get things back on track, become responsible again, become a responsible part of society, do what I know I need to do. Now, another thing that I do want to mention before I walk away from this stuff is carrying, being of maximum service to other people, and carrying a message to people that life can get better, even with all the stuff that I just said and the things that are happening in my life. That's not a negative thing. That's actually a positive thing, because I'm actually opening up and I'm letting you guys know about it. And maybe there's somebody out there who's just like me and went through the kind of experiences that I went through that needs to hear this stuff. And if you're out there, just understand that you're not alone. There's a lot of people out there who deal with stuff of this nature. This doesn't have to do with just alcohol and drugs. This has to do with mental illness, which a lot of people have an issue with. This has to do with one person reaching out to another and sharing their experience, their strength and their hope with one another. This is, the things that are important in the end. Doing work, with other people, reaching out to them and being of service to them, being of maximum service to your fellow man is how I like to say it, because I learned it from AA, and I believe that is probably the most important thing. Carrying a message carrying a message to them, that life can get better, that you've came from somewhere that was pretty rough, and you overcame something, or you overcame your problems, and you're a better person for it. Help when needed to, but don't overdo it. Whenever somebody needs your help, be of help to them. Don't overdo it. Don't become a charity. Don't become a charity. Don't let people take advantage of you and stuff of that nature. But if there's a way that you can help people, then do it. And it's like I said before, do something nice for people, and don't take credit for it. Don't even let them know that you did something nice for it. Just do it out of the kindness of your heart without them even knowing that you did it, and do that so that you don't take credit for it. You know what I mean? Doing a good deed without taking credit is probably the noblest thing that a person can do. So try helping when needed, and doing something nice for somebody without taking credit for it. And if you can, do it without them even knowing that you were the one who did it, and that'll help you out a lot. And there's something else that I do want to mention too. It's something that I mentioned before. Okay, just remember that sober is a way of thinking. and it's not a way of being. All right. Now, sober thinking, just so you guys know, this is how it was explained to me. Sober thinking is having your head in the clouds, but your feet are firmly on the ground. Okay, and that has a lot to do with being grounded. You know, it's okay to think of spiritual, high-minded things, but you also have to have your mind firmly grounded in something. You know what I mean? The God that you believe in has to be a God that is grounded in your thoughts. It has to be real. It can't be pretend. It can't be this magical person that you speak to in prayers and he answers all your questions. This has to be something that functions in your life, something that you believe in and is real. That's what I do know. I'm the type of person who I like to call myself a Gnostic. I also don't believe in a lot of the religious texts that are put out, because I know that those are created by men. Now, the principles that are within those texts, those are spiritual principles, and I respect those. But I don't believe that religions were made for God. I believe they were made for men, because let's face it, the majority of people on the face of this planet needs to be told what to do. It's a sad fact, but it's the truth. There aren't too many people out there who can think for themselves. They need to be guided. They need to be told what to do so that frickin' they can function. And I'm even one of those people who have to do that as well. After what I've just said, you can clearly hear it and see it. So, but there are areas where I can think on my own, and I can have that close contact to my idea of what God is, and it doesn't have to be influenced by the Bible. It doesn't have to be influenced by the Quran or any other thing. I don't have to have a special brand to make it to heaven. I don't even have to believe in heaven. I just have to have a conscious contact with something that I consider to be God. So, with that being said, I'm going to cut this 15 minutes short. I hope you guys enjoyed. Now, I've said this before, I'm going to say it again. If nobody has told you that they love you, I love you from the bottom of my heart. And the reason why I say that is because I learned that from a really, really great man in AA. His name was Gary Fulkerson. He passed away quite a while ago, but I did learn a lot from him, and I think of him as a great person. And at the end of a meeting, he would always say, if nobody told you they loved you, Gary loves each and every one of you from the bottom of your heart. Just keep coming back and wait for the miracle to happen like it's happened to me and so many other people within these rooms. Just keep the bottle plugged, or keep the plug in the jug. Do the next right thing. And with that, I will end this show. Hello everybody, and welcome back to another episode of Gaming with Infamous. I'm Infamous OG 1973, commonly called Infamous. I'm here with Mark Edworthy, my friend from across across the lake. Isn't that how Nancy really says it?
Pond, lake,
Across
stream,
the pond, yeah.
ocean.
So, we're here to continue where we left off in our last episode. He's kind of getting frustrated too, because he thought we'd be through all this in one episode and shit. And he's like,
Well, the episode we actually lost the first time, we covered the majority of this, and we're sort of repeating ourselves now.
well, actually, we went over some new stuff, and we left some of it out. but I actually went and checked the timing out on the old one that we had that I messed up. Let me point out to the
Was
new
2
one.
hours?
No,
Yeah, but,
we lost like 15 minutes of record time.
okay.
It felt like it was shorter, but I was really surprised
Actually,
by
it
that.
felt long. Yeah, as far as I'm concerned, it felt longer.
Because that first episode was just freaking awesome. It was like me and you were talking about some serious shit, you know, and again, I'm gonna say it on the freaking recording so everybody understands this is a gaming stream, but it's also an adult gaming stream. We're focusing on gaming in an adult perspective, talking adults, like talking adults. So
More industry-led discussions rather than gaming per se.
yeah, if you're interested in what's going on behind the scenes with the gaming industry and the tools that are being used, then this is what you want to watch. But you know, I'm not going to orientate or however you say that my whole show around, you know, catering to YouTube and catering to these people who freaking are like the little YouTube gamer sissies. You know what I mean? Who can't cope with the real world. So we're on this stream. We're talking about gaming. We're doing it like normal people. You know what I mean? So you agree with that?
As normal as we can be.
Okay. Yeah, that's true. So I did pull up the talking points, and I know I want to bring it up now that we're recording. I want to bring it up again about your concerns about overcomplicating these subjects, and before we go that route, I do want to point out something though, because we've brought up some very interesting stuff in our conversation, okay? And the one thing that we did bring up that I know a lot of gamers are interested in, and a lot of people have this misconception about gamers, like they're not really tech savvy. But the truth of it is they are really tech savvy. A lot of them build their own games, Steam boxes, and they're really into like.
I've got to.
Oh, go ahead.
So I was just going to say, I'm going to question that because for the remember, I've worked in retail repairs, I've worked in corporate repairs, I've worked in education.
Hold on, slow down. Slow down.
And from the majority of end users, rather just buy a box off the, let's say, the high street chain store or the local computer store, and that's as far as they're concerned when it comes to the technology itself.
Well, I mean, I'm talking about like real gamers. I'm not talking about like the recreational Farmville gamers that get on Farmville.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like these guys, they go out and their whole goal in computers is getting computers that are compatible with gaming. You know what I mean? You know how me and you were discussing hyper-threading? And I brought it up, like I said, before we started recording, and I want to bring it up again. You know, there's a lot of people in the gaming and who are into gaming that understands the concept of hyper-threading. And I forgot the other thing that we were talking about, but it was the freaking what was it? It was in the GPU. We were talking about no, it was actually before that. It was in the CPU where we were talking about the lighting and stuff of that nature. Do you remember that?
Okay. Yeah.
Creating
With pretty little boxes. Yeah, pretty little boxes with pretty lighting on it,
yeah,
which I cannot stand personally.
yeah, Pro GPUs. We were talking about that, how they're designed for multi-core architectures, and
Mm.
then they were capable of like visually intense tasks and things of that
Okay.
nature.
I see. Yeah.
Um,
The
that's where I forgot what the name of that damn thing is. It was
you mentioned it just now, just before the stream.
it was with the lighting and everything where
Photorealistic imagery.
yeah, yes, there
Yeah.
you go, there you go. But they're into to that. My son, to be honest with you, he was mentioning it to me like 2.5 years ago, and I I paid attention to him about it, and
Mm.
I went through and I showed him how I was doing it on Blender and with Inkscape, and it's basically the same kind of setup where freaking you go through and you use light in the games to like enhance the way the game looks, and it makes it look more real, like more realistic. Um, you know,
Yeah. On the stream that we lost, we were having a long discussion about ray tracing and
yeah, ray tracing,
how these techniques have been around for decades now,
right?
since the 80s at least. I remember when White and Code back in the 80s, that created sort of realistic, quote unquote, wine glasses with light patterns and shadows.
And see, this is something that we would have lost if I would have just if I would have forgotten, or if you would have forgotten ray tracing. You see, so I'm glad you actually remembered it, because ray tracing is what
Mm.
he was talking about, and and I didn't pay attention to it at the time. I was like, yeah, 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 and I kind of went through the spill on Blender and how I do it with Blender and Inkscape, but then later
Mm.
I started finding out that from him again about the thing that I was telling you before the stream, where they were making it to where you could change the textures of the game in the game, like not on the computer doing any kind of computer graphics, but in the game. Like, you know how you're a retro fan when it comes to retro gaming. You know what I mean?
Mm.
You can take Doom. I believe it was Doom he was playing, but I could be wrong. But he was playing Doom, and he was playing it where it looked like the classical Doom, where you played the game. And then what he did is he freaking changed the graphics, and it made it to where he was playing Doom with the new updated today's look. You know what I mean? So it transformed
Okay.
from the original graphics to the graphics of today, which I thought that was cool. You know what I mean? That's
We're
something,
talking about the 16-bit era. Yeah.
you know. But I didn't do much checking into that at this point, because we're talking about like cloud gaming and everything. But that's something else that I thought was pretty cool.
I mean, a good example of early 90s ray tracing and light sources would be TV shows like Babylon 5,
Mm-hmm.
which was created mainly using Commodore Amiga's hardware, the video toaster hardware.
Yeah. Listen,
Um, a lot of their graphics well, still stand up pretty well even today.
don't mention the word toaster. I still have a soft spot when it comes to that, because like when I started out, man, I didn't have anything great and spectacular, and everybody kept telling me that you can't do this with the computer you got, and I was bound and determined to try to show them that they were wrong and I was right, you know.
Well, back in the days when Babylon 5 was there, and I was using, I had an Amiga 500 Plus at the time, and technically, if I did all the sort of hard work, I could create seamless sort of quality, sort of graphical output
Yeah.
machine.
Well, Celeste, what was that name of that one program? Celestia or something like that, I believe.
Uh, Lightwave would be the most obvious name.
Do you remember Celestia or Celeste? It was where they actually animated the galaxy basically, and you could like
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's an open source project where I think it's still being maintained now.
yeah, and that one game Eve Online started out
Hmm.
with with Celestia, you know, and that was actually a pretty decent game to be honest with you. Um, a lot of
I've
people,
not really followed Eve online except for their sort of monetization thing, because they've really gone through sort of a lot of different concepts when it comes to community collaboration.
yeah, I've heard that they've had some issues. I get a lot of, or I did back when I was actually doing the game. I got a lot of shit from it from a lot of people who who were against it. Like they went from being fans of Eve Online to not liking them because of some kind of shit, and this probably has to do with that. Um,
Yeah, they've gone through many sort of changes, and there's some of the since they've been around. Yeah, they've been multiple different ideas.
yeah, but you got to think that game. Okay, like you know how we've been talking about the amount of money that was put into the acquisition of Activision. Okay,
Mm.
yeah. Now you take a look at a game like Eve Online. Do you realize how much is at stake with that game? That game has like millions and millions and millions, maybe even billions of dollars invested into it. Like they have entire freaking entire battles like on there of like thousands of people freaking actually in a live battle scene with one another.
Yeah, but we could start talking about Star Citizen,
Yeah.
the game that has never been officially released, but money has been pouring in through it for what, a good decade now. Um,
Well, we could talk
oh,
about it.
yeah, yeah, billions and billions and billions of dollars. Or we could, on the other hand, look at the Eaglesoft X series, which is a similar sort of franchise, and that's they've done it on a fairly minimal amount of money, and they've created some really good titles.
Well, I mean, I would actually get into more of those kind of games, you know what I mean? But the deal with me is like freaking when you get into them, there's just so much battling. I went in, I forgot what the name of the game was, but it was supposed to be like it had the largest battles on the internet, and I went in there. It was and it was intense. It was like there was so many people dying at one time that it was pathetic. You know what I mean? Like the whole point of the game is to go in, die 3 seconds later, and then come back.
And the other issue there with these sort of space sandbox simulation games is that they are extremely time consuming. I mean, as an example, the X4, um, you're going to have to stick in a good 100, 200 hours into it before you get anywhere, really.
Yeah.
Mm.
Now, the whole thing that I was talking about with you earlier was the fact that we could go into covering SaaS and then PaaS and then
For the
PBR.
cloud.
You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Because like that was something that we left out in the last episode that was actually a pretty cool conversation. Like all the stuff we're talking about here actually kind of blended into that whole conversation. You know what I mean?
Mm.
So I mean, if you want, we can go that direction, or we can finish up on the list. But Me personally,
Seeing as we're already on the sort of imagery sort of side, let's go into the photorealistic imagery
okay.
point.
So first, let me start out with um, uh, the PBR. So let's. I'll do the reading like I did on the first
Mm.
um, on the first episode that we ended up losing. Yeah. So let me, and I believe PBR was the first part.
Mm.
Okay, so I have yeah, here it is. I found it. Okay, this is a This is what I did for a comprehensive guide to physically based rendering, which is PBR. It's a software as a service, which is SaaS, and platform as a service, which is PaaS.
Yeah, that's more related to cloud computing, whereas PBI is more related to imagery sort of creation.
Right. So modern technology increasingly relies on advanced digital rendering techniques as well as cloud-based software solutions to support innovation and growth across industries. Three major technologies that play unique roles in today's landscape are physically based rendering, PBR, software as a service, SAS, and platform as a service, PaaS. Although each of these technologies serve a distinct purpose, they share a common goal of streamlining processes, enhancing efficiency, and maximizing output. Now, physically based rendering (PBR) is a realistic approach to digital rendering. Um, physically Physically based rendering (PBR) is a method of digital graphics that seeks to create high realistic imagery by simulating how light interacts with surfaces in the physical world. Instead of relying on traditional shading and texture techniques, PBR is grounded in the physics of light and energy conservation, making it particularly effective for industries that require precise and lifelike representations of objects, materials, and environments. Now, before I go farther with that, there's something I do want to point out. I do play around with Blender, okay? And I'd like to point out that that doesn't only apply to just making things look realistic. I use that same practice with lights instead of shading to do things like comic book style. Or like if I want a dark theme, I'd use a light with darkness around it. And you know what I mean? Because on Blender, you can either use sunlight, you can use spotlight, or you can use different types of lighting. You know what I mean? And
From multiple angles as well, so
yeah,
people know where you want to push the shadow or highlight something.
right. And they also have this um, this thing that's available where you set up like like a graph around the scene that you want, and it'll make sure that light is put in the same exact areas where you want it, and then it'll also make it to where light will not be in the areas that you don't want it. So you get to determine within this area where you want light to be and where you don't want light to be. If that makes any sense.
Yeah. Sort of creates dark spots and, like I said, moves the light into the sort of areas you want to highlight.
Right. And that right there isn't just for the 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 sense of reality and stuff. Because I don't really encourage anything to look realistic. I hate the idea of trying to generate something that's looks real. You know what I mean? I can go out and take a picture if I wanted that.
Mm.
You know, I want to make something that's freaking nice and freaking unrealistic and looks cool. You know what I mean? Because I'm a cool kind of dude.
Oh. Realistic, but still with that element of, I don't know, artificialness.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It's just like, you know, and I'm real picky about stuff. Like, why would I sit in front of a computer trying to freaking simulate the look of an escalator in a freaking tunnel, in a subway tunnel? You know what I mean? When I can be doing something cool like creating a saber like on Star Wars. You know what I mean?
Mm. Mm. I don't know. I've had this discussion with a lot of people. There's this idea that a computer game isn't a computer game unless it's got gorgeous graphics. And a lot of so-called gamers will say, "Oh, this got amazing graphics and this is wonderful," and ignore the story, ignore the plot, ignore the acting, ignore the voice acting, and will only buy the game just because it's got the greatest graphics in the world.
You see,
It can be quite annoying.
this is the reason why I like you so much, dude. You know, I am a storyline person in a video game too.
Mm.
People get annoyed at me because I actually go through and let the storyline play out in my videos.
This is why I like a lot of point and click adventures and text-based adventures, narrative fiction. Um, in obviously text-based adventures, no graphics, it's
Yeah.
all text. But yeah, there's this ongoing thing about just looking at cosmetics without actually delving that deep into the cloth line.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
Mm.
that's what we're kind of doing right now, you know what I mean? Like and for me, what I'm noticing is like with all these new this new technology that's being put into computers, I'm noticing that freaking the quality of games actually suck. So the better the graphics is, the worse their freaking quality is when it comes to storyline and things of that nature. You know what I mean? Oh, he froze
I
up.
think a few games got all amazing. Yeah, I can think of a few games with amazing graphics, and yeah, when it comes to the plot, when it comes to the story, when it comes to the actual acting or the actual character development, it's non-existent.
Yeah, it's just horrible. Like, don't get me wrong, I do like Modern Warfare. You know what I mean? I like it, but their storyline is just freaking horribly small. You know, you go in there,
Mm.
you play the actual story, and you can beat it within freaking like less than 6 hours. Within 6 hours, if you sit there
Mm.
and you just play it, you know, you can literally beat the storyline to Modern Warfare for within that amount of time, and people all over the world are buying it. They just love it. That's the reason they had such a big problem with Activision was over frickin' Call of Duty. You know?
Yeah, I was thinking of what's the Star Wars Battlefront 2 or something
No.
similar sort of issue. And let's not forget games, AAA games are becoming more and more expensive these days.
Yeah.
You're paying more 60, 70 plus dollars for a game, so you want sort of bang for your buck,
Yeah.
so to speak.
and
Mm.
don't and I do like the I do like the graphics on the new games. Don't get me wrong there either. You know what I mean? But I have to say though the quality of these games are really really horrible. You know, like they came out with that new Boulder Gate, and
Mm.
I've had a few friends play that game, and I've never touched it. But I can tell you right now of at least 4 or 5 other games that are just as good, if not better.
Funny enough, I've not played the new Baldur's Gate, but I did play the original two when they came out back in mid to late 90s.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So
Um, I don't know. I've just been playing a good point and click adventure. I can't remember what it's called. Monolith or something, and that was released within the last couple of years, and it's still got sort of 16-bit Syria styled graphics on it, but the plot's extremely good.
yeah, and I've actually went over. I didn't do too well with it, but it Neverwinter Nights. You know,
Hmm.
I went through there and I finished the first part of the storyline because I don't like to like on my gaming. I don't really like to go and try to beat the game. I'm a let's play kind of person. You know what I mean? Like the, the
Interestingly enough, Neverwinter Nights actually was first marketed as a sort of development engine
yeah.
rather than a game in itself.
Well,
Um,
the cool part about it is like you can still go on there. They have it now set up with servers for internet use,
okay.
and
Mm.
you can go on servers and like the people who are on there are DMs and they will let you go into their games if they think that you're good enough to play on their servers. And
And if I was going to say, if I remember rightly, there was a big modern community on Neverwinter's Night because of its highly adaptable development framework. Yeah, and I'm not sure if there is still, but yeah, there is quite a few sort of fan based total conversion mods out there.
yeah, it's pretty cool. It really is. I, I, I did get annoyed at it because I'm starting to slowly realize how much those old games really did suck. You know what I mean? Because first I did Neverwinter Nights, and it was good when it comes to nostalgia. I did feel the sense of like back when I first started gaming, but I also felt the bad stuff too. You know what I mean? Like it was horrible back then. Like, and then Elder Scrolls Arena, dude, is another one that I did right after that, and it took me forever to figure out how to do the controls on that damn thing.
Okay. I don't know. I'm still a big fan of Morrowind, Bethesda's Elder Scrolls Morrowind. And that was made in the early 2000s. But saying that, I rather play the original Elite space simulation game, which was created back in '84,
Mm-hmm.
compared to Elite Dangerous, which was made a couple of years ago.
Well, um, I be honest with you, I've never kept up with it at all whatsoever.
Oh,
I okay. So we're talking games. I can go ahead and say this. I am completely disgusted with the gaming community. Okay. Um, for
well,
everybody
a
who's
broad community.
well, let me just finish here because this is a good
Yeah.
thing that needs to be said. Okay, for everybody who was raised around the games for Elder Scrolls, who talks all that great shit about, oh, this is what the storyline is, and this is what the storyline is, and this is what the storyline is. Not one of them damn people will watch a freaking video about the stories that are in Elder Scrolls, the old lore and everything. There's books that are written,
Hmm.
okay, about Elder Scrolls, and I've gone through. I've done videos on the lore. I've taken the book, or I've taken one of the books, and I've freaking actually made audio, um, narrated stories on video and put it on freaking the internet, and nobody watches them. Nobody likes them. You get very little views from them. You know what I mean?
Okay.
And
Uh,
D&D, I did it with D&D 3.5. I did it with. I actually started doing it with D&D 2, the second edition. I did it with Forgotten Realms. I've done it with freaking all these role-playing games, you know, like White Wolf. I even did it with them. I've made all of these videos on 'em, and nobody watches them. Nobody even cares about them. You know, don't get.
Okay. I was going to say I've seen some really good lore-based videos on the Elder Scrolls material, and like you said, there is a huge backlog of lore on that series.
Yeah. So for me, I kind of get pissed off about it, and like those people who get all the great views on that stuff. All I gotta tell them is, and I said this one in the messed up video we did. I'm gonna say it again. Okay. Stop hitting the promote button, because I know what you're doing. You're hitting that promote button to stop promoting shit if you can't freaking make a profit off of it. You know what I mean? These kids like to run around freaking hitting the promote button and spending more money on a video than what it's actually bringing in for them. And we know you're doing it. That's the reason why you're getting all those views. And we know what those views are.
Was it not Andy Warhol that's talked about being famous for 15 minutes?
Uh-huh. You know, so I mean,
Yeah.
don't just basically don't lie to yourself. You know what I'm saying? If people don't understand what organic reach is and how it's beneficial to them, I don't even want to talk to them about the subject. You know what I mean? Like, I can do more with organic reach than what anybody can by just hitting their promote button and paying money to get views.
I don't know, it's a double-edged sword because unless people actually viewing you, I can get organic views.
That's what organic views
Yeah,
is.
it's a double-edged sword.
You know, like
Yeah.
promote doesn't necessarily mean you're getting views. Okay, what that means is they're pushing it and people are getting a glimpse of your video as it passes by their freaking browser.
Again, it depends on which platform you're talking about. I mean, if I see something on YouTube I interested in, I will probably watch at least the majority of the video.
No, I mean you gotta understand though, like there's other people who aren't interested in it and you still get a view for it. You know what I mean? And then your click rate goes up, and that click rate is what causes freaking people who don't like you or shit to freaking come on there because they didn't want to watch that crap in the first place. And they see it and they come on your platform and they start talking negative stuff in your comment section, and that's because you got a high click rate.
I don't know. It's the old joke that we made in the past. It's the bums on seats argument. If you've got people watching it, and irrelevant if it's good or bad, or good or negative comments, it all adds up, especially on platforms like YouTube.
Well, if there was a guarantee with YouTube that they freaking discontinued the downvote the way they used to have it, then I would believe that. But I'm not sold on that whole idea. You know what I mean? Like now they say that freaking the downvote doesn't affect the video's performance. But I still don't. I mean, if that was the fact, then why do they still have the downvote?
And with a few browser extensions, you can still access the numbers on the downvote. I mean, I've got an extension on Firefox here that allows me to actually have a rough idea of how many downvotes there have been.
Well, I mean, that's my whole point. You know, I mean, if now maybe they don't have it in analytical or something, but I'm just not really sold on the idea. You know.
I had this discussion with Minds.com some time ago when they were deciding to remove the downvotes. And as we know, when it comes to the analytics, they don't count downvotes, they only count upvotes. And I made the argument that it would be better for everybody if you just counted the votes just as a singular sort of number.
Yeah. Like get rid of the whole thumbs up and put a star in its place.
I'll not keep the thumbs up and thumbs down because that's still an indicator for the user to the viewer if they were interested in it. But if you are going to base a monetary sort of value upon the votes, then you should treat down and upvotes as the same thing.
You know, but then that would also freaking hinder this small creator, you know, because like most of these people who have all these views, it goes back to the promote but option. Like I can sit here, I can put out a shitty video and freaking promote it to hell, dude. I can make it to where freaking over 100,000 people see my freaking video, dude.
Mm.
If I had the money to do it, you know.
Yeah. I did a small experiment. I don't use mine's boost function all that often. I think up to last month, that was the first time I used it in over a good year, and I just did a small experiment and put in something like, I don't know, what was it, 50 Minds tokens on a boost, and then received about the same amount of viewership compared to what the average of mine is, about 5 to 6 views per
Yeah.
post.
Yeah, it's about the same.
Mm.
And the thing of it is like now with mines, I don't even use to promote, and I just start networking and actually having real conversations with people. Okay,
Mm.
and
Mm.
my views have gone up just because I'm actually getting to know these people and having conversations with them. You know what I mean? And even on YouTube, I'm getting more. There's more. It's more solid. You know what I mean? Because not only are people coming on and watching my videos, but I'm having a conversation with them in the comment section, back and forth. Like we actually have conversations, and
Yeah.
everybody's so caught up
Also,
in that algorithm thing, but they keep neglecting the communications part. Like, you know what I mean?
yeah. This is why I say descriptions and all that jazz when it comes to posts. But another point is that, as you know, a lot of subjects that we touch upon, especially in the text chats, I will provide references to relevant posts.
Right.
And if I've got a post that is related to what we are talking about, I will promote that in that text chat.
Right.
So not being reliant on the sort of in-platform promotion facilities.
Yeah. I mean, and that's something that's important. I know you're big on like the writing stuff and everything, and I agree with that. I don't put it on all mine, like, but I understand where you're coming from. You know what I mean?
Mm.
But the reason why I do it is because, or I don't do it, is because for one thing, I don't want platforms like YouTube freaking busting me on shit because they're going through and they're scanning what's being said in the comment section. That's also why I stopped doing the translation, or what do they call that, where they do the words, the narration for people who can't read or
Yeah, yeah, the
can't hear.
translating the text to speech,
You know,
or text to or speech.
because they're using that as a way to freaking censor as well. You know, and hashtags. Everybody's running around throwing hashtags all over their videos, and they don't realize that they're setting themselves up. You know what I mean? If you're on there putting stuff on that's freaking really controversial, don't be hashtagging the shit all over the place. You know what I mean? And we both have a friend who we both know that does that shit. You know what I mean? There's stuff that you shouldn't be just openly throwing out with a hashtag and an @ symbol. You know, if people are interested in your content, let them come to you. Let it be natural. Don't.
again, you can be overwhelmed by the amount of semantic what we call hashtags. You can have over, and this is one thing I'm in favor. I was in favor of when Minds changed unlimited tags to a maximum of 5 tags per post.
Yeah. Well, I actually learned from that. I got to say this, and I know some of them from Minds is probably watching, and I'm going to say this: they do have the best SEO that I've found. And I know you'll probably disagree with me on that, but I do think they do.
It has improved. Back in 2018, when we were starting off the Minds Community Open Source Initiative, there was no reliable search engine optimization. I had staff members saying, "Well, it's Google's fault." In reality, it was the development of the framework of Minds.com itself. It was the staff's fault for not implementing reasonable search engine optimization, and hence why I created a sort of satellite website just to promote the Minds Community Open Source Initiative, which link back to Minds.com.
That's pretty cool. The one thing that I really liked about it, and I was there, I know this for a fact. Okay, Minds was the first ones that were one of the first ones, because I'm not on every platform. They were one of the first ones that actually gave you suggestions when you typed in your taglines, and they were one of the first ones to do it. And what I learned is with these suggestions, they're usually suggesting the best taglines to put in that's most used, you know what I mean? And that's where I found out that the best thing to do is just use the suggestions. Type in the tagline you want, and whatever pops in the suggestions below, use those and you'll get better views.
Personally, I prefer, because I've created sort of series of posts. So as an example, I've got the overview of technology series, and I try to keep the same sort of tags on this series. So as an example, for overview of technology series, I've got overview technology, subject matters, or GPUs, or RAM, or whatever, and a few other related tags.
Well, just be careful, because what I've learned is, like, my taglines really sucked. You know what I mean? And like when you
I do think about it, and I do actually spend some time actually writing sort of descriptive explanations for the post art.
Because like the tagline is supposed to go out into the algorithm and tell people, look, this is the content you've got. You know what I mean? So
I think, as far as Minds is concerned, any text content is treated as algorithmic content.
Right.
It doesn't matter if it's hashtag or if it's just generalized titles or generalized descriptions.
But when you go in and you pay attention to the suggestions in there, that's the key. You know what I mean? Like, the suggestions are important, because those suggestions are the common hashtag that goes with that word. That usually is the most popular.
It depends, because obviously a lot of content of mine is sort of more politically sort of motivated. So if I'm talking about, I don't know, the overview of x86 chipsets, mine won't have very many suggestions on that.
Tech talk. Technology.
Yeah.
Technology.
Or, again, I'm thinking of my long-going overview series.
Technology is a real big tagline on Minds.com. And Tech Talk is another one. That's the reason why I wanted to name it Tech Talk, was because the name of the game, or the name of the stream that we do, and then Tech Talk as a tagline, as well as freaking Tech Talk being in the name of the freaking video. You know what I mean? So you've got an algorithm there that's matching up with 3 different things.
Yeah, again, I will put the overview series. I will use things like computing, technology, overview, and then the extra 2 words will be related to the specific video itself.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, the specific post itself.
You're doing it like the old school, the way they taught you. Like, make sure that the taglines are in the description. It's in the freaking name. And
yeah. A percentage of words within the content should relate to the tags.
Yep, that's where they used to teach you. Now,
Mm.
well, they still do, but I mean, a lot of people have gotten smart, and figured out ways to incorporate all that. Like, you can take the words and just use them as a hashtag down in the freaking in the description, and
Yeah,
then put it in the name of the video and stuff like that. So they've been getting pretty smart about that. I think
the
X.
only the sorry, the only problem with just using tags alone is it's not very readable as far as the end user is concerned. So if the end user wants to get an overview, a synopsis of the content of the video, a hashtag isn't really alone isn't really suitable.
Unless, of course, they click on the video and find out what it's actually about.
Yeah, but if let's say you've got let's say you've got a 45-minute video, and they're just interested in having a quick synopsis before they go out and do the groceries, for instance.
Tough shit, dude. It doesn't benefit freaking me. You know what I mean? Okay. Yeah. That's the whole thing. That's the way these guys are getting smart. You know what I mean? Like they're saying, okay, how am I going to get these people to click on my video and actually watch it? You know what I mean?
Hmm.
And it's got so desperate where people are willing to freaking do that so they can get 15 minutes of view time out of a 45-minute video because they're breaking it down and making it to where it shows you how many minutes of video somebody watched. So they're desperate.
Yeah.
You know.
So yeah, that's something that Minds can't do at this present moment. But saying that, as an example, how many Minds posts have you seen that just contains a video and no other explanation at all?
I do it.
I come across that. I come across that all the time.
I do it too. I was getting ready to say I do it too. So.
Mm.
So now that we've had our small talk, let me do some more of this PBR stuff because I can finish that up. And
Yeah, that's the subject.
so the key concepts in PBR is energy conservation. All right, one of them is, and it's one of the primary principles for PBR, and it's that surfaces cannot reflect more light than they receive. This ensures that materials look realistic and do not appear overly shiny or reflective, which was a limitation of older rendering techniques. Then you have the Fresnel effect, and this effect accounts for how reflectivity changes based on the angle at which light hits a surface. For example, water and glass become more reflective when viewed at shallow angles. PBR leverages this principle to enhance realism. Then you have surface microstructure. PBR PBR models a material's microstructure which affects its roughness or glossiness. A surface's appearance depends on how light scatters upon contact with the microscopic features of the surface. Materials like polished metal appear smooth, while concrete may appear rough. And see, this goes back to what we said the last time I read that. Like, isn't that what they've been doing? Like, I don't hear any kind of change with that microstructure surface thing. You know what I mean?
No. A good example of this would be if you remember the Windows 95 screensaver related to the maze and the bricks.
Mm-hmm.
And that sort of 1990 sort of brick, or like you said, early Doom sort of brick, Wolfenstein sort of brick texture.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this isn't anything new. And like I was talking about earlier about ray tracing, these concepts have been around for
quite a while.
30 odd years now,
Yeah.
not longer, 40 years now.
But like in that whole short little paragraph, I've seen nothing that's new. You know what I mean? It's nothing new at all whatsoever.
Mm.
So they said the applications for PBR. PBR has transformed industries such as architecture, automotive design, and e-commerce where lifelike rendering is critical. For example, in architecture, PBR editor enables designers to showcase realistic textures and lighting on materials like wood, marble, and glass, offering clients a clear view of their projects. Similarly, in product visualization for e-commerce, PBR allows shoppers to see accurate representations of materials and colors, which enhances users' experience and buyer confidence. Now, I know you heard a lot of advertising there, so commercialism.
Yeah, I'm not so sure about that. When it comes to rendered physical objects, I've only really seen that done in sort of the more electronic CAD industries. When it comes to consumer items, as an example, if you go on eBay or Amazon, you are going to see photographs, not some sort of virtualized rendered image product.
Now with glass, I learned that. Okay, like a lot of people don't understand the concept between translucent and transparent. You see, there's two differences.
In what sense?
Um, I actually had to learn this when I was doing Blender. Like if I go and I use translucent, it's not the same as what transparent is. If I can't remember which one it is, but if I use one, it's not going to show it as a glass material where you can see through it. You know what I mean? Whereas if I use the other one, it does that. And the reason why I didn't understand it at first was I didn't realize there was a difference between translucent and transparent. And this is kind of what they're talking about right there. And it's something that Blender's had for quite a while, you know, which is actually kind of cool. I was talking to Bob the other day about why Blender isn't mainstream like Adobe and all of them, and I told her about like the history of Blender, which they had put out a video recently that I posted on Mine's chat earlier about why people don't choose it, and the reason for it is because like when Blender first started out, you had to pay for it, and the guy who founded Blender, who created it, actually went to court and had to fight for his right to retain it back, and when he did win the case, he finally turned it into an open source the way he wanted it. And because of that, it slowed him down. So while all these other companies like Adobe and all these other ones were growing and getting stronger, he was recuperating from that. You know what I mean? And they didn't get popular until I think it was 2.8. After that, that's when they started getting in the donations and stuff like that, and all the changes started coming around that they're having now.
I'm not sure about that because companies like Adobe and Lightwave, being another big company in this, I've been producing software for, let's say, back in the 90s. They've had a long history. Whereas
Blender's been around since the 90s.
I thought it was only the mid 2000s.
No, it's been around. The original company was a different name, and they changed it.
Okay, it's in Blender Foundation now.
Yeah, but it's been around since the late 90s. I'm pretty sure, like around.
Oh yeah. I just checked on Blender. Initial release 1994.
You know, so I mean they've been around too. The only reason why they didn't excel was because because of the dispute. Like I said, because when they first started out, you had to pay for it, and the guy who created the program, the original program, had to sue to get his company back. It's actually. Go ahead.
I'm also thinking that Blender has had a lot of big backing, both in Hollywood and a company that isn't that far away from me, actually, Pixar Studio.
Yeah.
The great famous and Arden animations as well. The people that created the Wallace and Gromit series.
Well,
They've
Adobe
been using that.
Adobe donates to them too, I believe.
Yeah.
Let's not talk about Blender's guilt and shame and their dirty secrets. Okay, let's just let's let them just be exonerated from all guilt whatsoever.
I don't know. Adobe, even though they've done a lot of mistakes and a lot of issues, sort of, it's questionable. They've done quite a bit for the sort of wider sort of computer industry and open source. As an example, PDF files,
Yeah.
PDF
Well,
format.
I'm not gonna get into my Adobe talk because you know
Okay.
what my Adobe talk is, and I don't think people can cope with Infamous's intake or output on on uh, on Adobe. You know what I mean? Because that's just a little bit too hardcore. It's bad enough they gotta
Mm.
watch me play video games. You know what I'm saying? Much less talk about Adobe. So with that being said, let's move on to the cool stuff. Let's talk about SaaS. You want to do that? Software
Mm.
over the cloud.
The cloud industry. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Software as a service (SaaS) is a cloud computing model where applications are hosted by a third-party provider and made available to customers over the internet. Unlike traditional software, which requires installation on individual machines, SAS allows users to access applications through the web browser, often via subscription-based models. Now, characteristics of SAS: web-based access. SAS applications can be accessed through a web browser, which makes them accessible from virtually any internet connected device. This accessibility enables users to work remotely and collaborate in real time. 2. Subscription pricing. Most SAS providers charge a subscription fee, which can range from monthly to annual payments. This makes software more affordable by distributing costs over time and eliminating the need for large upfront investments. Automatic updates. 3. SAS providers manage software updates and maintenance, freeing users from the responsibility of managing upgrades and ensuring that they always have access to the latest features and security improvements.
Security changes, let's say, not necessarily improvements.
Yeah, that's that
Yeah,
advertisement stuff that you hate so
that's
much. Uh, uh, if you want to make Mark Edwards worthy, man. Like he started moving real fast right there, and that's what fucked up his broadcast is because he got excited, you know. So now with
I mean, I'll give you an example of this.
go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say that they were going to stop GTA, the people that produce GTA.
Yeah, Rockstar. I'll wait for him to unfreeze.
Said that they will stop.
Okay, restart that. What you're saying, you kind of stopped.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. The people that produce Grand Theft Auto,
Rockstar.
they recently said that they're going to disable all multiplayer streams on the last version of Grand Theft Auto on Linux-based devices, computers, because of so-called anti-cheat reasons. Which means that if you want to play Grand Theft Auto 5 on a Steam deck, you are no longer going to be able to play the multiplayer version. The single player missions will still be available, but the multiplayer versions will not be available because of their argument of anti-cheat.
Well, see, that's kind of my whole thing with this whole thing with cloud servers. Okay, this is the reason why I have a hard time really selling into it. And the more I read this stuff, the more I like it. Don't get me wrong, but I'm still suspicious about a lot of things, like what you just said right there. Okay, that's an issue. And one of my buddies, my gaming buddies, casual hardcore gamer, he had a podcast, and his partner on that show, he had the same kind of attitude towards this web cloud or cloud gaming too. You know what I mean? And for me, I see that as an issue, but what also sticks out to me is like when you go in and you pay these subscriptions, all right, every month or annually, does that guarantee that you're still going to be able to play the game after you stop freaking paying that fee? You know what I mean? And plus, like, I enjoyed the fact that I could go down to a freaking gaming store and buy a freaking CD, put it in a freaking it was solid for one thing, and I could put it in a console and play it. You know, now they're trying to get rid of that and say, hey, why don't you just come on over here to this web browser based game, you know, get this program, and then you can play it right off of your computer, and you don't have to worry about all that. You know, that kind of makes me suspicious because like, what happens if I do something that's against terms and conditions when it comes to this platform? You know, when they turn around and they restrict me or they kick me off their platform, do I lose those games?
There's a legal issue, legal dispute at the moment happening in the US in relation to bequeathing Steam accounts. So let's say you're my next of kin, and you've got a Steam account, and you die, as an example, and then can I, as your next of kin, access your Steam account and access those products? And at the moment, the US law says, the Steam Terms of Services say that only the owner, the actual person who owns the account can access that software.
Now, the solution to that is start handing out passwords. Okay, you go in and you
Yeah,
tell
but that would be
family.
a violation of the terms of service
Well,
agreement.
don't tell nobody. That's
Still, it's still
important.
a violation on a moral, on an
Hey,
ethical point
what
of view.
happens? What happens in Vegas stays in Vegas, baby. You know what I'm
Uh,
saying? I mean, you hand those
but
passwords. You hand those
but
passwords out, and you shut your mouth, and you don't tell nobody.
there is a greater issue here. Traditionally, software as you when you've purchased software, you've never owned software. Same as books, and other medium. You own the physical device or the physical media that that software is stored on.
Right.
And then you buy a license to use that software, not
Right.
to own the software. But there is also another issue here. We've seen this in other industries. As an example, the Ring doorbell, the camera doorbell Ring that is now owned by Amazon. Um, there has been times when that company has produced specific doorbells with cloud access. Recording of videos and audio onto third-party infrastructure, and then a year later they discontinued the cloud access, therefore making those physical devices obsolete, making those physical devices no more than, I don't know, bricks.
Well, I mean, I understand that because like back when I was younger, about like CDs for music and stuff, I understood that whole concept. That goes back even before all of this. Okay,
Oh yeah,
but
yeah. Like I said, but
but my whole point is at least we had something physical. That I think that's what the big deal is for me, is like at least we had something physical that was tangible and actually in our hands. You know what I mean? That's a big deal. That really is a big. I have a CD, and even though I'm not allowed to use it for copyright purposes, which I
no,
understand, I can still use it. You know.
this is where GOG, that game store platform, is getting it. I believe is getting it correct, because what they do is they uh, distribute the entire software package as a compressed file, and then you can just decompress it on your machine and store
Yeah. You see, I like that. I do like that. At least you get a file on your
the
computer.
compressed file. So if you do lose your account,
Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with Galaxy of Games big time. And if anybody's listening and they've never heard of Galaxy of Games, go check it out. That's a cool freaking platform that should get a lot more respect than what,
GOG.com. Yeah.
you know, GOG, GOG.com. Um, and they actually freaking deserve more credit than what they've been given. There ain't too many people that really know about them, so I'm glad you mentioned them. That's really cool.
Mm. Well, I
'Cause
think they're probably, well, I was going to say the second biggest player after Steam, but probably not. Probably, I'm not Google Stadia anymore. That's a dead project. But the Microsoft store, probably the second biggest player.
believe it or not, well, Microsoft is probably the biggest, but there's other ones too, like Unreal Engine. They have Epic Games.
Yeah. The Epic's got their own store, haven't they? Yeah.
Yeah, and they're really big on their stuff too. So
Mm.
I would still go with Galaxy of Games though over them any day of the week. They have a really good selection, and they're not freaking expensive. Like they even have good deals and stuff even. So
But yeah, again, in their major competition is Steam. And funny
yeah,
enough, the majority of the games I've got, though, purchased are Steam-based games.
Yeah, same with me. I mean, I'm guilty of it too. So I mean, I ain't saying that freaking uh, Steam. Well, for me, I like the idea of Steam, and I think that pisses a lot of people off because they always had this argument between freaking sharing. Well, how like why do you have to worry about freaking having consoles interact with one another when all you have to do is get your ass on Steam, buy the program, and you can interact with anybody, you know? But you have these people who are so stuck, they're anal retentive, and they think freaking, well, I should be able to sit on my Xbox and put my game in, and somebody who's on PlayStation should be able to automatically see it. No, dude. Go through freaking Steam, and you can do it.
I don't know, because remember, Steam isn't available for every single platform.
That's my whole point. It could be, though. It really could be, if they wanted it to be,
So,
I mean, you kind of made sense right there until it cut you off, like, right at the...
okay, sorry, I was just saying that it could be argued that cross-platform collaboration or cross-platform games or cross-platform software is a good thing.
Yeah, I agree. I think it is. And that's the reason why, now that I've been going through this stuff, it's harder for me to actually hate cloud gaming because, I mean, even though we've had conversations about all these parts and you heard all that commercialism and stuff, you got to admit, like, they're coming up with some pretty healthy ideas here, where they can make it easier for gamers to actually do this kind of stuff. So, I mean, I'm kind of... I like them a little bit better is all I'm going to say. You know what I mean?
There's still issues around regulation and ownership. These sort of issues have been going on for decades now, and I'm not going to end anytime soon.
Yeah, I don't think they will either. Okay, let me see what's going on here. I have a funny little wheel turning on my computer because it was acting all... It's loading at the moment. You can hear me still, right?
Yeah, fine.
Okay, so I just wanted to make sure now that I can get on to the next part. Dude, I'll do a quick reading to finish off this next part with the examples of SaaS, which is going to be something that talks about the Salesforce and then like stuff like that. And then the benefits of it, and then I think we should end it there after a short conversation, and then come back to PAAS.
Okay. Yeah, and IaaS and all those other AAAS.
All those good asses. Okay, so examples of SAS is Salesforce, a customer relationship management, that's CRM tool, used widely in sales and consumer support. Salesforce operates entirely online, providing businesses with valuable insights, analytics, and communication tools. Then you have Microsoft 365. This suite includes popular productivity apps like Word, Excel, PowerPoint. Users can access and collaborate on documents in real time regardless of their location. And then you have Zoom. And video conferencing software like Zoom have been essential for remote work, connecting users around the world for meetings, webinars, and other collaborative effects. Now hold off on that Zoom conversation because I can hear this coming, okay? Let me just finish the reading because I want to talk about Zoom, but let's hold off, okay? Now, the benefits of SaaS. Cost effective. The subscription model makes SaaS accessible to companies of all sizes, reducing upfront capital expenses. Scalability. SaaS applications can grow with an organization, allowing users to add or reduce capacities as needed. And then accessibility. Users can work from any device with the internet connection, supporting flexible and remote work arrangements. Now, before we get to Zoom, I wanted to bring something up here that keeps popping up, and I want your opinion on this because this would be better for you to answer, okay? Now, they keep talking about how these subscriptions are so great because it helps to freaking maintain their infrastructure and everything and gives you better quality and all that crap, okay? Now, if they didn't freaking have this system set up to where you had to freaking get on the internet and communicate back and forth and everything, and you just went and you freaking did your download program, what, and you played that way with a program that's downloaded to your computer, would they need all of that freaking extra shit that keeps their quality and all that supposedly going? Would that even be necessary?
Oh, it depends on the infrastructure. If they are using a sort of server client sort of methodology, then yeah, obviously they're going to need to serve.
Well, I mean, my whole point is like the Elder Scrolls, okay? Skyrim was a good deal, a good example, okay? Now with Skyrim, you went and you downloaded the program, which this was before it was, or even with, like now you can actually download the program to your computer. And if I wanted to play freaking multiplayer with Elder Scrolls, I could do it right there with the download on the computer. Now, if I did it that way, would they need that freaking money that they're drawing off of the subscriptions? You know what I mean? And it's a one-time purchase, and it's mine.
Okay.
You're kind of cutting out. Give it a second.
Okay, so
Hold on a minute.
to the sort of client server sort of thing, or the sort of browser sort of based.
Yeah. That's basically it.
Browser, the web browser is the client software.
You're gonna have to repeat what you just said because that was all jumble.
So, okay, yeah, I'm having major problems at the moment. Yeah,
It's doing it to you again. You've got this timer on your computer that says if you go over
client cloud computing SA service, just two flavors.
I'm gonna have to sit still too. There's some bad juju going into the system right now, and like you're actually cutting out. We're probably gonna have to freaking cut this short because it's doing it again like it did last week. But if it does, man, I'll freaking I'll let you know because I have a feeling you can still hear me, but for some reason you just keep freezing up on me. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's being mean to you.
Yeah, it is being mean. I'm just looking at a load of data here.
Because the last few times, I know that you were actually able to hear me and stuff. You know what I mean? But for some,
I don't know. This time you just muting after a couple of minutes and then come back.
Yeah, and that's what I mean. Yours literally just froze up on me and everything, and then it came back finally. That's the reason why I switched That's the reason why I switched it around this year, where we have the video game playing in the background with my gaming with Infamous on the
Mm.
side, because like we had that issue with last year where freaking video was lagging or some shit like that, you know. So I figured I would go ahead and change it around like that. But do
This is
say,
third
say
time.
say what you wanted to say, because like we never got any good
Okay.
feedback on that.
Yeah. What was I saying?
The
Yeah.
cloud.
Yeah. Cloud computing um, in relation to this. There are two different sort of concepts here. There's the sort of downloadable client and the server sort of element.
Mm-hmm.
So you download a physical client software, much like I don't know, the Skype client or a game client, and then connect to the server. Or there's the more browser orientated thing. So for services like Google Drive and Zoom and those type of things, you're just reliant on the browser bit to be your client.
Okay. Now my whole question is though, like, with that in mind, okay, which would be more efficient and lower in price? Would it be cheaper to freaking have a one-time deal where you download a program onto your computer for the company, I mean, or
Mm.
having a freaking web browser that's constantly needing to be maintained? Which one would be?
Well, technically, the client would still have to be maintained because issues, bugs, unless you've got your development down to a T right at the start, there's always going to be bugs.
Yeah, no, and usually whenever I get onto these games too, though, they have patches that are automatically put onto to my
Yeah,
game the moment I get onto the game. So I mean,
yeah. Every time I load up the Steam client, it will download a load of updates for whatever game.
yeah,
Mm.
and that's the one thing that I freaking have always had an issue about when it comes to stuff like that. Like, I think it would be cheaper that route. You know what I mean? Where you just freaking buy the download, you put it on your computer, and then whenever freaking you do come online to play a game, if they need to put out patches, then freaking it'll come onto your computer. But it doesn't necessarily need to be openly available 24/7 as a platform on a browser. You know what I mean? Now, that just seems a little bit too robust.
Oh,
Okay. We're not even going. We're not even going to make it to Zoom. We'll fight. We'll fight to get there, though. We will fight to get there.
sorry, Mister.
I said I don't even think we're going to make it to Zoom, man, with the way this stuff is acting up. But if
Yeah.
you know. So what's your thoughts on this whole thing about what they're saying there about Zoom?
In what respect?
Do you want me to read it back to you? They said
So,
Zoom conference software, okay, has become essential for remote work, connecting users from around the world for meetings, webinars, and other collaborative efforts at a low price
okay,
of
okay. Yeah, I get it. So you were saying Zoom, a single product, has been essential.
yes. That's what I'm
Um,
saying.
in relevance, that's companies like Microsoft's been doing this using products like Skype for many, many years now, and there are a whole load of products, both commercial and open source. As you know, as you personally know, I've used Nick's Cloud Talk in the past. We've used Jitsi in the past.
Yeah.
This argument that one single product has been essential is just a load of marketing BS as far as I'm concerned. And it's interesting. When I started out in the industry back in the mid-90s, there was this idea that sort of in-house hosting was much more of a big thing. So as an example, big corporations will have their own email servers and will be sending email via and receiving email via their own servers. Now there is a much more emphasis on using third-party software, so Zoom, Skype, and whatever. And arguably, the short-term sort of costs, if you're using third-party services, is cheaper. But if you're using them on a wider sort of scale, then things like long-term costs and security and legal agreements are factors.
See, and I think that's the best way to stop this. You just said a mouthful, and it was good stuff that people should hear. We have been getting feedback in the comment section. A lot of people have been telling us how smart we are, and they wish they were us. Like Rockstar said that freaking he learned so much from our freaking video, dude. And it's a good thing because Rockstar needs to learn, okay? He has freaking... He needs to learn. That's all I gotta say, Rockstar. You need to learn. And this
is he a developer? Is he a developer or?
No, he's just a gamer. Okay, Rockstar.
Okay. Yeah.
Rockstar. His games are like freaking simulation games, dude. You know what I mean? So he's really big into Railfan, and he actually does videos on his own aside from Rockstar Gaming, or he goes to like train stations over in your neck of the woods and stuff. So he does stuff like that, and he does the simulation game for train sims. He's also in NASCAR and all that stuff, and FIFA, I believe, is the other racing one. So. But we've been getting good feedback on it from him, and Maxi RPG has made comments too, so I appreciate that. And with that being said, do you want to tell everybody how they contact you?
Yeah, as many people will have realised now, I've been on quite a few streams with yourself and other people, but mainly people can find me on minds.com at minds.com/Medworthy, so Edworthy.
I'd also like to point out that you are on Skype with me, as well as on Discord now with me. Hello everybody, and welcome back to another episode of Home Away from YouTube, Oso Gaming with Infamous. I'm doing both channels at the moment. So with that being said, I am going to start the episode. Got everything lined up, audio's working. I checked it out on all the platforms that I'm streaming on. It sounded good on Odyssey, YouTube, X, Rumble, as well as Twitch. Later on I might do BitChute, but I'm debating on that, so I am just going to stick to these for now, but everything sounds good. Now, we were going to have a lot of things that were supposedly going to take place this week, but they ended up falling through. So I was good enough, or I had enough experience enough to know that I needed to back myself up with some talking points, which I've been doing for almost a year now. So I am prepared. I have my backup ready. Now, I want to start out with straightening something out that I've been having issues with, and it is whenever it comes to, well, I want to update people on some stuff that I thought I may have made a mistake on. And it was last week when I mentioned the League of Legends and their championship tournament. I wasn't for sure if it was in Europe or if it was in Japan, I believe, because that's where Apex Legends tournament was. I went and I double checked, and it was actually in Germany, I believe it was. Yeah, the location is Adidas Arena, and that's the 2 arena and the Riot Arenas, and they're in Berlin, so that's where it's taking place. Now, that was my mistake. I had a brain fart, and to be fair, I did say, I really haven't played this game. I think my son may have played it. I didn't even have enough time to check it out and find out. So I do want to point that out. I've got no experience with that. Now, with that being said, though, I will honestly maybe consider going into these games this year. I've been backed up on my streaming and my editing on my videos and things of that nature, because I have more channels than just Gaming with Infamous, so I have to do a lot more, which is a part of like using Blender for computer graphics for animations and stuff, and doing intros and outros and editing videos. And I also have a lot of other platforms that I need to get things going on. So I've been doing quite a bit, and I haven't really had time to get into my live streams with actual games and stuff. Now, this game that's in the background, that is my game. That's something that I played and everything. And before I started the actual show, I had the audio on so that people could listen to it. So if you go in and watch the live stream of this instead of the recording, you'll hear some of the stuff that's going on there, as well as seeing it like it is right now. But I wanted to show that, because that's going to be one of the main topics that I'm talking about tonight, because this is actually one of the games I've mentioned that I can talk about when it comes to some of the things that I know. Now, before I do that, though, I also would like to do an updates on the Roadman competition that I have. And before I even do that, I'll just go through it and say what it is. Now, over in England, they have a group of kids they're called Roadmen, and they have a very unique slang that they speak, and I found it pretty interesting. So what I did is I set up a competition on HomeAway from YouTube and Gaming with Infamous, where anybody who wants to win a free game key at the end of the month can enter this competition. Now, the whole thing of it is I've set up a script that person has to read, and it's got 2 people that are on the script, so you have to read a conversation between 2 people and do it in the language or the slang that these roadmen do it. And the person who does this the best will win the free game keys. Me and John were talking about it, and he he agreed that it would be a good idea. So me and old John are together on this one. So that's basically what it is now. So far, we have Maxi Plays RPGs, who says he is interested. He's on YouTube and Home Away from YouTube on Discord as well. So if you guys want to talk to him, you can talk to him. He's a pretty good guy. So let me double check. I think I may have lost my broadcast on Twitch. It looks like it. Let me see what's going on there. Hit refresh, see if it's still going. No. There it is, it's kicking back on. I'm gonna stop until the stream kicks in, because that's kind of bogus when it does that. There we go. So Twitch is back on. I'm gonna keep an eye on these bad boys, make sure that none of this happens. So let's see what we got here. Everything seems to be up and running. But anyhow, this is the update part where it goes into the Roadman competition. Maxi Plays RPG is on YouTube, and he's also on Home Away from YouTube on Discord. He if you guys want to check him out, talk to him, feel free to check out his YouTube channel too. It's pretty cool. Now, we also have Bob Dub, who says she's interested in doing it. She's on YouTube and Rumble as well as Minds.com. You can find her there. And then she's also in Minds Chat in the group called Infinite Imaginarium. And she's also on Mint Me, where she has minted her own crypto token. So you can find her on there as well. Her crypto coin is called the Bob the Bloom. So that'd be the easiest way of finding her on there. Also, you have Auto Excelsior, who's on Minds.com. I know he's on YouTube, but I don't know the name of his channel on the top of my head. So I can find that out later, and I'll put it up there. So these are people who said they're interested in it. Bob Dub and Otto said they're going to kind of rehearse the script between the two of them, and then get back to me on it. Now Maxi, Bob Dub, and Otto, they seem to be in the direction of recording the video and sending it to me, which is fine, because I've said it in a previous episode. I don't care if you do it with a recording, send the audio to me, or audio and video, it's fine. If you want to do it on the live stream right here on the show, you can do it that way too. Just get on one of the VoIPs I mentioned before and come in and do your recording, and what I'll do is I'll just edit it out of the video and get things going that way, have it set up and ready for the possibility of you winning the competition or not, so you can do it either way, however you want to do it. I've been getting a lot of questions about the accent too. Now I'll tell you guys right now, you don't have to use the accent. That's not a part of it. It's not a requirement, but let me point that you have complete say over how you want to do this script, but you need to also understand that the person who does the Roadman slang will win the competition. So just take and remember that when you do it. Now you don't have to do it, okay? But it's up to you if you want to go that route or not. But you don't have to do it. So just think about that. That's very important. So I mentioned the ones who said they would definitely be willing to do it. Now these are also a couple notes I wanted to pull up and say too. I had gotten into a conversation with Detective Fallen on YouTube, and he's on Home Away from YouTube on Discord as well. and he's also on my Discord channel, Gaming with Infamous. But he said, or he did show some interest, and he may do it, but there's no guarantees on that. Maybe hearing that Maxie said he's willing to do it, that might encourage him to kind of take a little bit of or be a little adventurous, and do it himself. It's pretty fun because, like, also, another person that I go on to a show with on Skype, Nancy Paletta. She's on she's on Cafe Enigma, and now she's also started up another group on Skype, which is, I believe, Vixen's Vault. I can check on that. Yeah, the Vixen's Vault. She asked me just out of curiosity because I posted a thing on Summer Todd's mystery show about it, and she just wanted to read it out of curiosity, and she read it, and it sounded like she really enjoyed it. So she said she had a ball with it, and the weird part was is she started reading it, and she was amazed at how easy it was for her to do it. So if it was that easy for her, it might be a little bit of an encouragement, to go ahead and do it. I mean, record it, send it to me, and if you win, man, you win. You get a game key. Now, I also want to point it out again that, like, it's not a game key of your choice. I'm not rich, you know what I'm saying? By no means. It's going to be a game key of our choice that we give you. And don't worry, we're not going to give you a crappy key, you know what I mean? Game key that's just a horrible game or anything. We'll give you one that's actually decent to play. But I'm going to tell you right now, I'm not a rich man. I'm not going to go and get like a $60 game for somebody to win, and play just for doing this competition. Because first of all, I don't get paid to do this. I do it just out of entertainment and everything. So, and I couldn't get paid for it until I got over 1,000 subs on YouTube, or I don't even know how you get paid on Rumble. So that's something that's still a mystery to me. But I just do this for entertainment, and we're going to give you one, but it's not going to be like the big expensive kind of games. So it'll be something that's fun to play, but that's about it. I would have probably missed that if I didn't freaking remember it offhand, because I didn't have it in my talking points. So that was something that I'm really glad that I did bring up. Now, last week I had started talking a little bit about these games, dual console strategy games, and that brings us to what you're seeing there in the background. That is XCOM 2. Now, I was talking about XCOM 2. I brought up Crusader Kings 3, and then Halo Wars 2, which is on the internet. Now, I've never dealt with Crusader Kings 3 nor Halo Wars 2. I didn't even know they had a Halo Wars out until I started digging into this. So these are things that I may get into and do some streams on. There's no guarantee in it, but I'm thinking about it, because like last year I went through and I did a series on Gaming with Infamous on all the emulator games that I'd done, or that I'd played with, doing a lot of the streams that I was doing last year. And I ended up doing that and covering each of them. So this year I may, with my gaming streams, do Halo Wars 2 and Crusader Kings 3. like I said, there's no guarantees in it. I do want to come up with that, maybe do that. That might be good. But XCOM, I can actually tell you I've got a little experience on it. I did play it. Now, here recently, I'd finished my streams for Skate 3, and I had finally determined that that is probably the hardest game I've ever played. Now, when it comes to XCOM, though, I have to say this would quite easily be the hardest game I've ever played. This is the scene you're watching here is XCOM Enemy Unknown, so that's what you're seeing right there. And I'm not quite sure if that's the first or second one, but it's it's good enough to where everybody can see it. Get a kind of an idea of what it's about and stuff like that. So with today, I am going to discuss. Hold up, yeah. No, yeah, I was talking about dual console strategy games right there, and that's what this basically is. Okay. Now, with this today, what I want to do is I want to kind of dive deeper into XCOM 2 and look at their achievements and their reward system and stuff of that nature. The reason why I do that, or want to do that, and I want to start working on that, is because a buddy of mine who used to do podcasts like this was always big on it. It was RJ off of Casual Hardcore Gaming. He was real big on talking about the reward systems, but he's kind of gone AWOL on doing the podcast. His buddy who does it with him ended up moving away, so he walked away from doing the podcast, which I think was a horrible mistake, because I think he did an excellent job. I've already said it before in a previous episode, so I'm not going to go back over that, but I think he did an excellent job, and this was one of the things that I thought was cool that he did. He went through and he would talk about the reward systems and the achievements that you can unlock and things of that nature. So that's what I really want to start implementing into my podcast and bringing up and telling people what's going on with these games, because it is pretty cool, Now, for a full list of these achievements that are for XCOM 2, let me just put it out there that you can get a full list of these achievements and the specific requirements to unlock each of them on detailed guides on platforms like True Achievements and Steam. So if you go on those two platforms, you can find what these achievements and everything are and what you can unlock and stuff. You can find it on Steam, I know that, but I just found out about True Achievements, so that if you guys are interested in finding out all the information, go into it, because I believe there's over the base game itself for XCOM 2, it has over 50 achievements. Okay, and these things, they cover everything from mission completions and special tactics accomplishments, and then you have like the broader gameplay milestones. So basically, this is going to be a breakdown of some of the achievements that you can unlock whenever you go into it. The first thing I want to talk about is story progression and milestones. You have achievements such as Earth Avenged, and that's for defeating the aliens of any difficulty. And then you have the Immortal Commander, and that's for completing the Game of Legend difficulty. So if you have it on Game of Legend on the difficulty levels, you get that. Now, these all reward the players as they progress through the main story. So you'll end up getting rewarded all through it by doing those. So that is one thing that's pretty cool when it comes to that. Now, after that, you have facility and equipment upgrades. They have achievements like Tinker, which is building an experimental item in the proving grounds. And they also have room to grow, which is upgrading a facility. So if you go in to upgrade your facilities, then you have upgrades that are, or you have rewards, achievements that from that too. Now, the thing that you have to understand with this game is, like, you go out and you do what I'm doing in the background there with the strat game, and you do it one move at a time. But in between, there's also a place where you go to where you get achievements rewarded to you, and you get upgrades and stuff like that, and it's your facility. Now, the one I was playing, it was like a giant freaking ship that floated in the air. It kind of looked like what you see on the Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. in Marvel. And you can upgrade and build things on there. You can upgrade areas of it. You start out with the command center, I believe, and then as you go through, I believe you also get your it's been a while, but I believe that well, let me think. I believe that you do get your proving grounds. I'm not sure. It's been a while, like I said, since I've played this game, but that's basically the gist of it. And the more you play it, the more you get paid, because it has its own economy too. So the more you make from these missions, the more you get to do upgrades on your facility, and the better your equipment becomes. And they also have research and stuff like that, which is important. You can upgrade a weapon, upgrade your facility, and that's where the room to grow is. It's when you upgrade your facility. And locked and loaded, that's another upgrade. That's for upgrading a weapon. You get a achievement for that one. And that rewards players for enhancing their operational base and squad gear. So you basically get rewarded for doing stuff like that. So after that, you come to combat specific achievements. Now this includes David and Goliath, and that's for killing a berserker in melee combat. And then you have Mech Lord for hacking a sectopod. Now that's where it kind of gets cool, because like all of a sudden you're doing stuff like hacking and stuff in the game, you know what I mean? And that's not in the combat that you're seeing right there. It's actually at the freaking facility. So you have hackers that are hacking into it, and it's upgrading your gear and stuff like that. So that's pretty cool. Now let me also point out too that like I said, this is probably it, other than older games like Skate 3. Skate 3 is still the hardest game I ever played, but this one is a close second. Now the thing is at this point I was doing alright at this point in the video, but as I got farther in, my economy just crashed. I didn't have anything, man. They were like finding ways of giving me freaking my economy, giving me resources just to keep me into the game, you know, without having to say game over, dude, you suck. It was pretty horrible, and the reason for it, and that was on regular, that wasn't putting it on hard or anything of that nature, that was just the way the game was set up. I could not beat the aliens after a certain amount of time, so this could easily be the second hardest game I've ever had to play. And I'll tell you right now, when you go into playing this game, you don't go in there just to play around and have fun. You literally have got to know strategy. You got to know how to work games like this, because if you don't, it'll eat you alive. That's what it did to me. I wasn't even able to finish a video series. Usually I do 30 videos for each game, and I couldn't even do that with this because I ended up freaking dying so much. I got more fail videos from the short amount of time that I played this game than what I did for actually games that I was posting up for it, and it was pretty bad. So that's something I do want to point out. Now, after this, I'll go on to combat specific achievements. Wait, actually, I already did that one, didn't I? A Goliath for killing berserkers in melee combat, and then you have Mech Lord for hacking a sectoid. Yeah, okay. Now, after that, we'll go into challenging feats. Okay. Now, the game includes harder achievements like exquisite timing, which requires completing the game on a high difficulty by a specific date. So, like, if you start at a certain date, it literally keeps track of how long it took you to play the game and how long it took for you to defeat it. So that's pretty cool. I don't think I could ever do that, especially not on the difficulty. That's what I was just talking about. So there's another one. It's called The Few and the Proud. Now this is you're awarded for completing the game without purchasing a squad size upgrade on Commander plus difficulties. So without purchasing a squad size upgrade. So if you don't make your squad larger, then you get that achievement or for that challenge, which I don't know if I did upgrade my squad size. I may have, but I really didn't have much time in the game to really do that. And plus, this has to be on Commander plus difficulty, so I don't know what my what hardness level that is. If that might be just above like the default hardness. The one thing that annoyed me about it was it kept asking me if I wanted to go to an easier freaking difficulty level, you know, and then games like that just piss me off. I never freaking choose to do it. It just makes me mad to where I freaking say no. Because I know I suck, you know what I mean? So it's bad enough that I know I suck, but then the computer has to remind me that freaking I suck by asking me if I want to drop my levels. I'm doing a game right now that also does that, and it's the Yakuza, and it just pisses me off, you know. I just don't like it. It's annoying as hell. So I also have a note for this one, and it says additional achievements are available with expansions like Alien Hunters and War of the Chosen, which add new gameplay mechanics, enemies, and missions. For example, War of the Chosen adds achievements such as a rival silenced, for permanently defeating one of the chosen one, and it also has fully operational resistance for maximizing influence with all three factions. So you can actually influence like other factions and raise it up to where other factions like or not don't like you, I guess. So that's pretty cool. I didn't get too far into the game to really be able to tell that, because like I told you, I was bad at it. It got really horrible. So with all three factions too, I didn't even know they had three factions. Now after all of that, I also want to go in to a little bit different direction on it, get a little bit deeper into it, talk about some more stuff. So XCOM 2 offers a variety of achievements for players to unlock. Now we're going to get into specifically unlocking and rewarding players for like strategic decision making, combat prowess, and completion of like milestones. So I'm going to give you some examples of it, and we can pretty much end the stream after I do that, because this is pretty good stuff, and it dives a little bit more into what I was just discussing. You get more of a deep dive into what this game offers as you go through it. So now the first one is that I'm going to cover is the campaign completion. Okay, achievements like Earth Avenged reward, that rewards players for completing the main campaign, with additional achievements for finishing on higher difficulty settings. So you get additional stuff when it comes to that. Now that has settings such as Valhalla for completing the game on legendary difficulty. So you get the Valhalla achievement for completing the game on legendary difficulty. So now after that, there's also expansion specific achievements. Now that you have War of the Chosen, and that adds achievements for completing games goals related to like new enemy factions, the Chosen One, and the Ally faction, the Reapers, Skirmishers, and Templars. So you get that with the expansion specific. So if you go in and you get an expansion pack, which I didn't get, I basically had the frickin' just the game, you know what I mean? I didn't get any DLCs or expansions or anything to go with this game whatsoever. So that's what you get, and I have no idea what that's all about. So with that, that's the thing. So now, for example, the Weary Warriors is awarded for completing the game on the new War of the Chosen storyline. You know what I mean? So that's one of them. Okay. So after that, I'm going to go to combat and tactical achievements. You have special skill types. Now, achievements like Come Back to Me, that's reviving a fallen soldier. You get achievements for that. And Nick of Time, that's successfully completing an extraction mission with no turns left. So like if you have no turns left and you get extracted from a mission, you get a Nick of Time achievement, and this rewards you for dramatic or skillful play styles and stuff like that. So Now, you know, in my earlier ones, I've said some things about, you know, the cloud gaming and everything. And let me point something out too, because I don't want people to get mixed signals here. Like, when it comes to this style of game, I have no problem with it. You know what I mean? I am perfectly fine with dual console strategy games. I think that's cool. You know, but I do have to say, it's just with this cloud gaming, it just seems a little creepy. Like, they're not really. It has more to do with the actual gaming than just playing games and trying to make it to where the controllers work better and all that stuff. It just, the language that's in the term of services just seems a little bit too woke, for my opinion. You know what I mean? Like, they'll put that in the language, and they'll have situations like what happened with Xbox and Activision and Nintendo in Europe, you know, and all of a sudden, because that was turned into a big government criteria, it becomes law there. So since it became law there, they can use it as precedents to make it laws somewhere else, you know. And that's what people do. That's how that kind of stuff works. So that's kind of why I'm kind of leery about these platform games that are on this supposed cloud. And plus, you know, I at least when I was playing games when I was younger, I could go down to any store and I could get a copy of it. You know what I mean? So if something happened, I didn't have to worry about freaking them shutting down their digital stores like they did with the Xbox 360 here recently. You know, that was pretty messed up in my opinion, because now there's tons of games that are just lost if nobody's got them already. There are some that was recovered, I guess. I should do a follow-up and find out more about it. I did on one of these newer episodes, but I should keep track of it and find out. I don't know. It kind of depressed me when I checked it out, because there was nobody who actually even thought that it was worth discussing. You know, from as far as I can tell, I was the only person who was even talking about, you know, that, and I thought that was interesting, you know. But I'm fine with all of it. Now, let me get back to where I was. I ended up doing what seemed to be a tangent, but it wasn't. I was just stalling for time because I wanted to make some filler in my stream so that it would actually last longer, because right now my recording is only at 39 minutes and 24 seconds. So I figured I would go back through and kind of cover that, because like I do play games that are like this. Not the strat games. Like XCOM was the first time I did it, and the only reason why I did it was because my son suggested it to me. So that was that was one of the reasons why I ended up doing it. Now, I believe that I already finished all of the expansion specific achievements that you get from the expansion packs. Yeah. So now I'm going to combat and tactical achievements. Now with that, you have special skill types. Achievements for come back to me. Yeah, okay, I already did this too. I got this done. Now for defeating yeah, okay, so after that, you go to enemy-specific achievements, and that's for defeating particular enemies, like a Grim. And that one's called Killing a Codex. Then players receive achievements that encourage exploring all enemy types and exploiting weaknesses and stuff like that. So basically throughout the game you're also learning how to exploit their weaknesses and things of that nature, which is actually pretty cool. I did get to see that in the game when I was doing it. I thought that was really, really cool. And I believe that there is the part that I wanted to mention just now, so I might want to hold off on it. Research and development. Yeah, research and development achievements. Now this is an area that you can upgrade in your facility. As you go through, you can actually build that onto your facility, because like I said, you only start with like the command center and a few other spots, but then you start earning your economy, and as you progress with the economy, you start having the ability to upgrade. And development, research and development is one of them that I got. Now this one is pretty cool because you can upgrade, do weapon and armor unlocks. You can make achievements such as locked and loaded, which is upgrading all primary weapons. That's pretty good. And then you have heavy metal, using advanced heavy weaponry. And these are unlocked as players progress through researching and gear upgrades. So you've got all that going on as well. Yeah, and then the next one is what I was wanting to get to, and I it was probably a good idea that I did hold off on it, because this is autopsy and interrogation. So you've got you got your computer nerds and your doctors and stuff and researchers that are into like DNA research and stuff like that, and they are doing autopsies and interrogating the aliens. They conduct the autopsies now on unique alien species, and that unlocks achievements like the Few and the Proud, and that's for completing certain research milestones. So you have like research in the game on the aliens as well. You can actually do the same thing with like your weapons, your armor. You can do it with like the facility and stuff like that, things of that nature. It's pretty open. I mean, you can go through and pretty much do research and play. It's really hard to explain, but it really is pretty cool. I would have loved to do this game if it wasn't so hard on me. I mean, I got my ass served to me doing this game. That's how tough it is. This is one of those games, man. One of those games. And if you're not good at it, you're not going to get better. It just, at least that's the way it felt whenever I was doing it, So that that's one of the areas where I was actually able to get on and was able to do, you know what I mean? So I thought that was pretty cool. So I got that far whenever I was doing it. So after that, we come to resource management and strategy. And this is some cool stuff as well. I think it's what I remembered. Now the Avenger upgrades. It's for expanding or upgrading the Avenger's capabilities, and that can reward achievements such as fully operational. The Avenger is your facility, I believe. Yeah, I believe that's the name of it. Such as fully operation for building every facility. So you have the Avenger, and then within the Avenger you have facilities that are inside of it that you can go in and you can upgrade, you know. So fully operational for building every facility. This encourages players to invest in infrastructure and management, you know, so you're going through and you're managing your facility and stuff of that nature as well, which is really cool. So I seem to be having issues with my stream on Rumble. Let me go check that out. I'm gonna have to hit refresh on it and we can get that going. Yeah, it was weird because it started giving me a notification for something that was posted in my comments like 2 days ago, so I went and hit refresh and I have got that back on in order and up to date. I just wanted to make sure nothing was messing up. This is one reason why I didn't want to do like my face or anybody on here whenever we're discussing, just make some kind of background, because like you would have to deal with this, having to see that kind of stuff if I was doing it to where it was everybody else, you know what I mean? So let's see what we got here. I've got to get back to what I was talking about. I just finished the Avengers upgrades, and now we go into resource utilization. Now, effective resource management and completing missions without significant losses can earn achievements like exquisite timing. And that's for completing the campaign in a certain number of in-game days, you know what I mean? So what it sounds like to me is like you don't only get the achievement for finishing the game, but for completing the campaign, you know what I mean, within a certain number of in-game. Oh, okay, so it's not like, yeah, I forgot about that. So you have your days that are in your nights, which are on the game as well. All right, and then like you have real-time day and night, and they go according to your days and nights on the game instead of in real life. So yeah, I don't know if I freaking said that it was in real life or not earlier on when I was doing this, but if I did, I apologize for that. It's the in-game days where you get these achievements for the yeah. Let's see now. I am losing like exquisite timing, yeah, for completing the campaign in a certain number of in-game days. Yeah, there you go. So the next one is Iron Man and hardcore achievements. This would be impossible for me, okay? I could never do this. Iron Man and hardcore achievements. Now the Iron Man mode, if you're in the Iron Man mode, you get achievements like Ain't Got Time to Bleed reward, and that rewards players for completing campaigns in Iron Man mode, where saves are limited and heightened challenges and tension. That's the heightened challenges and tension. So your saves are limited. You can't like go and be revived, and that was something even like in my experience whenever my badassery ran out, you know, I'm sitting there and I didn't have the ability to frickin' go and start over the challenge again, you know, because like the story goes forward, and they just keep track of you. If you're doing great, man, it's all cool because you got this list of all the cool stuff you got. But for me, it was I was doing shitty, so I've got like this whole freaking history of shitty stuff that I freaking was doing. You know what I mean? And like they were feeling so bad for me that they were freaking giving me shit. You know what I mean? Well, you know, we gotta keep them in the game. So let's just say this organization ended up donating money to you so that you could keep going and shit. You know what I mean? Where I even ran out of money funding for the research, because you can like research aliens and what they're made of, and you can sell that to corporations for your economy, to where you can go in and you can do upgrades and stuff. So that was a pretty cool function that I thought was in it. And you could I don't know for sure, but I believe you could do that with your weapons too. Like when you upgrade your weapons and you do research on it, you can actually sell the weapons as well, you know. So that was pretty cool. But I ran out of all that shit. Like I couldn't keep up with the big dogs, you know. It got to where it was really kicking my butt. So I had to really try my best, and I still couldn't pull it off. And my son, he would get on here, you know, and he would just kick butt. He knows these games like the back of his freaking hand. And he'd get in here and he'd just tear them up. And I'd watch him play it, and I'd be like, oh yeah, this can't be that hard of a game. I could do this, you know, because it looks pretty cool. I did Blood Bowl with him on Warhammer, you know, and I thought that was cool. Now I can do that one. I'm okay with that. I've actually got the video series on my YouTube too, if you guys want to check that out, you know. And I did that one and it was no problem. But I came in here and I tried to do these games, dude, and they just literally whooped my ass. So the Iron Man mode isn't even going to be any kind of achievements that I'll be able to do. So now we come to difficulty based, and that's for those who complete the campaign on the hardest difficulty settings. You get achievements like the Untouchables, which highlight dedication to the game's most challenging scenarios. You know what I mean? So you do get these. Now I do have a note again on this one, and this one it goes, these achievements encourage a range of play styles and completion strategies for speed running to take on the hardest, from speed running to taking on the hardest difficulties, making XCOM 2 a rewarding experience for achievement hunters and completionists. Basically that would be RJ from hardcore, casual hardcore gaming. This is a game that he needs to try, see how well he does on his achievements, because I don't think he could cut it on this one. He cried during what was it, that Cup game. I actually got to see that. He did. He started crying like you wouldn't believe. But maybe after a while of taking a long rest, he'll come on the show and maybe give us a little feedback on some of the achievements and stuff that he's really gotten into and he enjoys, and some of them that were hard for him. We've had him on here to do an interview before, you know what I mean? But I think it would also be cool to kind of get him on to where he'd be willing to kind of talk about the reward systems and things of that nature. Now this is one of the games that I've actually played, that I have played. You know what I mean? But I do want to continue doing this on a regular basis so that I can kind of keep on that tradition that RJ was doing, because I thought he was really good at it, and I think that's what a lot of people do want to hear about too. Um, he also got into talking about the gaming industry and the kind of politics that are going on in the gaming industry, and the game developers and things of that nature, which I also thought was a good idea. I just wish that he didn't walk away from the podcast that he had going, because he was really doing a good job of it, and I'm going to try to keep it up on this one because somebody needs to do it. This is good stuff. This is stuff that gamers really should be able to hear about and be able to say, well, I heard this on so and so's podcast. It was pretty cool. You know what I mean? And that is one thing that I do want to do, and I want to keep going. So there we go. Killuminati showed up in Rumble chat, and he said, "How's it going, boys?" and started doing a whole bunch of memes. Now, Killuminati 369 is also lovingly referred to as Mr. Robot on Mine's chat. Me and him are doing collaborations with music. He's got his own channel going on that you guys can check out on Rumble, and he's a little bit rowdy. He likes to do some hardcore stuff in his music, so we're doing a collaboration together, and right now he has his own chat room on Mine's chat, which is pretty cool. He calls it Hacker Radio. So if you guys are on Minds and you want to check out Hacker Radio on Mine's chat, go for it. He's also, me and him both have also went and set up our own Elements chat for the possible day when Bill Altman decides that he's going to discontinue Mine's chat. So we went and we've backed up our chat rooms with with our chat rooms in Element. So I don't have any chat rooms available right now, but he does. He has Hacker Radio, and then he has Mine's general chat. Now, don't be confusing that with just the general chat. It'll say general. That's when you go into, when you first go into Mine's chat. His is Mine's and then general chat. You can chat at the end. So you can find him on there if you want to. I gave everybody else a plug. I guess I should give you a plug too, Mr. Robot. I've done a lot of different things with him in the past too, so he's a pretty cool guy. He's just crazy as dog shit. Let me just put it to you that way. So now, I don't have a Gaming with Infamous chat group on Element, but I do have a Live with Roger Hanson, and he also has a Hacker Radio chat group on Elements as well. I got my other platform chat group on there called WOW, WWOW, for Wonderful World of Weirdness. That's on YouTube, Rumble, and it's on Odyssey. I also have no, I don't have it on X, but it is set up on those platforms. But like I said, I've got the WWOW on the Elements chat. Then me and him both set up a general chat for that too. So, and he's also got this one that's called Alchemy, and I'm not really cool with memes or anything like that. So I just wanted to let everybody knows, just to be a nice guy. Now Mr. Robot is always doing music as well, so you can find him on his channel Killuminati. So he's got that going on. He said, Mr. Robot, aka, you need to put that in your song, dude. He said, sending love from cyberspace. I got Hacker Radio on Element Matrix 2. Also made a bunch of epic meme and technology rooms. Also made the history space again, and lots of more historical chats. Yeah, he's big on history, so and he'll talk to you about that. He really loves to talk about stuff like that. Now he's trying to come up with excuses. He says crazy enough to be sane. Oh no. But yeah, he said his channel on Rumble is Hacker Radio. Easy to find. So we have covered an hour. We made it to an hour, 1 minute and 50 seconds. I did it on my own, and I left Skype open and nobody showed up, which is cool because I don't really like having people on my chats anymore, especially when I'm trying to do something constructive like gaming. Gaming is cool when you're just randomly talking about stuff, but like when you're wanting to get into certain specific topics and stuff, it's kind of difficult when you got other people commenting because it goes off into another direction. I do like having Mark Edworthy on there though, because he really sticks to the topic and everything. Yeah, he likes to blame Skype for everything Mr. Robot does. He's afraid the CIA is gonna hunt him down and take his shit. Like I know two people. One's here in the United States and he's afraid of the NSA, and the other one's afraid of the CIA. So you gotta avoid going on Skype with these guys or going on Discord, because he says it's not paranoia if they are out to get you. Well, that's on another episode. That's not on our gaming episodes, Mr. Robot. So later on we can discuss the NSA and the CIA and how they're out to get you, but not on Home Away from YouTube and Gaming with Infamous. This is where we have fun and we play video games together. So thanks for commenting in the chat section. I appreciate that, bud. And thank everybody else who's watched this. And with that, I am going to bring this to an end. We've done pretty good on this, so I'm happy with it. I will talk to you later. Bye.
In the ancient world, the skies held a profound significance, influencing not only the beliefs and rituals of early civilizations but also their scientific advancements. Among these early societies, the Babylonians stand out as pioneers in the field of astronomy, leaving behind a legacy that has shaped the course of celestial study for millennia. The religious literature of ancient Babylon provides a fascinating glimpse into the process by which the pantheon of gods was restructured to reflect changes in political and religious power. The older incantations associated with the god Ea were re-edited to elevate Marduk, the patron deity of Babylon, to supreme power. This shift was mirrored in the astronomical observations of the time, where celestial bodies were often associated with gods, reinforcing their divine importance. One of the most significant contributions of Babylonian astronomy is the development of star catalogues. During and after the Kassite rule over Babylonia, these catalogues began to take shape, collating earlier observations and divinations. Written in cuneiform script, these texts listed constellations, individual stars, and planets, marking the beginning of a systematic approach to understanding the heavens. The earliest of these catalogues, known as 3 stars each, dates back to the 12th century BCE. It represents a tripartite division of the heavens, assigning different regions to the gods Enlil, Anu, and Enki. Each month was associated with 3 stars, creating a framework that linked celestial movements to the passage of time and the changing seasons. The careful observation of the heavens led to the creation of a star list that included 36 stars, each corresponding to a specific month. Building on this foundation, Babylonian astronomers developed the Mulopin, a more comprehensive compendium that emerged around 1000 BCE. This catalogue included a detailed list of 71 stars and constellations, along with information on their heliacal risings, the path of the moon and planets, and even omens connected to their appearances. The Mulopin's significance is underscored by its influence on later Greek astronomy, with many constellation names and concepts being borrowed and adapted by the Greeks. Among the most ancient constellations listed in the Mulopin are those marking the 4 cardinal points of the year during the Middle Bronze Age: Taurus, the Bull; Leo, the Lion; Scorpius, the Scorpion; and Capricornus, the Goatfish. These constellations not only served as celestial markers but also held deep symbolic meanings, often representing deities or mythological figures. The Babylonian zodiacal constellations, many of which have survived into modern astronomy, were meticulously catalogued and linked to the gods. For instance, Aquarius, the water pourer, was associated with the water god Ea and marked the winter solstice in the early Bronze Age. Similarly, Virgo, with its main star Spica, has Babylonian precedents, being linked to the Sumerian goddess Shola. As Babylonian astronomy continued to evolve, it began to describe the positions of the sun, moon, and planets in terms of 12 equally spaced zodiacal signs, each divided into 30 degrees. This normalized zodiac, fixed to the stars and totaling 360 degrees, became the foundation for the zodiacal system we use today. In conclusion, the Babylonians not only laid the groundwork for modern astronomy but also intertwined their celestial observations with their religious and cultural beliefs. Their meticulous cataloging of the stars and planets, coupled with their deep understanding of the heavens, has left an indelible mark on the history of astronomy, influencing civilizations across time and space.
Hello everybody and welcome back to another episode of Wow Talk. This is actually going to be a good episode. We have somebody with us that I think is got a lot of good information that, especially last year, same time this time last year, me and Karma, which oddly enough is who's here, we went through a lot of this topic, and now, lo and behold, I got a chance to get Rafael Martinez on here, who can kind of go through some of this stuff with us too, because he does a lot of research into it and everything. In the comment sections that I posted this on, I mentioned that he does have a background that pertains to being a former member of the U.S. Marshals. So I think that there are topics that we are going to get into, but before we get started with that, first I want Raphael to kind of give us a background, who he is, where he's from, what he has done in the past and stuff of that nature. And then we can go into some of the topics that we've had conversations about on Cafe Enigma, which I thought was pretty interesting, but it seemed like the topic kind of swayed off into other directions, and we never got a chance to really focus on those topics, and then we can get into the other stuff. So with that being said, I want to welcome you, Raphael, and thank you for being here. And I'll hand it over to you and let you kind of give us a background about yourself and let everybody know who you are.
Thank you, Roger. Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Karma. My name is Rafael Martinez. I am I'm a former Marine. I also was served in the U.S. Border Patrol, INS, QRT, Federal Air Marshals, and then finally as a U.S. Customs / ICE Special Agent. I also served on the DEA Task Force, the Federal Financial Crimes Task Force, and I'm a plank owner. I'm a founding member of Homeland Security. So I view the world through that lens.
Okay, good. Now, I do have talking points, but I haven't put all of that in on the talking points. So before we get started, man, why don't you kind of run us through some of the stuff you just discussed right there? Um, feel free to talk about anything. Kind of let us know some of the things that, things that you want to discuss. You know what I mean when it comes to your past experiences in those fields.
Well, I don't really talk about the generalities of it. Or I don't talk about specifics. Generalities. I basically I have a well-rounded knowledge of border security. Border enforcement, particularly here in the United States and some around the world. I've been part of quite a few things that most people uh, won't come across, and I'm able to piece together things that I'm seeing happening around the world and seeing how it all comes together. So let's just say like the Viper programs. It's something that I don't hear anybody talk about. I'm monitoring a bunch of news sites and podcast channels and whatever else. But part of the formation of the Transportation Security Administration included provision for Viper teams. It's vehicle intermodal. I can't remember what the acronym stands for, but basically the gist of it was, when we got hired on as air marshals after 9/11, they told us outright they could only guarantee us 10 years of work. And so after that, they basically, we'd be facing a reduction in force. We'd get laid off. The only other way to stay on would basically have been to go to the Viper teams if they had gotten that off the ground. Viper teams were basically TSA inspectors on steroids, but armed. They're going to basically man all of the bus stations, the train stations, and every other public transportation system that they could. And they're also going to do interstate checkpoints. That was one of the things I had heard about, and it made sense once the lockdowns happened after COVID started, and they were announcing, or they were telling the public that they didn't want anybody doing any interstate travel, and we're trying to lock everybody in the homes, and they were trying to prohibit interstate travel. And I guarantee you that had the public not pushed back on the Viper teams, that would have been the federal response to lock down human movement in the United States. There's that, and also the another key insight that I think a lot of people miss is that we here in the United States have what we call the Real ID Act. So basically, the federal government told the states that they had to have their driver's licenses and ID cards in compliance with certain federal mandates that basically positively identified the person that was that bared that license. And that if they did not become part of the Real ID Act, they couldn't travel on public transportation without it. So no flights for you. It didn't. I didn't really think about it at the time, but then I came across the UN mandate for universal digital identity, and that led to universal central bank digital currencies and everything else. Basically this universal digital identity, you were not even going to be able to jump on the internet without it. You wouldn't be able to log on without it. But going back to Real ID, if you don't know what that is, it's basically, it was everything short of a blood sample. Nancy had to dig up a divorce decree for going back decades just to get hers. And they want to know everything there is to know about you. But again, we thought it was just travel mandates controlling, part of Homeland Security locking down, trying to dial in on terrorists. But fast forward to COVID, I worked as a manager. I was tasked with managing a COVID vaccination site, and one of the things that came out during that vaccination period that they pushed out their mandates was that the at the end of the COVID vaccine there was an RFID chip. I'd heard it multiple times, but once I got onto the site, I realized how it all came together. So the COVID vaccine RFID, basically they'll get the person in front of them, confirm the ID is them, then they'll take that ID and they'll scan it into their little digital system. All right. Then they take the vial and they scan it with that same digital device. And now you are permanently linked to the contents inside that vial. And why this is important is because later on we're finding out that it is now those vaccines are loaded with nano technology. And that's you guys know Chi Wong?
Before we start getting going in that direction, let me let you know
Yeah.
we are on YouTube and we are on Twitch, so
Oh, okay.
kind of trade.
So I gotta dial it back.
Yeah, kind of dial it back on there, but yeah, I know when it comes to all of that, the best thing is just don't try to say anything that encourages people to, like you're giving medical advice or anything of that nature, and don't
Gotcha.
say anything about chemicals, and we should be fine. So, okay. With
Yeah,
that,
I get it. I know there's other channels that I follow that they have to skirt those issues as well. And like I said, I apologize. I didn't realize we were on YouTube.
yeah,
But
I should have mentioned that. But yeah.
no, that's okay. Well, I'll watch what I say. And again, I'm not giving medical advice. I'm just telling you my experiences with the surrounding the thing, the spiky thing.
Yeah.
But anyway, but going back to the nanographene self-assembling nanotech. That's where Chi comes in. He's been putting out a lot of good information about it. I also have another friend online that has started up a couple Telegram channels where he's putting all of his research into, and it's horrifying. These are papers coming straight from DARPA and a bunch of reputable medical journals. He's not digging into the conspiracy corners. He's actually, basically we're hearing the conspiracies, and then he's going directly to try to find the evidence of it directly from the government sites. And I'll have to try to find that link for that Telegram channel, but I'll get it to you. And anyway, long story short, the end goal is to have you be the chirping. You're going to be chirping. You're going to be an RFID, a walking RFID tag. So you remember that movie Minority Report?
Yeah.
In that movie, they scanned the eyeballs. But in the reality is, it's already, anybody that took it already has it, and they're going to be chirping on it. Matter of fact, I came across a couple videos that they took some people out to the woods, and they all left their digital, their technology back in civilization, and they only have one device, and they used that to scan for Bluetooth in the area. And sure enough, the people that had been, taking the they were chirping Bluetooth IDs, and Bluetooth, the new Bluetooth, I think is 5.0.
Mm-hmm.
it's being used to track and trace everyone and everything. Matter of fact, I remember when Apple was doing contact tracing. You remember that?
Yeah, actually, I do. It was right around, wasn't it? Like right around 2018, 2017, somewhere in there.
No, it was after the lockdowns.
Oh,
It was,
really?
yeah. Matter of fact, there was a story out of Australia. They were really big into to locking people into
Yeah,
uh,
you're right. It was. I remember that.
camps, and there was one girl who went, basically started railing against the government because a friend of hers came up positive, and all of a sudden she had government officials on her doorstep. And the way they found out was through contact tracing. The devices were doing all the contact tracing for them. Those devices we all carry around, it doesn't matter whether it's Android or Apple, they have that Bluetooth 5.0 that basically associates all the IDs with each other. You can tell who's in close proximity to who. And you partner that up with metadata, you can get a really good idea of who knows who.
So, if you don't mind, I do have some things that I want to go back over whenever you start
Absolutely.
getting like
Okay.
earlier on before in the interview you mentioned the government agencies that were doing a lot of programs through the Viper program. And I remember a while back on Jaffe's show, there was a guy that was on there, and I believe he was interviewed by, I think it was Jim on Dragus Productions too. But he was supposed to be a part of customs and everything at a time period. And I asked him about the DOT and some of the things that go on in the DOT when it comes to like the Secret Service. And a lot of people don't discuss that very much because I have no idea why they don't discuss it. But back when I was running around with, my crowd, that was always a big discussion, you know what I mean, with the Department of Transportation and some of the things that they do. My question to you would be, how much infiltration do you think that, like the marshals and the NSA and the Secret Service have, how much infiltration do you think they have in just the Department of Transportation?
There is not an agency that has not been infiltrated at the top. This is, from what I can tell, this is a grand master plan that's been in the work for generations. And, they basically, I've said this on Cafe Enigma and our podcast when we had it, and basically I said that I don't care what federal agency you're talking about, the further up you go, the more of your soul you have to sell. If you want to make it to the top, you have to sell your soul. Because I've been asked to do things that I knew were wrong. You look at Border Patrol, they're being asked to basically complete the transportation cycle for these aliens that are coming across. It's but those orders have to come from the very top. And if there's one thing the one thing that I do know is that ultimately the bureaucratic deep state is in place for a reason, and that is to ensure that the people that really run things, nothing really changes for them. It really doesn't change for them. It presidents and Congress people, they come and go, but ultimately the policies that they're trying to push that matter will always stay on track. You understand what I'm saying? That's how they got they got Real ID through. That's how they got the I don't know. I can name Patriot Act. They can name endless examples of things that are unconstitutional that are not only not of any benefit, but are a detriment to the people. That take our way of freedom and our privacy. We right now, we're living in a society where they're doing the warrantless spying. Where the first example that I can think of where they were doing, just widespread warrantless spying was, I think it was Operation Fairweather. Was NSA had a bill or an office in AT&T building, and they were tapped into everything. And that was going back decades ago. I mean, we're talking probably right after World War II. They've been listening into our calls for such a long time, and then it gets progressively worse from there. That's just the NSA. Then the drug war was used to push CALIA, which forced all the telecoms to put backdoors in our communications. And then 9/11 came around, and Patriot Act mandated things like all U.S. email providers had to provide our emails to the government after 6 months. And of course, they're collecting all the metadata. They'll freely admit to that, but they're okay. So they're sucking up all the data. So let's just say, they have a tree trunk of internet. One continues on its route to deliver whatever information there is. The other one is a complete copy of everything that's going this route, and that's going straight to the government. And so they're building this, the giant profile of every person. And even if there's not enough people to read it all. Even if they had AI, they still couldn't read it all. But people think because they have a 256-bit AES encrypted phone, they have military-grade encryption. No. 256-bit encryption has been around for decades, for forever. The fact that they allow that to be exported tells you that they could decrypt it at will. So everything that got sucked up, all they have to do is decrypt it and read everything there is to know about you. All you have to do is you become a target, somebody that they have an interest in.
Okay, so I noticed that Mark wanted to say something, and I kind of butted in on him. So do you mind if he asks you something real quick?
Please, by all means.
Go for it, Mark.
Okay, couple of things. First of all, the RFID thing. I know there's a couple of companies out there that are doing development, especially in Switzerland, I believe. But there's nothing commercial or nothing on the market, even commercial or within governmental circles at the moment, as far as I know. And I do take quite a bit of interest in research.
You're talking about the RFID on the end of the syringes, or?
Yeah, the internal, but the entire self-replicating nanobots, and I still argue that is still technically science fiction at the moment.
At the moment. Yeah.
At the moment.
You're breaking up.
Never say never.
He gets excited.
That's like, never say never. But your last point. Okay. Another point. When you were talking about Bluetooth, sure, we used Bluetooth 5 is the latest version, and it's really related to the distance between the receiver and the distribution point. So let's say in my case, a phone and an earbud. So which is 800 feet as far as Bluetooth 5 is concerned. But I think I suspect what you actually meant was Bluetooth low energy.
There you go. Bluetooth LE.
Which's been around since Bluetooth 4.
Okay.
So it's been around for 11 years now or something.
Yeah.
But yeah, it has not been widely incorporated into the prices, or it's not been widely used. As far as you also talked about encryption. You talk about 256, 512, whatever encryption.
Yeah.
But again, there's different algorithms. Some algorithms are more secure than others,
Yeah.
and and some can take considerably a lot of time to actually unencrypt. And we could be talking about years there for
Well,
such as,
Hold on a minute, you're breaking up there, Mark.
I would say that it would take years for computers that we have. You know, and NSA is operating on a whole nother level, and that's the reason why we forbade the other agencies to have access to that information.
We talk about supercomputers such as the Cray machines.
Yeah.
I presume you know all about the history of Cray, IBM Crays. But quantum computing is still in its early phase at the moment. So we're talking about, again, years before this technology becomes really viable.
Well, that again, I'm gonna preface that with everything we see is already 25 years old. That tends to be the everything that we see in the open market is already antiquated by U.S. government standards.
Okay, I also considering white papers, scientific white papers there as well. So yeah.
Yeah.
And the more controversial point is the sort of spying on the population. I argue that this is related to the so-called long march through the institutions argument. The sort of
sorry, say that again?
The long march through the institutions argument.
Okay. So before
you may not recognise that it's more common in Britain.
Before you guys go on, I do have that actually outlined in some of the questions, and
Okay.
Mark has come into the room. I wanted to let him know that Raphael, I asked him before the interview how we want to do things, and basically it's raise your hand to talk and everything, and after he's done speaking, then you can like ask him a question, which we're still waiting for Mark Edworthy's question, by the way.
That's all right. I just wanted to pop in and see how everybody was doing, and check. I just bought a new microphone. How do I sound, folks?
You sound good.
Sounds perfect.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good.
And I welcome you here. And with that, I also want to bounce back over to Karma because she is on fire. She's in the chat room, freaking got 5 million things to say to you. But old Mark ain't even asked a question yet. So go ahead, Karma.
Okay.
Karma.
Oh, me?
Yes.
Okay, so what are the most consistent ways that the government has been using access to our information in order to, as we were speaking of, like, spy and being able to intercept our data? As we were talking about the police chief, but what are they actually, just with your background being so versed, having worked for the government, what have you seen then the most consistent ways that they're actually tapping into our access and being able to monitor us? I know there's surveillance throughout the city, but how are they getting the majority of their information? Is that we're giving them by just and putting our data online, or how it
She's
that's the
Yeah,
majority of our
yeah, you're kind of breaking up
she's
there.
coming in garbled on my side. Anybody else getting that?
Yeah, she basically what she.
Oh wait, I gotta take
There you go.
well, I'm gonna take my Bluetooth off, but I'm gonna
That's actually better what you
Yeah, I
just
could barely
doing.
my
make it out
background's
too.
a bit
Yeah.
my headphones. It's my headphones. Hold on.
You
Just
sound
that's
better.
right.
You sound better right
That's
there.
much better.
Yeah.
Yeah, you sound better right there, Karma.
Wait, it's better now?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah, my headphones are broken. I can hear you guys, but I can't. Okay, so what are the most which the government is actually using and doing surveillance on us?
Yeah, she's breaking in and out.
She's still cutting out.
Yeah.
You're coming in and out.
No, I can
I have a
actually.
phone. I'm sure they're going to still make
think-
sure that happens.
Yeah. No, Karma, you're.
Roger, you get any of that?
Yeah, I got some of it. I can do it. Ask for you, okay, Karma?
I apologize.
It's fine. Now
My
she
background's loud. That's mute, but I want
she's wanting to know what is the common what's the common use of what are they commonly using to like infiltrate and find out the information about us and our backgrounds and stuff and snooping on us through telephone and things of that nature.
What are they using?
Yes.
Okay, so you got to go for that. You have to go look at everything Edward Snowden's been talking about. So I think the program was called Prison, but basically it was the same thing I said before. They take the everything that's passed over the internet and they split it. They get it, they categorize it, they tie it to whoever it belongs to through the metadata, and it goes in into your permanent file. Everybody's got a permanent file. So let's say me right now as a private investigator, if I run your name and let's say I know where you live. Let's say I know what city and state you live in. I can narrow that down, pull up your public record, because again, they sell everything on the internet, and I can pull up all your former numbers, your former addresses, and all your former email addresses. From there, I can use your email addresses to find out what social media you have, and so on and so forth. And I can build this pretty decent picture of who you are, what your likes and dislikes are, where do you hang out, who are who's your circle of friends, who do you hang out with the most. You know, if you have your especially if you have your social media profiles on public, which most people don't know how to lock down their own social media, or don't think it's important. Or worse yet, this generation wants their profiles to be public because they love the attention. You know, they want to see the hearts and everything else pop up on their feeds. But that was at some point they did intend for that to happen. Who was that? Who was the general that got placed as the head of the CIA and then get drummed out because of an affair? It was not that long ago.
I think I know what you mean.
It's not McChrystal. It was I can't remember. I mean, I don't know. But anyway, long story short, it was him that is attributed to saying that basically all of our devices will do the spying for them. You know, they had this in mind. I mean, everything right down to your refrigerator is starting to have smart technology into it, or placed into it, and iPhones and cameras, and it's and all of that is potential vectors for them to spy on you, even when you think you're not being spied upon. I know we use Roku and we use the boxes. We don't use the smart TVs, but But even the remote has a microphone in it. It allows you to do voice commands. You know, they try to sell it as that. But the reality is, you know, all those things are spying on you. And, you know, you'll say something about your cats, and all of a sudden you start getting ads for cat food. You know, that's just the nature of things right now. I mean, they're trying to suck up, and the corporate side is trying to sell as much of your information as possible. On the corporate side, I don't think there's anybody that's got a better intelligence apparatus than Palantir by Peter Thiel. They have literally everything, and they have a ton of government contracts in order to facilitate this organization and its dissemination of information off the open market.
Now, she also mentioned something too about Bell Atlantic was turned to AT&T, right? She wanted to ask you that question, and she said,
I do believe so. I don't know, but I if I remember correctly, I think that was the predecessor to AT&T. But there was a building in particular that they had back in the day when everything was analog. They had an office within this building that they can tap any communications on.
Mhm.
Sorry, I didn't see that message. Let me see.
Yeah, it's over in the side chat. Now, whenever I think of AT&T, I also think of the donut hole, and you'd probably be the best person to talk to about with this one, because me, Karma, and Mark have had conversations about this in a previous episodes. I don't know if
You
you're...
said the donut hole?
Yeah, I don't know if you're familiar with that. It's over in England. It's in London, actually, and it's shaped like a huge donut. And their whole job in England is to spy on their residents' telephone calls. Here lately, it's probably gotten more sophisticated and it goes further than that. But at one time, that's what they've been doing. They were doing. And this was a project that Margaret Thatcher started up back in the day with Ronald Reagan whenever he was doing the Star Wars program. So
I just Roger. I just want to preface that as far as modern day is concerned, I'm not sure if that's still valid, because things like GDPR, as far as the UK concerned, the Data Protection Act of 2018. So I don't think, at least legally speaking, it's not valid.
well, I mean, I like using Google Maps, and as far as I can tell, cars are still parked out in the parking lot. You know what I mean? The building's still being used. So
yeah, it's the building still being used, but for not that specific purpose.
Sounds like,
at least not without warrants and without oversight.
So my question is with you. Do you think that AT&T and the donut hole basically over in England have been involved in spying on people's conversations over phone networks for well since?
I think it's foolish to think that there aren't certain portions of the government that ignore the Constitution, and they'll come up with their own rationalization for doing so. But they'll always find a way, some loophole to get around. So let's say that the donut hole is more than likely, I mean, that's going to be like Fort Meade here or Pine Gap in Australia. It's just another listening post for the Five Eyes. Am I correct?
Yeah. So that would be, in this case, they can spy on their own citizens, but they can spy on the other members. So US can spy on Australian citizens. Yeah. And then there's a cross sort of negotiation on information on that. So in this case, US will spy on Australian citizens. Australia will spy on US citizens.
That's it.
And then they will agree on what information to pass over to each other.
Yeah. So that's basically it. So they regularly spy on their own citizens when they want to develop information on people. They come up with a target package. It's the same thing as was it parallel reconstruction? It was something that came out in the news. A DEA special agent blew the whistle and got it out in the national press. So basically what it is in the federal government, I will neither confirm nor deny this, but as the story goes, a special agent doing a criminal investigation can call a number and they will develop a user profile using all the metadata and give them a list of metadata, contact numbers that are who's talking to who, what numbers are calling who, what numbers are texting who, what emails are talking to who, and then that special agent will take that information and send out subpoenas to those carriers to get subscriber information and any other records they can get. And then they'll lie when they go to court about having had backdoor access to it. And it's the same thing for the financial data. So you wanna know who's sending money to who, you can call this number and they'll jump right directly on the backdoor to the financial transactions and tell you what banks to send subpoenas to build your case. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So let's say the NSA will, during the Obama administration, I had done an episode where I talked about the red dot blue dot list. I came across this conspiracy about red dot blue dot list. So basically the story behind it is when they declare martial law, they're either going to paint a red dot on your curb or a blue dot. Those that get the red dot get plugged on the spot. They get the Indian red dot for the permanent dirt nap, and the ones that get the blue dot, they're considered basically they can be re-educated. Those people would go to FEMA camp. Okay, but people like me, who could stir up trouble for them and start organizing, has the information to know where to look, would be plugged on the spot. I would not be. There was no way they could re-educate me. I know too much. That's. And so anyway, long story short, I went and tracked it down right down to the con plan number, and I can't remember it off the top of my head. It was 247, 347 something. I can't remember. It's a 3-digit number, but it was anyway, long story short, that was all part of Rex 84. And from what I found, every administration has had their own dissident list, but Obama took it to a whole nother level, and Susan Rice apparently was accessing NSA databases directly from her desktop, which is highly illegal. They were building their list, and I talked about this on air, and I want to say about a week later, I'm going to check my mail, and I've got a freaking red dot painted on my curb. The message was sent, but it didn't have the effect they intended. Because I went the next episode, and I talked about it, and I said in no uncertain terms, I'm not an easy target. I'm not an easy target, and if I win, I'm gonna broadcast this live on air so that you can't cover it up. Before I even call the cops, I'm gonna put this up live stream. And yeah, I never heard anything about that after that, but it was clearly a clear indication that they were listening, and I was on somebody's list. It was unnerving, but you know what? I've been greenlit myself. My father was customs. He was customs during the Cocaine Cowboy days, and they greenlit our entire families. All the entire team and their families were greenlit during that era, during the 70s and 80s. We got taken to protective custody for months, put in hotels, and then during my time, I got, they tried to shank me. The Mariel Cubans tried to shank me. They were basically when I was working at INS, detention and deportation, our offices were in the detention center, but the camp was run by the contract security, and I just noticed how much drugs there was in the camp, and I know that the almost 100% of the people that are in the camps were straight out of the California Department of Corrections. But I hated the fact that they were getting it in, and I don't know. It's just I was still too young and green, and I just too ambitious or whatever. But I basically figured out who was bringing it in, and the supervisors at the camp didn't want to make this public knowledge, so they didn't charge her. They just fired her. And before you knew it, all these hardcore criminals were going. They have to go to eat. They have to go to the feed. It's mandated. But they're coming out, and they're all cold turkey, for days and weeks. And so, long story short, because of it, they tried to kill me. And then after that, there was when I was at Customs, I was interdicting huge amounts of money and drugs from them that were being transported between Seattle and Alaska. And I mean, I was hitting them for $250,000 a pop, in just bulk currency, and then bricks of cocaine. And so the cartels wanted to put a hit on me too. They put a hit on me too, but luckily I didn't have my kids with me up there. But it's not the first time that I've faced with a possibility that somebody's trying to do me harm. It just I'm not saying it didn't raise my alert levels, but it's I don't want to back down. I don't want to back down. Here's the thing. The bottom line is, and I've said this before, I'm over the hump. I'm 52 years old. I got nothing to look forward to other than a walker and shitting my pants. Excuse that language.
I'm with you, man. Don't.
It's not, for me, it's not about me. It's about my kids and my grandkids and the future of this country that they have to live in, and the world in general, because this is really a global conspiracy. I think we here in the United States are the last great hope for turning things around, because everybody else gave up their guns. It was, and I know Joe Biden, he made a statement that revolution wouldn't work because you can't stop F-16s. But here's the thing: the military was made to invade other countries, not to operate in their backyard. Having been a Marine and also been law enforcement, I understand if you're in the military, you go abroad, you do your dirty deeds, and your family's safe back home. But when you're a cop, you're operating in your backyard, and your family is in the crosshairs. They're legitimate targets. Again, like I said, my family and I, we've been greenlit many, many times. So, that being said, it wouldn't take long before any revolution, civil war, whatever you want to call it, started sliding to include the friends, family, and relatives of said fighter pilots. It's it's not. I think they'll think twice before they do so if they're worried about the safety of their friends and family. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Even if they were willing to do it. There's a lot of very patriotic soldiers and airmen and everything else out there. But I know there's some out there that there was a video that was going around of some female butch, whatever, soldier that basically went on a tirade online about how if we come to your door and you don't do what we say, we're going to put you down, that kind of thing. And I remember feeling disgust. I wanted to plug her myself. It's just, I didn't want to wait. And but that's the great debate right now. Do we have enough patriots in the ranks to fend off a tyrannical government, or will a lot of them, what is it? What are those studies that said that basically the majority of people will follow authority? The experiments of people with lab coats and and I know from my time in the Marines, we were regimentation and organizations like the Marines is very, very thorough, and I would have done anything, that I was told to do, because the one thing that they kept drilling into you is you don't ask why, you just follow orders. You basically have to trust that the apparatus at the top knows better than you do and are doing things by the book, which we all know is BS. The one encouraging thing I am finding is that there's a study I came across that basically said once an idea reaches, I think, 10% saturation within the population, it's inevitable that it will spread completely throughout the population. So the idea that the government is tyrannical, that they are trying to kill us off, that they're trying to get tyrannical control, I think that idea, that seed has germinated. I think I see signs of it everywhere. When it and a large part of that helped that along wasn't just Trump. It was actually a combination of Trump and the Q drops. The Q drops really planted the seed to start questioning things. I don't know if you guys know about that. Do you? Yes?
The terminology thing for me, I'm not too familiar with now. Now Karma, she said she knows, and she also said that she has her mic in better use. So if you want to, Karma, open up that
Okay.
mic and see if it works and see. Okay, go.
Okay, can you hear me good now?
Yes, you sound good.
Yes.
My
Yes, much
background
better.
is a little loud, but I apologize. I'll be quick. Okie dokie. So listen, I have a query because I have email, and my emails have been receiving like these notices from like Binance and Coinbase and a bunch of different cryptocurrency sites saying that, hey, your cryptocurrency is ready for you to receive, blah 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 blah. And I mean, it's a
Yeah.
every single day basis that I'm getting these emails, but they're attached to different names. One guy's name is Kenneth, another guy's name is Albert. What is that about, and why is it that my email is attached and I'm not receiving this money?
Okay. So you remember how I said that your information is public? That you can go on these commercial databases and pull up your name and your email address and whatever else? Well,
Yes.
there are cyber criminals out there that are using that to try to scam people. And they'll get your information and they'll have your name, so they'll address the email in your name, and they'll tell you you have, I don't know, say $1,000 in Bitcoin that's owed to you. They'll come up with a whole bunch of varying schemes, and but it's based on that publicly available information. If we didn't have that, that would not be possible. And again, everything in the United States, it's when you sign up for that free email, it's not free. You are the product. That's how they make their money. They sell your
That's what the
information.
Times News reads.
Yeah. So email in general is not secure at all. It was one of the first means of electronic communication, but it's not encrypted. It's like when you hit send, it's like sending a postcard. Everybody that handles it in between can read the contents, who's coming from, who's going to, and what the contents are, because it's unencrypted. It goes out in the clear. If you set it encrypted, then it's like sending out your message in an envelope. They can see where it's coming from, going to, but not the contents. You understand?
I do. I just was wondering, so are these people that are sending me these emails, are they able to access my email and then do something from a different side to where because like they'll do things where they say they're mining, and then like, oh, you were on our platform 30 days ago or a year ago, and if you don't
No.
access these funds immediately, they're not able to. Oh, okay. So that's what I
No,
was wondering.
those are phishing scams. They're trying to get you to respond.
Yeah.
and then they'll suck you in. And
Hold on.
Sorry, I
Go
just wanted to add a few things to that. Most of the time, these are just chances trying to get some money out of you.
Yep.
I suppose you would agree. It's generally just opportunists, really.
Yes.
I host my own email servers. I've got full control over my own email provisions, and obviously, I've got control over my email provisions, but those people that I send my emails to haven't got control over their email provisions, generally speaking, unless it's a corporate organisation with their own internal infrastructure. But on the average person won't have control of their email provisions, and therefore they are subject to third-party companies' security provisions, and that is related to leaks and hacks and various other issues. Again, you were talking about encrypted. Protocols such as PGP, GPG, PGP, as an example, but those are the provisions that need to be set up on both clients, on both sides. So you, as the sender, has to set that up, which isn't for the majority of people all that easy, and the receiver also has to set that up again, which isn't the most easiest thing to do.
Yeah. The problem is network effect. So we all, those of us that are familiar with the technology, we understand that email is not the most ideal way to communicate. It's not anywhere near as secure as it should be. But as Mark said, you can set up, like, let's say Nancy and I, we can set up encrypted emails between each other because we're talking to each other on a daily basis. We know we can set it up between each other. But the minute we send it to a third party, it either, if they don't have the key, they can't even read it. So you have, every person that you ever email has to be on the same platform. So let's say you jump on Proton Mail. Like Nancy and I both have Proton Mail addresses. When we send it to each other, it's encrypted because it's not leaving the server. Okay, but if you say send it for Proton to Gmail, then it's not encrypted because it's going out of Proton's servers. It's leaving Proton servers and going to Gmail. So it's email is just a horrible way to do business. But we can't get network effect is basically everybody's already adopted email. It's the most common or most easiest for even old people know how to use email. But try to get them. Try to get them to set up
as telephone or fax machines once was.
Exactly. It's something easy and familiar. They're still antiquated as just an electronic form of the mail they get in their mailbox. The old people are the hardest people to convert to new technologies, like let's say Threema. In adopting Threema to do encrypted communications between you and your friends. I don't see an easy way to fix that issue. It's kind of like there's a lot of people that still want to use fiat because that's what they know. When crypto is a better option because the government can't print more money or print more crypto. They can't forge it. They can't seize it with a couple of keystrokes. But it's hard to get people to wrap their brains around it, and to get familiar enough with technology to be able to use it on a daily basis.
There's 2
go ahead.
points. 2 points I want to raise. Sure, cryptocurrencies are becoming more of a thing these days. But again, you cannot pay your mortgage, you cannot pay your rent.
That's right.
You cannot buy your groceries using Bitcoin, at least at the moment.
Well, Depends on where you go.
But generally
Yeah,
speaking,
if you're in El Salvador, you're Gucci.
I can't go down to my local supermarket and say, "Here's my
Yeah.
Bitcoin
Yeah.
wallet. Take out
Yeah.
that."
So it's funny because here in the United States,
okay.
yeah,
In the UK,
like I
you
said,
can't.
it depends on where you go. But like, let's say the Five Eyes, like United States, Britain, and I don't know, maybe the other countries too. But but at the very least, the United States and Britain, we have been very, very, we have tried very hard to kill the adoption of crypto. I can tell you here stateside that when it first came out, there were a lot of local restaurants that were trying to accept payments in Bitcoin, and because it avoids credit card processing fees. They wouldn't have to pay 3 to 4% of their bill to just to process a payment. So they dabbled with it, and it started picking up steam. Well, I remember just going back and reading some of the studies by the Fed, and they were basically freaking out because crypto could have supplanted every part of the financial system. They talk about all the energy it uses is used to mine Bitcoin, but the reality is, if it could have supplanted banks, MoneyGram, Western Union, Visa, MasterCard, American Express, all of it. Just think about all of those institutions that it could have put out of business overnight, and how much power savings you could have gotten just out of that. Even the Swift banking network.
Okay. Well, sorry. Mm,
Yes.
mm, mm. Mm.
Mhm. Yeah. 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 Well, uh, so what I was going to say, I'll finish on the adoption of Bitcoin. Uh, there are a lot of companies that were, or restaurants and businesses that were adopting it to, they're dabbling in it to see if they can make this, they can replace credit card transactions with Bitcoin. And it started to pick up steam. And again, you remember that it said that I had previously read uh, studies from the Federal Reserve saying that basically the worry was that they could basically supplant the entire monetary system that they control. Uh, but then what they did in the United States anyway, was they declared cryptocurrency money, so that it would have the brokerages would have to follow KYC and AML, but then they had the IRS declare it property, so it would have to incur capital gains tax every time. So even if you go take your Bitcoin to go buy a Starbucks coffee, you're liable for capital gains tax on that transaction for anything that increased in value since the time you bought it. So they're basically trying to have their cake and eat it too. It can't be money and it can't be property at the same time. It's got to be one or the other. Now, if you were to do, you look at the Forex market, you can trade currencies all day long, but you can't do the same with crypto because the Forex is exempted from capital gains, but not crypto. So that's what's stifling adoption here in the United States. It's a lot of companies came out with like a prepaid credit card. It's not a credit card, but it's basically a card that you can deposit crypto into the account and it will automatically convert to dollars, and you fund it anytime you want to put money on it. It would convert it to dollars. It'd sell your crypto at whatever rate and deposit on your card, and you can spend it that way. But that could have fixed some things, at least for the people that really didn't understand how to do wallet to wallet transactions. That could have fixed that. But again, that transaction would have kicked in capital gains, and now you're on ramp right back onto the fiat system. So they have really tried very hard to put regulations and dampers on the on and off tracks to cryptocurrency. And I'm not saying Bitcoin is the end all be all of cryptocurrency. That's not my point. My point is that it's the most widespread and was the first one to be, starting to be adopted. But my thing is, I understand why they went with an open model where you had to be able to see the ledger. Part of that is you're teaching a radical new technology to people that have never even heard of this. And in order to get some legitimacy, you have to show that every transaction is secure, that it can't be is immutable, that they can't forge money, they can't create money out of thin air like they can with the Federal Reserve. It's they had to show basically have an open model, but I often said that all it takes is to piss everybody off, and they can fix that open model and close it up with an update. They can do was it zero coin technology and implement that into the Bitcoin blockchain, and then all of a sudden you wouldn't be they wouldn't be able to just track your transactions. I'm sorry, that's my dog in the background. Shh, Dolly. Yeah, security. But
Just a couple of points on that.
so anyway, that's my point on that. Go ahead, Mark.
Right. I've thought at the present moment, both the US and the UK, at least the US and UK, presumably the rest of the EEA, are not treating cryptocurrencies as financial instruments. Legally speaking, they're not financial instruments. You suggesting that they are?
I am in that you have to, in order for them to pass in order to pass Bitcoin futures, they had to give it some legitimacy as a financial instrument.
Okay.
Kind of like they make gold.
It's a gray area as far as I can see.
Yeah, I mean, it's
moment.
in order to not only the futures markets, but be able to have funds, be able to invest people's retirements into it. They had to declare. But the thing is, though, the mainstream media is a great tool for spreading fear, uncertainty, and doubt, also known as FUD. And they scare everybody about cryptocurrencies, and they they spread, these stories about how people lost all their money out of their wallet. Bitcoin's not secure because they lost it out of their wallet, or that Bitcoin millionaires are getting killed down in Puerto Rico. Anything and everything to say that's a bad thing. It's used to do drug transactions and human trafficking and blah blah blah. That's BS, because you have more privacy with the fiat currency system that we have now than you do with crypto, because every transaction is public. It's all a lie. It's they're trying to stifle adoption of any cryptocurrency, because again, it not only not only do they lose control of money, and again, look at Kissinger's statement. If you control the food, you control the people, you control the energy, you control the nation. If you control the money, you control the world. You look at that, you look at it from that lens, and you can see why they will not give up control of money. And so they will, once crypto came out, you got to understand that the technology is open source. So they just stole and hijacked that technology to make CBDCs, but obviously with their own, their own tricks, so they can still create more money. They can still program it. So, look at your carbon footprint. Once they get you out of your house and put you in stack and pack 15-minute cities that you don't own. It's 2030. You'll own nothing. You'll have no privacy, and you'll never be happier. All right. Once we get to that point, they'll be able to ration you out. They don't want you to go beyond your 15-minute neighborhood. I think there was some restrictions, like you can only leave your area within your national boundary with like 13 times. You can only travel globally 3 times, or something like it's some crazy numbers. But I thought I found the idea of it just horrifying, and that's because I've learned more in life out of traveling than I ever have watching TV or going to these government-run educational institutions.
I just want to raise a bit of a point there, and call me pedantic if you want, but I think it's important. You mentioned the word crypto, and obviously, as I pointed out to Roger and several other people, plenty of times now, crypto is a wide range of different terminology. We've got cryptocurrencies, crypto tokens, non-fungible NFTs, and also, as you say, CBCs, centralized banking crypto currencies. So when we've got to be very careful when we talk about the term crypto, because
you can't use it as blanket terminology.
It can easily marketers love to use that term just to
No,
absolutely.
One thing that really stuck out to me, though, and it's like I said, it really does go back to kind of like what you were talking about with the real ID thing. And like with cryptocurrency, it's supposed to be decentralized, okay? So that means that this stuff isn't traceable. You know what I mean? And I really think that's the biggest. Well, it is traceable. Don't get me wrong.
It is traceable.
I see your face.
Yeah.
But it is decentralized. You know what I'm saying? And I really believe that is the biggest issue, when it comes to that, and that's something that I think is going to be something that's going to be hard for the general public to get over, is the fact that not the general public, but these banks, like the word banks keep popping up, in the financial institutions.
Well, banks are going to be long. They won't be around for long. What's the we already have, FedNow. FedNow is the rails that the central bank digital currency is going to be running on. It's kind of like the central bank digital currency of SWIFT. It's like the SWIFT for central bank digital currency. All right, and it's already been adopted. A lot of banks jumped on board. Some did not, and but the infrastructure is already there. All they have to do is collapse the economy, and they'll be able to roll out the CBDCs. But the CBDCs, but people understand about CBDCs as opposed to cryptocurrency, which is decentralized, that they have no control over. CBDCs, they can literally program it. It's kind of like Obama, the Obama administration. He used the banks to target the firearms industry and the ammunition manufacturers. You remember that?
Yeah. I also feel that
Okay,
I think Enron, in my opinion, had something to do with a lot of what his agenda was too. Like it just, then the collapse, what was it, the real estate? It was through real estate and everything. So
it was. I think Enron was a power company.
yeah, I know Enron
And
was involved. I know that much.
okay, but my point is that in the same way that Obama used the United States control over the monetary system to target the Second Amendment, and that's exactly what they'll do with CBDCs. They'll say, okay, this is our currency now. This is, dollars are gone. Gold can no longer be used as money. You can have it, but you can't use it as money. Everything has to be done on, paid through CBDCs on FedNow's wallet. Okay. I think what they'll do is they will build interoperability to allow Bitcoin to ride into FedNow's system, and that'll give them the opportunity to tag each Bitcoin. If you understand what I'm saying.
But you
To
can
monitor all transactions.
Yeah, you can see that right now with the NFTs. Like, and don't get me wrong, I like the NFTs because like you can actually, it's like a painting. You know what I mean? And when you create like, I understand the concept there, but I also understand like if you turn it into an actual coin, it can be traceable, and people can track you with it. You know what I mean? Your transactions. So.
Yeah, absolutely.
Something you just reminded me of. In the UK, and I'm talking specifically UK here, I think it was when during Golden Van's premiership in 2004 onwards. 2004 to must have been 2008, 2009. Before his premiership, interest rates and inflation was controlled by the government. If interest rates needed to be raised, then the government, it would be done by the Chancellor, the ex-Chancellor's office. Gordon Brown brought in a measure where those financial decisions were made by the Bank of England, the private institution, the UK's version of the Fed. And ever since, interest and inflation has always been controlled by the Bank of England, and as we've seen, especially since 2007, that's been a disaster. But I think that you said banks are going to die quickly, and I can see quite the opposite. It's going to take a long time for banks to die, and they are not going to go out without kicking and screaming.
There's going to be major banks that are still up. So let's say Goldman Sachs, Capital, maybe Bank of America. I mean, I think I've heard that Bank of America is a CIA front anyway. The big banks will stay afloat, but credit unions and the small community banks, those will go under. because there's no way that they're going to make any money off of central bank digital currencies. Like your frozen, Mark. But anyway, from what I can tell, basically they're gonna start basically collapsing banks, and they're gonna start consolidating. The big banks will eat the little banks. It's kind of like I had found something in my research once. They were talking about how Zygmunt Brzezinski said that basically that the population can't learn about how the financial system works because they need that system in order to do their works, was I think how it was phrased. And I can see that, you look at BlackRock, they get all this low interest money and they're literally buying everything up. It's if you look at it from a keep taking steps back from a 13-mile lens, just they got to look for overhead view. That's the problem for most people. They can't get out of the weeds. You have to take a large step back and look at everything, the bigger picture from a distance. But they take that they need this system, this fractional reserve banking system, to use this funny money, this fake money, to fund buying everything up, so that you can own nothing and they can put you in the stack of pack cities. You understand what I'm saying? I don't. I see them all as one cabal, as they're colluding with each other to push forward this agenda. I remember there was a University of was a Swiss Institute of Technology, I think it was, did a study basically saying that 40% of all global corporate assets were owned and controlled by 7 corporations through interlocking ownership and board assignments, and that's how they coordinate with each other.
Now that
Want to say something?
Now, one thing I did want to bring up too, because it's earlier you mentioned Telegram, and I wanted to see what your thoughts are on the situation that occurred here recently with the CEO of Telegram being arrested in France. And a lot of that, in my opinion, had to do with the fact that Telegram and the CEO didn't want to allow backdoors to be implemented into Telegram so that these governments could snoop on the people that were on there. And don't get me wrong, there is a lot of nefarious things going on with Telegram, but at the same time, I do understand where they wanted to keep it to where it was anonymous. You know what I mean? Now, I personally think that had to do with the fact that they got that this situation happened, and it kind of goes with, like, even with the stuff you were talking about with the Patriot Act, and the things in today's world. I think that things are taking place that people aren't really trying to be aware of. You know what I mean? Because, like, a lot of years have happened since it's been a lot of years since 9/11, and people have a tendency of getting used to things. So with that, I want to know what your take is on Telegram and the things that took place there.
Well, Telegram is it's run by 2 Russian oligarch, or two billionaire brothers, the Durov brothers, and there's one that's more active in it than the other. He actually I think he owned VK, which is like their Russian version of Facebook. But according to his story, he says that the Russian government tried to get him to put back doors in, just like Facebook did, does on our side, and he wasn't with it, so he basically backed out of VK. Later on, got involved in Telegram, and in order to prevent the Russian government or anybody else from trying to force them to put backdoors in, he moved to Dubai. I think their servers are there as well, but that's the story. But I can tell you, from a practical standpoint, that they do have backdoors. And the reason why I say that is because, we have experience where we were having a discussion. We have a group of us that we're close friends. We all live in the same area. We had our own little group going. We were talking about somebody, and this person came up to me and said, "Oh, I know what you're saying about me. I have somebody with a security classification that's telling me everything." So I, I laid out a little trap. I basically said I put out a Bitcoin bounty on this person, and but at the same time I told everybody that I was doing it. I told people outside of our circle that I was doing it to see, if it was true or not. And then, sure enough, FBI came to my house while I was in the hospital with COVID. But yeah, it was, now I know that there's backdoors, and that's on Android, and on Apple I know there's backdoors because Apple has actually censored certain channels that they think basically like some of the channels are porn channels, saying that it's I can't remember what the message was, but it basically said that because it was it encouraged human trafficking or something like that. Apple has basically blocked it. And the thing is, though, if it's truly encrypted from end to end, how would Apple even know to block those channels? How would they have the capability of doing so? You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So the only upside to Telegram is that it has some encryption. It's cloud-based. It's better. I would say it's better than WhatsApp by far, because WhatsApp is device to device, and so you have instances like the Bezos getting his phone hacked because the Saudi prince sent him something by WhatsApp. And the problem with that is when it goes from device to device, there's no in-the-middle security measures. At the very least with Telegram, it has to go to their cloud, which gets scanned, and then it goes to you. That's the only upside. The other upside is that the Durov, the Telegram people have been very good about allowing us to talk about things that we can't talk about anywhere else. It does allow the kooks to kind of vent their side of it too, or their frustrations. But those of us that are looking for the truth, we're getting more truth well in advance there than we are anywhere else. X doesn't hold a candle to Telegram. And if you know what groups to look for, you can get a lot of great intel. Nancy's the master of Telegram groups. It's all she does. I mean, she's got she'll post some stuff over to Facebook, but for the most part she does everything on Telegram. And again, because it's not, while it's, again, I'm telling you, I will say that at the very least they're not censoring what you're saying. So there's that. So I'll say that. But if you want to find something more private, I'd say something like Threema would be the best way to go. But I think even Signal's been hacked. So anything that has any nexus to the United States has to, remember, CALEA says that any communications in the United States has to have a backdoor. So any app or company that has nexus to the United States can be forced through an NSA letter to put backdoors in.
All right, that's actually pretty good. You did really good. And to be honest with you, I'm completely blown away with this conversation, because I was intending on having conversations that we were having on Cafe Enigma, and this has actually gone deeper than what we've even discussed on Cafe Enigma with you. You know what I mean? Because
we don't get sidetracked by
Yeah, I really do enjoy this. Now, there are some other really, really good key topics that you have brought up, but I have noticed that we're going on like an hour and a half in the actual interview. Now we could keep on going and stuff and go through those things if you want, but I wanted to ask you ahead of time, because this has been really good stuff, and I know we've covered a lot of the stuff that I didn't even know. Like with the DOT, I wanted that and didn't ask you. You brought it up, and then the real ID stuff, that was great. But you're really good on another thing too. Or actually, before I get started with that, let me ask you about your days as a U.S. Marshal. Okay. Before I brought up.
I wasn't a U.S. Marshal.
Oh, you wasn't?
I wasn't a U.S. Marshal. I was an Air Marshal.
Air Marshal, yeah.
Before I became a special agent for Customs.
Okay. Now, in one of the conversations that we were having with Nancy, I mentioned the part about radiation exposure claims during flights. Okay. And you had made a comment about that, about your experiences when you were working at that position and the things that were taken on. Now, here recently, I'll throw an example out. Like a guy by the name of Song, he was working with Korean Air. He was diagnosed with like stage 4 stomach cancer. And he made claims that frequent long haul flights over the North Pole was the reason for it. And what it was is I don't know if anybody's aware of it, but cosmic radiation is higher over the North Pole, you know what I mean, than what it is in most places. So that's basically what it was. And then flight attendants for the longest time, and I even went back, and this is the weirdest part about it, because like I even went back to try to find some of the articles that I'd found that got me interested in this topic, and they're nowhere to be found. And these were before 2018, you know, where women were saying, look, they were actually out protesting against long-term exposure to radiation and being flight attendants and stuff like that, and cosmic rays. Now, I went to look for them, I couldn't find it. And I noticed that like in 2018 they finally did a study here in the United States on it, and they found that they have an average of certain cancers that are taking place among people who fly high up in the air and everything, and they're starting to cut back their hours. And that's where you had made the comment where you noticed as a U.S. Marshal they were doing that. And I was wondering if you could kind of go into that and let, you know, kind of give us a little bit of a story on that.
Well, as far as the health effects go, what I said was basically that, you know, I was stationed in Cleveland, and, you know, it was a relatively small hub for Continental Airlines, but their guys were flying out of JFK, DC, Miami, you know, LA, the major hubs, and those guys were flying nonstop, and those guys were getting brain aneurysms and blood clots in the legs from being in a pressurized can for long hours at a time, and sitting throughout flights, and then maybe waiting for their flights. There's a lot of that happening, and but what I found most telling was when the pilots asked us about our schedules, and you know, it's they basically we have a 5-day work week. You know, it's the government's not very flexible when it comes to the way they think. You know, they're just worried about, you know, you got to work at least 40 hours to justify you're this much pay and whatever else. So when we first started, it was 5 days a week. I was doing Cleveland to Chicago, and if you know anything about Chicago, it's about one of the worst airports in the United States. You know, there were always delays, and they caused, you know, ripple of delays throughout the nation. The FAA threatened to take them over. But I remember before, you know, this is before they were talking about the passenger Bill of Rights. The pilots would sometimes have us sit on the tarmac for like, I think the longest I've sat there was 6 hours before they ever took off, because they didn't want to return to the gate, because then they get hit with penalties. And they wouldn't run the air conditioner because they would, you know, get bonuses for, you know, not burning fuel. But here we are because we have this cheese head former Secret Service guy that put in front of in charge of the air marshals. He mandated that we had to wear coats, we had to wear sport jackets or and the problem was that it was impractical, and so you're sitting there on an airplane with a bunch of passengers, no AC, and you're just dripping, sweating all over the place, and everybody's looking at you. Why don't you take your jacket off? Oh, that's right, because you're the air marshal. One of those things. It got so bad, even kids were coming down the row. You're an air marshal. You're an air marshal. It was it got ridiculous. But going back to the health effects, yeah, we were flying way too much. It had to do with pressurizing, depressurizing. Pilots and flight attendants, they pick up trips. They only do like maybe half a month of travel at most. It's it has to do with not only the pressurization, but again, you were talking about the radiation. The further up you go, the less atmosphere there is to protect you from solar and cosmic radiation, so on and so forth. But we were doing it at least 5 times a week. And then when they did have their system going, then we were doing long haul flights at least 4 times a week. So yeah, we were getting way more radiation, way more pressurization than the actual airline, the pilots and the flight attendants. Did that answer your question?
Yeah, that's actually pretty good. Now, I did find a piece that said that a Dartmouth. I always have a hard time saying that word, but it's Dartmouth or Dartmouth professor.
Yeah.
He did a study and he said that there were high rates of melanonin and non-melanonin skin cancer, and it was mostly among women. And I thought that was pretty interesting because that happened in 2018, and I know that I first heard about this before 2018, and I figured that's what really stuck out with me whenever I brought it up on Cafe Enigma, and you made the comments there, so I did want to bring that up. There's also something else that I wanted to ask you. There was they were talking about this dosimetry devices that they said that airlines can use to protect the flight crew, and it's supposed to be dosimetry devices.
I've never heard of it.
Okay, because
I've never heard of it.
That's kind of what I was wondering, how much of that is actually bullshit. You know what I mean? Because like you were going back and forth 5 days a week, so you'd think that a marshal would know that that's there. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, we were entrusted with a lot of information when it came to the airplanes and everything else, but there was nothing like that in our briefings. We had when we went through the training at the William J. Hughes Technical Center in New Jersey. We had a flight surgeon gave us a briefing. He never mentioned any of that stuff. He didn't mention anything about the pressurization or the radiation. He did say that if you're going to go overseas and you get Montezuma's revenge, don't take a anti-diuretic pill. Instead, he says you want to let the evil out. So that was the big takeaway.
Yeah.
That was a big takeaway from that training.
And see, that's something else I wanted to ask too. Like, did they even give you any kind of staff training, or like, was there any kind of monitoring to find out if maybe you were affected? Like, did they have you go in and test to see if you had cancer or anything?
No. The government. Here's the thing. What I know about government: the government will not do the right thing to protect their people. I learned that the hard way when I was in Border Patrol. That was back in '97. The first year of El Nino hit, and the dam in Tijuana River flows from Tijuana into the southern portion of San Diego through what we call Imperial Beach. And typically it's dry because they don't have a lot of water to release. But so the dam wasn't really kept up, updated or maintained. So the El Nino comes in and it's, putting a lot of pressure on the dam. So they decide they're going to have to release the water. And the problem is that they dump all their raw sewage and chemical waste directly into the river. Okay, so we set up, tents, forward operating bases on top of the canyons, and the aliens, they know we're not going to go. Well, they knew that we weren't going to go chasing them into the water. But again, I was brand new, hyper aggressive, A personality, and I didn't want to let anybody go. Not on my watch. So I would chase him at the very least waist deep. I had a bag of a roll of garbage bags at my door. I had to strip down every day, and at the door, and put it in the bag. But within a couple of weeks, the glue on my boots had peeled back. Okay, and it was, and we didn't know what was in the water, and I didn't even think about it. I figured, special operators, they infiltrate through sewer pipelines all the time. This isn't nothing. Okay, no problem. So, Border Patrol, they try to get hazardous duty pay for us. Well, out comes EPA, and they put on the full biohazard suit. They're looking like Michael J. Fox and Back to the Future, playing, Darth Vader, and the guy, puts a safety belt on, and he's got a rope on it, and his buddy's holding on the rope, and he's leaning into the, over the edge of the river, and he's got a selfie stick with a beaker on the end of it, and he's got the whole setup on with his beaker and the selfie stick, and he's pulling the water out of the river. And I'm thinking to myself, if you're going to go through all that trouble to get a sample of this crap water, imagine what it's like for me that's been swimming in it. So I never had kids after that, because I didn't want them coming out looking like that guy from Goonies, hey, you guys, I was worried about, whatever health effects I'd have in the long term, or what I'd pass down. So I just never had kids after that. But it was that was my first eye opener. Obviously, the Border Patrol said, no, we're not going to give you the hazardous duty pay. So come to Air Marshals. It doesn't surprise me at all. They didn't tell us about any of that stuff. We had to learn it for ourselves, from the pilots and the flight attendants that we were working with every day. Because that just opens them up to have to spend more money. And let me tell you something. The government, U.S. government, is absolutely flat freaking broke. Flat freaking broke. Back in, you guys know who Catherine Austin Fitts is?
No, I'm not familiar with it. I might be,
Okay,
actually.
so
my memory sucks.
She does the Solari report, but she was Secretary of Housing and Urban Development under George Bush Sr., and they threw her under the bus because she wouldn't launder money through HUD. And Ollie North himself has said that the HUD is a candy store for Black Ops money.
Yeah.
All right. So they try to throw her under the bus, but she's still part of the inner circle, the cabal, the inner circle. She says that back in '97, there was a meeting that was had, and they basically said that they decided to end the experiment of America, and so they started they're bleeding us dry. They're draining the coffers, and fast forward to 9/11. Donald Rumsfeld, that was Rumsfeld or Cheney, that basically testified before Congress saying that the Pentagon was missing $2.3 trillion. Anybody remember that?
I think that was freaking Cheney.
And then,
I think that might have been.
Yeah, and then miraculously, the plane hit the right wing of the Pentagon to destroy all the records of the investigation of where that $2.3 trillion went.
Yep.
Yeah, awesome. So, and then now, fast forward to 2015, Catherine Austin Fitts finds a government report saying that the Pentagon is missing $20 trillion, and the HUD is now missing $1 trillion. So now missing $21 trillion. So Mark Skidmore of the University of Michigan says there's no way that can be true. So he gets his grad students together, and they audit the budget, and they find out, sure as hell, that Catherine Austin Fitts is right. There's $21 trillion missing just from those two agencies. Okay? This is not including what we owe that's on the debt clock that we owe the Federal Reserve. It's not including the unfunded liabilities the hundreds of trillions of dollars that we owe outstanding. We are basically, they're draining us dry. literally. And they're printing money to send to Ukraine, which is getting laundered and moved back to the stateside to pay politicians off. Probably the same thing with Israel. It's just that's how they're gonna collapse us. They're gonna collapse this country by bleeding us dry, and they're just gonna take one black swan, just kind of like the '08 financial crisis. It'll be another Lehman Marcus or whatever. It'll be something that causes the dominoes to fall. They've already planned this out. So you look at the what happened to Cyprus and Greece. You guys know about that? The bank holidays. People woke up one day and their banks all shut down, and before you knew it, the ATMs were dry because people panicked. All the banks were closed, and they were shut down for, I think, weeks. And in the meanwhile, while they're closed, the banks euphemistically called it a haircut. They took a cut of people's accounts. I think it was 40%. And it was anybody that was over what their FDIC limit was. It's that kind of thing. Well, fast forward to 2014, the G20 signs off on doing exactly that when it starts going global. When to contain the bleeding, they've all signed off on bank bail-ins. And then, they also that was in Brisbane, Australia, back in 2014. Then after that, they codified it into law in all the various countries that signed off on it, including the United States. And so the FDIC doesn't have enough money in their savings in order to cover a systemic banking failure. So that's exactly what they'll do. They'll go into, they'll have a national bank holiday. They'll go directly into people's accounts, and anybody over the FDIC limit will take a haircut, if not all of it. I don't know how bad it'll be, but just understand that when you put your money in the bank, it is no longer yours. You are giving it to them. You're lending to them as an unsecured creditor. It's their money now. All right, and then they go and lend it out for interest. But it's their money. So if they go under, that all gets wrapped up in their bankruptcy proceedings. So the same thing happens with stock brokerages. Stock brokerages cannot trade your, let's say your Robinhood account. They can't do the trades that they need to do at the speed that they do if it's in your name. It's really all in Robinhood's name, or Charles Schwab, or Morgan Stanley. Take your pick. It's in their name. They just owe you that stock. So if they go under, that gets wrapped up in their bankruptcy proceedings. It's the whole system is just waiting to go up in flames.
Now, I did notice Mark twitching over there. He's gotten really, really excited with this stuff you've been talking about. So if you don't mind, maybe we could have him.
Yeah, go ahead.
Come in and give you the riot act, because, well, if he can, I think he's frozen. Are you there, Mark? Yeah, I think he's frozen up. Well,
Oh, no, I'm here. I'm just listening. Sorry.
no, the wrong Mark. I'm sorry. I was talking.
Oh, wrong Mark?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mark Edworthy, yeah.
Mark.
He is frozen. At least the camera is.
He was getting pretty excited there, but yeah, that when you were talking right there on the banks and stuff, that's something that me and Mark Edworthy actually do talk a lot about, and I believe we were even having good conversations with your wife about that, about banks and how much money they actually guarantee back to you. Like, say something happens, like the bank shuts down or they get in trouble.
Yep.
They don't have to give you 100% of the amount of money that they put into their banks, and I did find that pretty interesting when I found that out. And I'm surprised that people really don't understand that even till today, because I learned that back when I was like 19, 20 years old. My first bank account that I actually got, I remember Ross Perot was running for president, So, and I learned about that through Citibank. You remember all the crap that happened with them back in the 90s,
Yeah. Yeah.
So, that is that's kind of what I wanted to cover when it comes to the flight air attendants now. But there is some really cool shit that you did mention that was after that, and the one thing that you mentioned that really stuck out to me was the echelon ruling. Would you be willing to discuss the echelon ruling and the echelon surveillance system? To be honest, just say whatever you want about both of them.
I'm not familiar with the echelon surveillance system. At least it's not coming to my mind right now. I'm pretty spent. But as far as the echelon ruling, basically, so the echelon ruling is basically saying that you cannot make laws through regulation. You have to have laws that give it force, and that's always been the case. So executive orders are a perfect example. They're executive orders are just orders from the chief executive to the agencies on what direction he wants them to go. He's expressing the commander's intent to those agencies for them to carry out. But it's gone beyond that. Now they're creating basically laws from the Resolute desk, saying, well, we're going to do this, we're going to do that, we're going to do whatever, even though it's the Congress and the Senate's job to create those laws. Trying to think of a good instance of that. Let's get past executive orders, but the big part is really that the agencies that enforce these laws cannot create rules on the fly. So let's say the big one is the ATF. The ATF was at center stage on this one. So basically they're deciding, just out of nowhere, there's no law saying that people can't have bump stocks, that people can't have binary triggers, that people can't have take your pick. They've been trying to pass bans on all kinds of stuff for a long time, and but the Congress never, and the government never created laws banning those things. They have nothing to do with fully automatic firearms. They have nothing to do with suppressors. Those are the things that are typically regulated. But they were just, arbitrarily saying, okay, well, we're going to put this on the list of banned weapons or banned items. And he got so bad, it actually went to the Supreme Court, and they said, well, government agencies in general cannot make laws up. It has to have a law to support it. It's kind of, in this, and I came back with, it's kind of like when I worked for INS. We have the Immigration and Nationality Act that gave the regulations that the INS had its authority. You can't, the regulations are just, basically the law says, okay, if you're an illegal alien, you can be administratively deported. The regulations say, this is how we're going to go about it. That's all regulations are. But the government agencies have far exceeded that. Towards the end of it, that conversation, I remember saying one of the ones that's going to be very interesting when it finally comes up in the courts is the IRS, because the IRS makes up the rules as they go along all the time. All right, it's just if you really think you own your productive output, your salary, you're kidding yourself, because basically the IRS, it's not like every year they decide, the Congress decides what your tax percentage rate is. Going back in World War II, I think it was up to like 90% income tax rate at the highest levels. But that's, that just proves you don't own it. You basically, the government owns your productive output, and they decide how much you get to keep. But the IRS passes regulations all the time that they basically try to say that these are the rules. It's right here. We wrote it in this manual. This is your instruction booklet for taxation, but they can't show you the actual statute that gives that regulation its power, that's its authority. And one of the personal income tax has been questioned by multiple IRS agents and special agents, and they've been drummed out of the IRS because they dared to question it. Was it Sherry Peel Jackson? She was an IRS agent. She got railroaded. What was his name? I don't remember the name, but there were like 7 of them, and they all got drummed out. But basically, it's but their question to the IRS that triggered their railroading was, we cannot find a statute that mandates the personal income tax, that it does not apply to the majority of Americans in the United States. And because of that, they were drummed out. Now, Aaron Russo, he was a Hollywood producer. He produced Trading Places with Eddie Murphy and Dan Aykroyd. He actually ran for governor of Nevada, and he befriended, or Nick Rockefeller befriended him and tried to lure him into the cabal. And he wasn't with it. He's not that kind of guy. He's more of the common people. He's a common people type of person. He's and anyway, he did an interview with Alex Jones, and he talked about all of this, even right down to the microchipping, the digital identity, the tying your CBDCs to it, and travel bans, and all of it. It's a fantastic point. But he also did a documentary questioning the legitimacy of the IRS, and he even questioned a former commissioner of the IRS whether he says it's voluntary, and says, well, if it's voluntary, that means we don't have to pay it. He says, well, it's voluntary, like you stop at a stoplight. The argument does not hold water. There is no law, as far as I can tell, there is no law mandating the personal income tax, but they're enforcing it anyway. And anybody that's questioned it, like what's his name, Erwin Schiff, he's the father of Peter Schiff. He questioned it in court, and they threw him in the slam. They railroaded him in court, and the judge literally said, when Erwin Schiff went to cite Supreme Court decisions on this, they said the Supreme Court doesn't matter here. Basically, they're saying that the rulings don't matter. They ignored every Supreme Court ruling beforehand, saying that the personal income tax is illegal, and that there's even supposedly a ruling saying that the 16th Amendment wasn't properly ratified. And those are all important arguments, because they try to pass Obama tried to pass that UN weapons ban, and they try to enforce it without ratifying it in the United States. It's illegal. You can't do it.
Right.
But our governments have basically gone from an apparatus for basically managing the country and providing for the common defense. Build the roads, build the parks, build an army to protect us. They've gone from that to basically ruling us on behalf of the slave masters, the people at the very top. Federal government is middle management at best. There's a global power structure that goes way above them, and I think a lot of it, it's especially on the banking side. From what I understand, how I understand the whole system works is it centers at the Bank of International Settlements in Basel, Switzerland. I'm losing track of thought.
No.
Go ahead.
Now, whenever I first heard about the echelon rulings, it actually from what I learned, it stemmed way back in 2001, and it actually started with the European parliaments. Now, the thing that really got to me was when I found out about it. They were talking about the surveillance systems that included systems that like went in and it would survey people, and like you're talking about the IRS, okay? And one of the things that I always picked up on was they were always talking about the IRS targeting people who were taxpayers too, and they would survey them, and they would investigate their findings, you know. Now with the echelon with the echelon surveillance system, that kind of goes into what I was talking about earlier with the telecommunications. It's actually a spy network. And it was also operated by the National Security Agent, the NSA, and other countries. You know, like Canada, the United Kingdom was doing it, Australia, and New Zealand. They were all doing it.
The Five Eyes, yeah.
Yeah, and
they share the technology and they all operate together. So when I said earlier that the NSA at the base level still surveil everybody without a warrant, but if they have to use it to railroad somebody, they have to basically they have to do like a parallel reconstruction. So they'll say, hey, Britain, can you spy on this guy and then give us the information so we can use it in court against them, that kind of thing.
They also, in that report, they also found out that the European Union only had limited ability to stop the surveillance. Like they didn't have any, they didn't have full control over saying, look, you're not allowed to survey this. They only had limited abilities. So I thought that was kind of interesting, you know, that like this whole system has pretty much taken on a life of its own, and the European Union can't even freaking control it. It's like a beast that's run wild, you know. So.
Yeah. Well, I like I was saying earlier. I mean, I think the technology that we see is, on average, it's 25 years old. You know, it's like I was saying earlier. You know, there was talking about computer systems and whatnot, but there's, you know, I know there are white papers for stuff that we see, you know, we're talking about now. But I'm saying is there are levels above our government that even the president isn't allowed to know about. You know, the secret space programs come to mind, and there's no telling what kind of technology they have at that level, and how much of that has trickled down to the NSA level. You know, there are satellites basically, as I understand it, there are satellites that they have that basically can see everything you're doing. It's kind of like how, you know, security researchers have been being able to use your Wi-Fi router to do like a bat signal, like an echolocation, and be able to map out your entire room, who's where and who's doing what. It's like they're seeing through walls using your radar or your Wi-Fi. But that basically what they're talking about with the satellites, it's on steroids. It's from up in space. They can basically I don't know what technology they use to do it, but yes.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I actually used to argue with a friend of mine, Caleb, because it was back when I was smoking pot and everything. We'd get high and start talking about dumb shit, you know. And we got into an argument where I was telling him, I was like, look, man, you know, if the military wanted to, they could figure out where me and you are in a room, and they could send a ballistic missile that was small enough to kill you and leave me alive.
Absolutely.
You know, and he had such a hard time believing that, and that was back in the late 90s. And I remember that because I used to see documentaries on that stuff all the time. I always loved watching documentaries, you know, especially the military ones, and it was open information. Anybody could find out about it, you know. So now I'm glad that you mentioned the secret space program and all that stuff, because this kind of gets us into the more intense stuff about you, the good stuff. See, I wanna move on to NextRad.
I'm not that interesting.
Yeah, but
I just like to research.
you love NextRad though, and I know you've been doing a lot of research into
Yeah.
NextRad. So I'm not even gonna say anything about it. I just want you to open it up and say what you found out and all the good stuff, because you're really good at this.
Oh. Well, my initial exposure to this was when I was stationed in Alaska. I knew somebody in the Air Force, and they actually took me on a hike, and I got to see the HARP facility. And I kind of got a broad eye view. Basically, they gave me a general description of what they do. They basically said it was over the horizon radar, and that was bullshit. It was a lot more than that. But later on, I remember seeing a Air Force officer testifying before Congress, basically saying that they were done with their HARP research and that they turned the keys over to the University of Alaska. And shortly after that, the SBX-1 came online, which is basically looks like an oil platform with a bunch of power generation infrastructure built in, and then it's got a big old dome, a golf ball dome with a radar. Looks like a radar dish on it. So that's that would be the next rad. Whether it's not it's not geoengineering. It's more of them controlling storms. It's not that they're making it; they're just controlling it. They're able to use Doppler NextRad radar to strengthen and guide storms. So the most recent example would have been Helene, Hurricane Helene. There's a guy named Dane Wigington who runs an organization called geoengineeringwatch.org, and he did a whole bunch of interviews where he's showing the actual radar image of Helene coming up through the panhandle of Florida, and how there was all this chaff in blue on the west side of the storm, and then you can see the storm in green. I mean, there was a clear delineation of the two, but apparently that chaff that was in the air is the stuff that they've been spraying all over the skies in the United States. What we call chemtrails. Basically, planes are flying and they're trying to say it's contrails, but no, it doesn't behave like contrails. It holds its linear shape for a while, and then also it starts to blanket out like it's dispersing itself, and it becomes like just a thin sheet of cloud cover, I guess you could say, super thin. But then they're checkerboarding the skies with this stuff, and apparently that's all part of it. So one of the things that they're finding now is that we have a whole bunch of aluminum and barium and other metals in our ground, in the groundwater and in the soil, and that is what they believe is causing the drying up of the forest and the tinderbox wildfires, because the aluminum is preventing the trees from absorbing water, which made some kind of strange sense to me because I use like Right Guard antiperspirant, and one of the key components of that to keep you from sweating is aluminum. I didn't know, but that was my putting my two and two together there. But going back to that, I mean, just the way the whole storm behaved, it was just powering up to, I think it was I can't remember if it was Helene or Milton, but it powered up to a Cat 5 right off the coast of the Yucatan in Mexico, and it just sat there, and then all of a sudden it took off, and but anyway, when Dane showed the radar track on, I think it was Helene. Helene was the one that went to North Carolina. He showed also that there were like beams of high energy radiation being projected into the storm at the Panhandle and into Georgia. It was that long. The beam was that long. So again, I'm not an expert in that. It's not my field, but I do find it interesting because our government has been experimenting with geoengineering for a long time. It was President Johnson made a public speech about how that will basically have weather satellites be able to control the weather, and he who control the weather will control the world. That was basically the gist of his speech. But then after that, we have clear, weather weapon programs like Operation Popeye in Vietnam, where we use cloud seeding to rain out the Ho Chi Minh Trail going through the Golden Triangle. It basically is the Viet Cong were being reinforced by being resupplied by VC going through the neutral countries of Cambodia and Laos, and to bypass all our checkpoints and defenses. So we basically use Operation Popeye to wash out the trails there. There was a couple of other programs. I think there were like 7 other. One of them was Operation Cirrus, where they basically try to redirect a hurricane that was coming through Florida, and they redirected it right to Georgia, and it caused catastrophic damage. And they try to play it down. They try to cover it up. But that's another example. I mean, they've been doing this for a while. It's just we don't. And I think part of it is, I think part of it is them wanting to control the weather for their own purposes. I think part of it is land grab. There's a lot of information being thrown about saying that BlackRock bought into Albemarle, which is the mining company in North Carolina that was, I think, digging up lithium from that area. You got wildfires raging in Wyoming where they supposedly had neodyme. I think it goes in magnets, and then also lithium in there, and then you got the wildfires in Lahaina, in Maui. I mean, that was a very abnormal fire. I mean, the sheer temperatures were melting cars far beyond a car fire. It was melting it down, and the fact that they closed off the entire city and forbade anybody from going back to where their homes are at was pretty telling. And also, what I also found telling was, after that, there was, if you look at aerial photographs, there were certain houses that the fires went around. Like it didn't even touch it, and it was basically houses with blue roofs. And it's conspiracy theory, yeah. But it maybe, I don't know, the wind somehow kept it from hitting the house. No, but then you got Joe Biden jumping on national television talking about how certain houses with blue roofs weren't touched, and then Marjorie Taylor Greene is ranting about Jewish space lasers. It's just there's so many things happening that we have no clue about because there is no transparency in our government. But yet they want to know everything about us. I mean, the scales are flipped. I mean, we used to be the bosses of our government. Now the government is our boss.
Yep.
They're the ones telling us what to do. And it comes. I also see it as part of the problem is we've gone from a decentralized power model where everybody was armed, and they were able to protect themselves, and the sheriffs had the ability to not only nullify federal law, but they could empower a posse, deputize a whole bunch of people, and surge up at any given moment to deal with whatever issues were at hand at the time. But we've gone from that to a model of where the police hold a monopoly of power, and they will not give it up. Not only will they not give it up, that's where we get to the ATF trying to ban all these guns.
Now, we have Mark back, he has this funky look on his face, and I know that he's missed out on a lot of good stuff because I I I know he was fired up and he got excited and he froze his computer up. He had that froze face, just staring into the computer and not moving. Took us like 15 minutes to figure out he was gone. So, do you want to say something, Mark Edworthy?
I'm sorry, yeah, I've missed quite a bit. Because,
That's all right.
for some reason,
That's all right. It happens.
yeah, my internet died, or something died, I'm not sure.
No, I do have
yeah,
something.
no,
I do
yeah.
have something. Now, I seen the post that Nancy made about the blue rooftops, and it made me stop and actually think about it because there is something that I do believe when it comes to NextRad and that Doppler even. Now, and a lot of people think I'm crazy when I say this, but it's true. And if you check it out, you'll find out that what I'm about to say here is actually true. Everybody's big on talking about chemistry and how chemistry is science, but they don't understand that engineers and scientists are still using alchemy in today's scientific fields, okay? Now, when you take a look at the things that NextRad and the things that the Doppler is doing, you start understanding things. Like environmental science, we'll just call it environmental science for now, okay? But what they do is they take radars and they focus it on the Earth and they look at the colors of the clouds and stuff like that to try to determine what kind of weather patterns there are and what kind of heat and everything's going on according to the color of the cloud. Now, when you take a look at NextRad and the things that they're doing, you'll start noticing that they also detect precipitation and evaluate storm structures. So they're actually looking at the structures of these storms, and they're looking at the structures of the tornadoes and hurricanes, and not necessarily the storm per se by the power and force that it has, but just by how it's structured. You know what I mean? That's alchemy. That's not chemistry. That's just pure alchemy. That's what they do. You know. Now, like there is scientific stuff like measuring wind speed and direction. You know, estimating. You know, the fields and everything like that. That is science. But I'm saying, like, when they go in, or especially with Doppler, when you look at it and they got these colors on there, you need to understand that is straight up alchemy. That's not any form of what we would consider science. The same thing that they're calling pseudoscience is the same thing they're using in their methods. You know what I mean? And I find that odd. And a lot of people aren't even aware that they're doing that. Like me, I had Mark Wojciech Otajacek on the show, and we were talking about geomancy with one episode I had Into the Abyss, you know, and
that one.
and like today they're doing facial recognition, and people don't even understand that that's a form of geomancy. You know, and they're having leaps in they're growing leaps in fields with freaking AI and freaking virtual reality and stuff like that because they're using geomancy as a form of or using it in their technologies. You know, so and that's what I see with NextRad. You know. I do see that. Whenever I seen that, it kind of stuck in my head, so I did want to make a comment on that because that was pretty cool that you guys put that up there.
Well, I think you know the geoengineering is I think it's meant to confound the conversation about the anthropological climate change. They basically, you know, I remember when I was a kid going to high school, there were many a days where the temperatures reached over 100 degrees. And even when I went to boot camp, we had so many Black Flag days, it wasn't even funny. And now we rarely ever hit those temperatures. So it's not global warming. The issue is not global warming. It's that they're trying to convince us that climate change is real and that we have to control human movement and everything else to protect ourselves, to protect the planet. But in reality, is for my sense, it's another false flag. They're trying to, they're trying to I don't want to say it. They're trying to mess with the weather to make you think that you're driving a gas vehicle or eating steaks is bad for the planet. You have to have an electric vehicle and you have to eat crickets or you're destroying the planet. You're basically you're a bad person and you're destroying the planet, which is all their arguments are BS. You can pick them apart easily. The dumbest person I know can pick apart those arguments. It's just they're trying to for the brain dead sheeple that haven't unplugged from the matrix yet. It's trying to convince them that we must give up our freedoms in order to fix the problems that humanity has brought about for the planet. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah, I do. I said yeah, and I had the freaking thing muted, so sorry about that. But yeah, I do agree with you on that. The thing that I find really weary about the whole climate thing is, I'm not too against. I'm not hardcore against it, but I'm not for it. You know what I mean? Because I see more political motivation behind it than what I do anything else. I don't see actual science, and Greenpeace is a good example of that. Like the actual co-founder of Greenpeace was discommunicated from the organization because he got mad about the fact that they stopped going out and sitting in front of wells to keep fishermen from killing whales and started investing most of their money on freaking lawyers. Okay, so Greenpeace is just like infiltrated with all of these lawyers whose job it is to go all around the world and convince people that they need to put regulations in to protect the planet.
Yeah.
They're not actually out doing the
yeah, and listen, I'm not saying that we're not polluting the planet. That's a whole other story. I mean, I would say, part of that is, it's not like everybody's going out to the ocean on a daily basis and chucking a piece of plastic into the ocean. That's not what's happening. What's happening is, I think a lot of what we're seeing is, especially on the Pacific side, you got to remember that it's the Ring of Fire. There's a lot of tsunamis that happen. Tidal waves will come ashore. They will grab everything that's within reach and suck it right back out. So if you have an area, like let's say, I don't know, pick any southeastern or South Asian country that is polluted, or let's say Africa. Let's say a tidal wave hit Africa and some of these poorer countries, it would suck every piece of plastic out. You understand what I'm saying? So it's not that people are chucking it out there. It's just that I think a lot of it's getting sucked out, and then it's just getting sucked into this gyre, the Great Pacific Garbage Patch. But that being said, there are plenty of things we can do besides using plastic. We can go back to using bottles. We can use metal containers that can be recycled. There's a million things that we can do to stop pollution, but it has nothing to do with the temperature of the planet. We don't need GMO crops in order to have a bountiful harvest. We can use permaculture. We can use organic farming practices. There's plenty of things that we can do. It's just they've convinced us that we have to give up our rights in order to fix the planet, and that's complete false. That is complete Well, so go ahead, Mark. I can see that smile on your face.
Yeah, so can I. I was getting ready to say it.
You say with Instars, well, not all of us, obviously.
Yeah.
Um, I find the entire. I'm not saying that we don't pollute the planet because obviously we
Yeah.
do,
No.
but
Yeah.
I find the entire global warming thing amusing because
Yeah.
um, for us, US and UK, records have only been around for what 150 years. We've only been studying this for the last 150 odd years. So when records begun, it's a poor excuse, and
Yeah.
and this and the argument is that we are letting out too much carbon dioxide in a lot of the arguments. But when we went to school back
Yeah.
many decades ago now,
Yeah.
many moons ago, we were taught that carbon dioxide is good because
Mhm.
because trees
That's it.
need carbon dioxide to convert to oxygen. Oh, is fed on carbon dioxide and then they
Yeah.
expelled oxygen.
Yep.
This argument is never used anymore.
No. No. As a matter of fact, there was I can't remember if it was an article or a video or it was a news report or something. Something along those lines. Basically, they said that the greenery is getting greener, and it's because of the carbon dioxide. They're saying. Um, yeah. I just again, I don't buy their arguments. I think it's all comes down to they have to make you feel guilty about having your freedom to do
Mm,
what you want. They have to they have to give you that guilt and eventually what they want is it's 2030. I own nothing. I have no privacy. I've never been happier.
mm.
They want
Um,
to stack and pack cities. And you ever seen have you seen the Saudi Arabia's plans for the line?
Dubai, so is it Dubai
Saudi
possibly?
Saudi Arabia.
Okay,
It's called
okay,
they call it the line. So basically, they want to take all the population and put them between two walls, and
mm,
basically you'll have apartments and offices and stores and whatever else between these two walls. You'll have be able to walk within 15 minutes. 15-minute walk. You're supposed to be able to get to anywhere and anything that you need. And but to me, that's just an open air prison. Where they can digitally monitor everything you do. And it wasn't a popular idea. I think it's dying in the cradle. I mean, nobody really wants to live there. But the
for
idea that they're
sure,
going to put you
unfortunately.
within a 15-mile or 15-minute walk of everything means that they don't want you to travel. I think that was the other reason why they're pushing so hard for these stupid freaking VR goggles. They don't want you to
Mm,
travel. They want you to go see your grandmother in her nursing home with VR goggles. You know, no personal contact, no talking to each other over the fence. Or learning. Like we're doing now. You guys are in various parts of the world. I'm in Florida. We're exchanging ideas, and they want to be able to control that. If you can't speak face to face, if they can just put everybody online, they can not only monitor everything you say, but they can censor what you say.
um, I'm. Oh, am I put pause? Oh, no, still there. Just going back to global warming then for a minute.
Yeah.
The entire this planet has gone through many cycles. I mean, as an example, the mini ice age that we saw in
Yep.
Europe during the 17th century. Um, the so-called global warming and global cooling arguments is nothing new. This planet has been around what for 5 billion years.
Yep.
Yeah, my feeling is, and it's always changing. Uh, so that's a poor argument. As far
No,
as I'm concerned.
no, with me,
But
with me, the only thing I can say is I could see there being a freezing, but like there's no time other than before any humans were on the planet, like whenever the Earth was being formed, where we've ever had the Earth as a complete desert. I mean, it's never happened. You know, so I could see the fact that we are eventually going to go back to an ice age. You know what I mean?
yeah,
I can see
Yeah.
that part, but like this whole
Well,
global
that was a-
warming thing is just ridiculous.
I think it was
It's
back in the
stricken off that.
80s that Leonard Nimoy did a documentary talking about how we were going into a global ice age. And it was, I remember watching it. Now I look back, I'm thinking, my God, this is ridiculous. I can't believe they actually sold this shit to us.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, they actually taught us that in school when me and Nancy were kids.
Yeah.
In
Yeah.
fact, it was an In Search of episode.
Yep.
And I
remember.
think it was the year 77 when it was 1977 when they did that one.
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
So
So yeah, they were saying, they're scaring us into saying, they're basically we're gonna not be able to farm anything. That we're gonna have like a global potato famine type of thing. It's like that's all they do is they sell fear to it's the Hegelian dialectic. They put out a problem, wait for the expected reaction so they can put out a pre-planned solution. So oh yeah, global climate change. Oh shit, please save us from ourselves. And
Well,
so yeah,
we have
they'll take your
gone through
freedoms and
ice ages before,
yeah.
the Vikings and them lived through that. So
Yeah.
around that time. So, the Earth has done lots of different things over the millennia that it's been around. And it's
Yeah.
part of how it is, It'll get warm, it'll get cold, just like we have 4 seasons.
now before you guys start getting all caught up and talking about the weather and getting Raphael bored, let's get on to the
You're
really cool stuff, okay? Now let's get on to the Seabase X brand or band radio. This is the one that we've been waiting for. I wanted to wait until the end to do this because I wanted to hear what Raph has to say about this. This is actually pretty interesting top right here just by itself. I mean, so
Are you talking about the SPX1?
yeah, the XVX1.
Okay, yeah. So I can basically it's a mobile platform. It looks like a lot like an oil rig, but it can be dragged or moved to any place on the planet. And I remember seeing a meme or floating around the internet saying, "Funny how every time this storm hits, this thing's around." And I don't think it's I agree with them. It's not a coincidence. I think it's a key component. So basically, I think the HARP research was allowed them to figure out how to use high energy output to affect weather systems. And once they refined it, they were able to use that on the Doppler radars. And then they went to NextRad, which made it more effective. And you're seeing, apparently you're seeing Doppler or NextRad towers in places that aren't anywhere near any cities or weather stations that we know of. Like this one, like Fox. We have one in Tampa. It's called, Fox 13. They have this giant weather radar on top of their building. Apparently those are everywhere. So they have within the land masses, even including Cancun, Mexico. Apparently that was the one that was supposedly controlling the Helene when it was over the Yucatan and spinning it up, powering it up. But between there and Florida, apparently there was I guess there was some speculation there was no way to control it during that time period So unless you have something like an SBX-1 to take over the manipulation of that storm as it's traversing the Gulf, they would have had no control until they hit Florida and they could get within range of uh, the next red towers here in the United States. But yeah, that's what the XBX-1 is supposed to be. It's supposed to be weather manipulation. And was it Brian saying he actually dropped a clearer photo of the SBX-1 than I did. And you can see on the front of it, there's these looks like giant circuit breakers on the front of the platform, and that thing is just, it looks like it's just cranking power out of that dish, which sits enclosed in a white bubble.
Yeah, now I did go ahead and pull up some information so that I could kind of read it to you so you can kind of see what's going on there, the stuff that it has on there. Because I love the way that thing looks, to be honest. It looks like something out of freaking, like going to Epcot, you know what I mean? Like Epcot Center on an oil tanker. But I can read this to you right real quick. Okay, the SBX-1 is capable of operating in heavy seas and high winds and can withstand extended deployment in challenging environments. It's over 280 foot tall and has the following features. 1, a large white radome that houses the radar. 2, a crew of about 85 people. 3, a bridge, control room, living quarters, storage areas, and power generating area. Then 4, it also has a helicopter landing pad. Now, 5, it has 60 days of supplies and fuel. And the SBX-1 was developed by the United States Missile Defense Agency, the MDA, and began operations in 2006. So it's often seen in the waters of Joint Base Pearl Harbor Hickam. The SBX-1 was also the settings for the 2022 Netflix movie Interceptor, starring Elsa Pataky, whoever the hell that is. I know of an Elsa.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I know who she is. I can't remember what other movie she was in, but I think she was in she was in Fast and Furious. She was the Brazilian cop.
Oh yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
I put a shot up on the photo that you posted earlier, Mark. What Dragus Productions. That's the word. I keep trying to say his last name and I mess it up. So, but yeah, what do you have to say about that, Mark?
I need to do some more research, I think, on the specifics of it.
Well, I mean, for me, I was talking to the other Mark. I thought this might have been a little bit more.
Oh, I was hoping that Mark would pull the terms and services up on the SBX-1 to see the full deal, and make sure we were getting the proper information.
He did that earlier on, dude. He was a freaking rebel. That dude can't freaking just leave it alone. He just got all up in our grill and shit. And Raphael thought he was going to have to,
disconnected.
Yeah, that was the cool part.
Well, it's funny you're saying that it's based out of Hawaii, Hickam Air Force Base, right? You said?
Right. Yeah.
Because we didn't have a bunch of El Niños prior to '97. That was the first one that hit, and now we're getting them all the time. If I remember correctly, I think Helene actually traversed Mexico from the Pacific before it hit the Gulf and then started speeding up, if I remember correctly. That actually makes a lot of sense. It means why all of a sudden are you having hurricanes in the Pacific? And where are they generating from? It's not like we have them spinning off of Africa.
Well, the thing I get a kick out of it now isn't it supposed to be common for not very many hurricanes in the Pacific? I mean, they called it the Pacific Ocean for a reason, right? It's
Yeah.
compared to the
In the
Atlantic.
Pacific Ocean, you don't have hurricanes. They don't call them that. They call them typhoons. I lived
Yeah,
through
you're right.
many, many typhoons when I was stationed in Guam. All right?
Yeah.
Usually there's about 5 or 6 a year. All right? But you don't hear hurricane. You hear the word typhoon and the name of the typhoon.
But when you were stationed in Guam, which direction did the typhoons travel?
East. I mean, it came from like California, and it would go past Hawaii and build up more, and it would hit Guam midway, then it would hit Philippines or Japan. That's how they go.
Yeah.
They don't come
and
back.
I remember that too. When I was stationed
They
in Japan,
don't
it
go
was the same thing.
backwards. All right. Now they may travel up the coast of Mexico up into California. All right, but they don't go the other way. They don't go like from because of the jet stream.
Yep.
All right, the jet stream doesn't go that way. The jet stream goes the way I'm saying.
I
Something that big through the Panama Canal. That's what I want to know. There's got to be more than one of them.
Oh yeah.
no,
Yeah.
my
I'm sure of that.
my whole point that I was making though is the fact that, like, you know, what's with all of these changes now? All of a sudden they are talking about hurricanes in the Pacific Ocean. Like, I mean, and you know, monsoons and everything are huge waves that come in and just completely devastate your landmass. You know what I mean? Whereas a tornado or a hurricane is a freaking spinning freaking typhoon of freaking evil that's destroying everything in its path, you know. So I mean, and that was usually
Here's another thing too. Typhoons are generally about double to 5 times the size of a hurricane because it has nothing to stop it from building up as it crosses the ocean. Where hurricanes, they travel a shorter distance and they don't get as big. They can get, you know, strong, yeah, and you get, you know, like water spouts and tornadoes no matter where you're at in the world.
now. We have about 20 more minutes until we hit 3 hours. So what I really want to do here is, Ref, you and your wife has just gone through a pretty big ordeal there in Florida. You guys were there during the recent the tornadoes that went through there. Is there anything that you would like to say there when it comes to that, and like you know, people that if they could reach out and help out organizations down there maybe to help out with like rebuilding and stuff of that nature that you'd like to mention?
Well, there's no real organization that I would trust. I mean, definitely do not give money to the Red Cross. You know, the guys collected billions of dollars and built three houses in Haiti with it. The president of the Red Cross even pays herself over $600,000 a year. So, yeah, it's a waste of money. There is an organization called Team Rubicon. I think, you know, if they're involved in relief efforts, I give some money to them. But there are a lot of people on the ground individually trying to help, especially up in North Carolina and Tennessee. But FEMA is trying to push them out, and that's an issue. That's an issue. You know, and the thing is, I can, you know, part of that, I'm sure, is because there is, money to be made, and as much as I hate to say it, I don't think they want the recovery. There's been some speculation that they'll use they'll try to designate them a Superfund site for FEMA and use it eminent domain to buy everything up for pennies on the dollar, because of the sheer destruction, and maybe they want to repurpose it. I don't know, but it makes sense to me. I mean, just based on the trends that we've been seeing, around the world with the land grabs and everything else, and the fact that they're trying to push us, from what I see, they're trying to push into stack and pack cities. I don't see any clear contender for a top-notch relief agency. Because again, I think Red Cross is just part of the establishment. They participated in Event 201 before the pandemic broke out. They were a key player, and then the catastrophe with Haiti and the money they collected and never did a damn thing with it, just tells me that they're not worth supporting. So I don't know. I'm sure I just get online, and I'm sure there's got to be. I know the Cajun Navy is up there. There's a organization out of Louisiana, and there's a cousin agency, the Florida Navy, that are trying to. They do relief, storm relief. They'll go out there with the airboats and all the flood-prone areas, the flooded areas, and try to rescue people and get them out. So I think they're a good organization to donate to.
All right. Now, do you think we should do all the cool stuff like Nancy does, and go around the room and let everybody introduce themselves and stuff? Because I'm not used to being all professional like she is. She's got this sewn up, But do you think we should do it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. So let's start with Mark. And Mark, remember, Mark Edworthy, you're not just a tech guy. So remember to tell them the shows that you're on. You always try to avoid the fact that you're a movie star now. So you.
Well, half the shows you mentioned is at the moment.
Well, you're still
we're
on
waiting for
them.
the next season,
You're still on them.
which
So.
won't be happening into January. But generally speaking, what am I? I'm on Red Pill Nation Hangout, except for the last couple of weeks because cold. I'm on Jeffy's show, so that's
WPRNP or something like this, the World Pirate Radio Network program.
Indeed. And obviously, I've been appearing on the all-new Cafe Nickname with you and Mark,
Right.
and Raphael. That's the.
Now, you're also he's also on Tech Talk, which is done with me, him, and Tanhai Tran. That's out of season right now, but he does that where we talk about technology and Tech Talk. So he does that, and then what's the other one? Roger's Real Time Talk Show event, which we do about politics and stuff of that nature. And that's something he does with me. He's my co-host on there. So
Again, I do season at the moment, but
right. And after that, we got to go to that dude, Mark Wolfjitas.
Don't try. Just. Anyways, you can find me and all of my great shows that I do and stream through many, many platforms and venues at dragisproductions@gmail.com or just Dragus Productions, and you'll see the shows that I represent and go through me.
Mm-hmm. Now,
From Censorship Sucks, Paranormal Intelligence Agency, to Well, just one more episode of Cafe Enigma, and then we start Vixen's Vault with Nancy Planetta.
All right. Is that it? You wasn't as amped up as you usually are.
What's that?
You weren't as amped up as you usually are. Like they got you on the pepper
So
salt
get him going.
or the
No,
pe-
no,
the peter salt.
Get him going with the auto tune.
I've had my lithium diet today. I drank lots of water, so I'm just kind of mellowed out.
Okay. What about you, Ruff? You wanna give out your plug?
Yeah, you can find me on Twitter at x_ice_, that's immigration customs enforcement _1811. The 1811 is the job category for special agent.
Okay. Is that it?
So you x_ice_1811. Yeah.
All right. Now, with that being said, we did all the plugs and stuff. So, anybody any last words that they want to say on the topics that we've discussed tonight?
Flat Earth!
Oh, don't.
No, I'm kidding. That's what my guys do.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
No, that's what you do.
That's what the Sunday guys do. They always, at the end of every show, right before every break, they want to yell out Flat Earth or Hollow Earth or something like that.
Well, there is a difference, though. Like, there's a difference.
Yeah, there sure is. One you can fall through, and the other one you can fall off of.
Like, there's two separate theories behind the flat earthers and the hollow earth. Like, you like the Nagas, don't you? You like the lore of the Nagas? That's hollow.
Oh, sure, yeah. They're
Hollow
they're part of the Draco reptilian group. You know, that's part of our planet too. That's been around for millennia. You know.
Well, that's for another story. That's like a really, really cool ending to a Conan the Barbarian episode, which I really think Conan's cool. So, we'll come back to that at another time and talk about Conan the Barbarian and Hollow Earth. So, Raphael, I really enjoyed you being on here, man. So now that we're done with everything,
thanks for invite.
What do you think about the interview? Did you like it?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm not like Nancy in that I can just go off the cuff. I like having issues to talk about. Like you could say, just pick a topic and then we talk about it. Yeah, I can't do small talk. I have a really hard time with it. You know, it's just I'm not as polished as Nancy is. You know, she's been at it for forever. But yeah, anytime you guys want to talk about politics, that's all I'm about. And I'm just anytime you guys want, just let me know. I'll jump on.
Yeah, it's like I kind of had a clue that you were going to have some talking points, so that I went ahead and grabbed them up and everything. That way we could have a little bit of direction. That's something that Mark kind of tortured me into believing in, and like he's a bruiser. That dude, man, he has tortured and tormented me since we started. Like
I'm really gentle. I am honest. I'm really gentle.
Talk about international time zones and see how gentle he is. Okay. Like,
Yeah.
He's the one that really got me into it. Him and Tan Hai Tran did, because like when I first started, I was never into that shit. All I wanted to do was get on here and start a stream and talk, you know. And
Yeah.
And
No, I mean it's yeah. I'm generally I'm not as not as versed as Nancy in the paranormal or anything like that. I'm not. That's not my lane. But when it comes to the politics, I'm looking at things from multiple angles, because I mean that warfare has morphed. It's evolved. It's what do we call it? I'm so tired.
Evolved.
Asymmetric. It's asymmetric warfare. It's they hit them on multiple fronts: economic, military, political. You know, just and you have to look at all. You know, you have to look at it all and kind of try to piece it all together. You know, I look at Russia and what they're doing over there, and I almost see how it's possible that Putin is working with Trump. There was that one behind the scenes, because again, Russia, since 9/11, Russia has put out more truth over RT than anybody, and that's why our political apparatus started going into the Russian interference talking points. Russia is the Russia's interfering with our country. That they even try to say that it's them that's manipulating our elections, which is complete bullshit.
Yeah.
We live in an empire of lies, and all they have to do is show us the truth. There was a great show called The Truth Seeker when they first started. I can't remember the host's name, but I remember one of the biggest episodes, one of the best episodes they did was on 9/11, and that's how when I first started looking at it from a different viewpoint. Because even when I was in, we talked about how the historical parallels between 9/11 and Nazi Germany, the rise of Nazi Germany. 9/11 was our Reichstag, and DHS was going to be the new Gestapo. And watching how it morphed from the inside, the culture changed dramatically. And we sat off. We were just sitting around, just shooting the breeze, and we talk about this stuff. It's like we saw the writing on the wall, and you need to look no further than the Patriot Act to see that they really were. It was all planned, because like 6,000 pages of proposed legislation was rolled out within a couple of days. I mean, very little of it actually passed, but the most draconian parts of it did. And it's just, I had a hard time coming around. I was, as a Marine, you're programmed. You're loyalty to the country, and I thought that was loyalty to the government, but the government's not loyal to us. That's the problem. You look back at, and then you got to just look at everything from a different lens. They programmed us in boot camp. Our three heroes in the Marine Corps were Dan Daly, Smedley Butler, and Smedley Butler was not only a two-time recipient of the Medal of Honor, but he was for one time. And he wrote a book, which of course they never told us about while we were in. Was a book called War as a Racket. He basically described how he felt like a hired muscle for the multinational corporations, and that Al Capone was a rank amateur compared to him, because he took control of 3 continents, whereas Al Capone could only control 3 districts, something like that, something along those lines. And once you start seeing the chinks in the narrative, the history that they try to portray to you, you start to realize, just how dirty we are. We try to paint Iran as the bad guy, but it was us that helped Britain overthrow Mossadegh to take their oil. And then when we installed the Shah of Iran and they ousted him, he actually cleaned out Iran's coffers, and that was the reason for the embassy hostage crisis. I remember I found an interview on, it was a 60 Minutes interview or something like that, and I can't even remember the reporter's name, but he was interviewing the Romania, and he flat out stated, the reporter saying, well, why don't you encourage them to end this hostage crisis, or this hostage situation? He says, I didn't start it. They basically said that the university students were so pissed off that the Shah took all of their money, that they spontaneously in a riot just took over the embassy, trying to get them to send the Shah back to Iran to face justice and get their money back. There's a lot of things that we're never told about. Yeah. And they always paint us out to be the hero, but reality is we are dirty as shit on so many levels. And once you realize that, you start looking at everything differently.
I was going to say the US, Britain, and France mainly. Like yourself, I'm not really interested in paranormal aspects. More political sort of beast. I've got an interest in history, especially European warfare between the 17th century and modern day. And I see some interesting parallels at the moment. Going back to your points about seeing the change between 9/11 and seeing the parallels between 9/11 and Nazism, or the rise of Nazi Party or the NDSAP in Germany. I would say quite the opposite, because during the Weimar Republic stage, there was a lot of emphasis on left-wing socialism, let's say. And that aided in the SAP and becoming a actual movement, for lack of better words, and we are seeing a sort of reverse sort of thing going on at the moment. We're seeing a lot more.
He froze up again.
Not through the institutions argument. We're seeing a much more emphasis on cultural Marxism, so-called left-wing socialism. I don't like the left-wing, right-wing thing, because it's just two sides of the same coin at the end of the day. That's what
Okay, so we've come down to 1 minute left. Now, what I want to do is I want to extend an offer to you, Ralph, if you ever want to come onto our show on the Praetorian and have conversations like this. We do it all the time, and you'd be more than welcome. I really like the stuff that you talk about. So, if you want to do that, you can come onto our show with Roger's Real Time Talk Show. And
just send me the link. And I'll join when I can.
And we would love to have you and talk about stuff of political nature and stuff of that nature. But right now, this is a part about the strange conspiracy theory stuff, because this is on the wonderful world of weirdness. Okay, so I appreciate you having
conspiracy theories.
Yep, so do I. I love them to death. But with that being said, I'm gonna go ahead and end the show and say thank you guys for being here, and that is going to be it.
Lena sat in the command chair of the Orion, her gaze fixed on the view screen. The stars stretched out before her, a tapestry of light against the infinite darkness of space. She had traveled across the galaxy, from the bustling trade routes of the core worlds to the uncharted fringes of known space, but this mission was different. There was something about the signal that had drawn her in, a faint whisper in the void. That seemed to resonate deep within her soul. It had started as a routine scan, a faint blip on the ship's sensors as she passed through a remote sector of the galaxy. But the signal was unlike anything she had encountered before. It wasn't just a transmission, it was a pattern, a complex series of pulses that seemed to follow a deliberate sequence. The more she studied it, the more it felt like a message, one that was both ancient and urgent. Lena had always been driven by curiosity, a need to explore the unknown and uncover the mysteries of the universe. So she set a course for the source of the signal, a distant star system on the edge of the galaxy. The journey had taken weeks, but now, as the Orion approached the system, she could feel a sense of anticipation building within her. The star at the center of the system was an old, dying sun, its light dim and flickering. Orbiting it was a single planet, Epsilon 5. The planet was shrouded in a thick atmosphere, its surface obscured by swirling clouds of ionized particles. But even from this distance, Lena could see the faint glow of the auroras that danced across its skies, a mesmerizing display of violet and emerald light. As the Orion descended into orbit around Epsilon 5, Lena's senses lit up with activity. The signal was coming from the surface, stronger and more insistent than before. It was as if the planet itself was calling out to her, drawing her in with its mysterious allure. "Let's see what you've got for me," Lena murmured to herself as she initiated the landing sequence. The Orion touched down on a flat expanse of crystalline ground, the ship's landing struts sinking slightly into the smooth surface. Lena powered down the engines and stood up, grabbing her gear before making her way to the airlock. As the hatch opened, she was greeted by a blast of charged air, filled with the faint hum of electromagnetic energy. The landscape of Epsilon 5 was unlike anything she had ever seen. Towering crystalline structures loomed on all sides, their surfaces glowing with an inner light. The ground beneath her feet was smooth, etched with strange, shifting patterns that seemed to change with every step she took. And in the air, she could hear the whispers, a soft, almost imperceptible murmur that seemed to resonate in her mind. Lena took a deep breath and adjusted her helmet, trying to focus. The signal was stronger now, coming from deeper within the planet. She activated her handheld scanner and began to make her way toward the source. The path led her through a forest of towering crystals, their surfaces reflecting the light of the auroras above. The whispers grew louder as she walked, forming words and phrases that seemed to echo in her thoughts. They were disjointed, fragmented, like the memories of a long-forgotten dream. Finally, after what felt like hours, Lena reached the edge of a vast clearing. At the center stood a massive obelisk, its surface covered in ancient symbols and runes. It pulsed with a blinding light, growing stronger as she approached, and the whispers became almost deafening in her mind. Lena stopped in her tracks, her heart pounding. She had read about the Varalthur in ancient texts, an advanced civilization that had once ruled the galaxy, their knowledge of quantum mechanics and interdimensional travel unmatched. But they had vanished without a trace, leaving behind only fragments of their technology and the whispers of their legacy. Could this obelisk be one of their creations? And if so, what had happened here on Epsilon 5? As Lena stood before the obelisk, the signal reached its peak, a high-pitched whine that sent a shiver down her spine. The symbols on the obelisk began to shift and change, forming new patterns that glowed with an intense light. The ground beneath her feet trembled, and she could feel a surge of energy emanating from the structure. Suddenly, the whispers stopped. The air around her grew still, and the light from the obelisk dimmed. Lena took a step back, her mind racing. What had she just activated? What had she unlocked? Before she could react, the ground beneath her gave way, and she was plunged into darkness. She tumbled through the void, her thoughts a chaotic swirl of fear and confusion. And then, just as suddenly as it had begun, the fall ended. Lena found herself in a vast chamber, the walls lined with more of the glowing crystals. The air was thick with energy, and the whispers had returned, louder than ever. But now, they carried a different tone, one of urgency and warning. In the center of the chamber stood another obelisk, smaller than the one above but no less imposing. It pulsed with a rhythmic beat, like the heartbeat of the planet itself. Lena approached it cautiously, her scanner buzzing with data. As she reached out to touch the obelisk, the whispers in her mind coalesced into a single, coherent message: the darkness is coming. The nexus must remain sealed. Lena's heart skipped a beat. The Varalthur had discovered something on the other side of their dimensional bridge, something malevolent and dangerous. They had sealed the nexus to protect the galaxy, but the seal was weakening. And now, the fate of Epsilon 5, and perhaps the entire galaxy, rested in her hands. With a deep breath, Lena began to work. The obelisk responded to her touch, its symbols shifting and changing under her fingers. She could feel the energy coursing through the structure, a powerful force that resonated with the whispers in her mind. She wasn't sure how much time passed as she worked, her focus entirely on the task at hand. The chamber grew darker, the air colder, as the darkness encroached on the light. But Lena didn't waver. She knew what was at stake. Finally, with a final surge of energy, the obelisk sealed itself, the symbols locking into place. The chamber filled with light, and the whispers faded into silence. Lena took a step back, her breath coming in ragged gasps. It was done. The nexus was sealed, the darkness contained. But the cost had been great. Epsilon 5 would remain a haunted world, its secrets buried deep within its crystalline core. Lena stood alone in the chamber, the weight of what she had done settling on her shoulders. She had answered the call of the whispers, but in doing so, she had become part of their legacy. As she made her way back to the surface, the light of the auroras guiding her path, Lena couldn't help but wonder what other secrets the galaxy held, and whether she would be ready to face them when they called out to her once again.